Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Yeah? Well rested, ready from yesterday? Did you have a good day yesterday? Yeah? There's only a few of you, but things will build up as we get through today. We have a really great agenda happening this morning. We're going to start our day with a talk from Ugur Mersinliolu, talking about Oracle extractable value through order flow auctions. After that, we're going to have two panels in a row. The first one is Evolving Blockchain Ecosystems, the Promise of Rollups, Application-Specific Chains, and Connected Contracts, with moderated by Andres Meneses, with Lucas Gleba, Albert Vieira, and Dina Becan Gonçalves. And then the second panel is Onboarding de Mujeres de Latinoamérica, la Web3, Aprendizajes, Experiencias y Oportunidades. Not sure if that one's going to be in Spanish or English just yet, but we'll let you know before it happens. That's going to be moderated by Crypto Willie with G, Joshua Victoria, and Nairobi. And then we're going to have two talks, one with Jacob Shiach, Unicollateral Lending, Leveraging Friendships for Fun and Profit. And then Diego Masso will talk about DeFi Credit Delegation Learnings from Experiments. And then we'll close off the morning with another panel. This is going to be a big one. We're going to have a lot more people on stage. It's Web3 and activism intersection, what we can learn from each other. I think that's going to be really interesting. Moderated by Max Semenchuk with Griff Green, Jordi Bailina, Andrew Funk, and Gabriella Chang. So we've got a great morning. I didn't introduce myself. My name's Hannah Becker. I'm going to be introducing all the speakers today, keeping things moving, your master of ceremonies here at the Solar Stage today. And I just have a few reminders for you guys. We have this amazing app, the chat rooms app that was created for this conference, and it's the best way that you can engage with the speakers, engage with each other. So just scan the QR code at the beginning of each talk, and you can submit your questions for the speaker. You can decide which questions you think are the most interesting, upvote. If you don't think they're interesting, downvote them. The most upvoted questions are going to be on these screens for the speakers to see at the end of the talk, so it's a really great way to get your questions out. We'll also do some traditional Q&A moments, but you know, we're all about interactive digital experiences here, right? That's the point. That's why we're all here at Ethereum Barcelona, right? So I think I'm just going to go ahead and introduce your first speaker. Are you guys ready? Ready to get this day started? Yeah, we're excited. Amazing. Our first speaker, as I already said, is Ugur Mersinliolu. He's from API 3, and he's going to talk about Oracle extractable value through order flow auction. So give a huge round of applause for Ugur.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you for the turn up. I know it's early, but I hope that you will be able to follow me. So basically, my name is Ugur. I was already introduced by Hannah. Thank you for that. And I am a product owner at API 3. And what we do is oracles. So before I get started, I know we're not a lot, but does everyone here know how an oracle works? Raise your hands if you... All right, perfect. So the next one or two slides might be boring then. So why oracles? We know that blockchains only have access to information that is already on them. So you can't simply access the internet to, for instance, get prices. You need somebody to bring that into you for you to consume it. The typical example for that are price feeds. Everybody knows them from, for instance, Chainlink. Price feeds are typically maintained according to certain conditions. In the Chainlink example, it's push oracles, meaning when the off-chain price and the on-chain price, for instance, differ by 1%, we update the on-chain price to reflect the real world. Why we do that only under certain conditions is that we cannot update with every single block. We can't simply pay so much gas to keep the real world on-chain basically the entire time. So what we do instead is create these conditions, for instance, 1% deviation, or every hour, or once a day, to make it more affordable to reflect the real world on-chain. But we still got to ask ourselves, who at the end of the day pays for this? Like, who pays to bring price information, for instance, on-chain? And I know we're not a lot, but I'm just going to ask into the round, who do you think do dApps pay for this? Like, raise of hands if you think any dApp pays for Oracle services. Two, three? Okay. So in most cases, I'm just going to bring up a slide from Adam Cochran, I think is the name. Basically, what we dealt with in the last 5 years is that price feeds or any Oracle services are basically free for dApps and mostly subsidized by, for instance, the Oracle project. In the case of Chainlink, it was like that basically you as a link holder were passively subsidizing all of the price feeds that people were using on Ethereum. dApps actually pay nothing and have almost never paid for Oracle services. And in some cases, chains actually pay, but only like in niche cases. For instance, the Ethereum Foundation is not paying for price feeds on Ethereum. They are mostly subsidized, but some niche chains might cover the cost. But essentially, we created this environment where we have a product that costs something, but because it's so heavily subsidized, dApps are used to not paying. Either the chain picks up the tab or the Oracle project picks up the tab. And that's actually a quite interesting trend we see in the last couple of months, where Oracle projects are slowly starting to ask for money. And dApps are not really used to paying. Chains are only used to paying the bare minimum. So what happens is, and we realize this a lot in our business development efforts in the last couple of months, is people approach us because others actually dared to ask for money. And that is a quite interesting trend where you see that you don't really make money providing price feeds. If you start charging, they will just go to somebody else who will reintroduce this cycle of subsidization, because we've established these grounds of oracles are not something you pay for, they are just there for you to use. And that is a very tricky thing, or like a very tricky situation, because at the end of the day, you're running these things either in a minus through subsidization or at cost, where you basically just cover your grounds, and your only hope of making or like generating value for your project is hoping that adoption leads to positive price action, which, if we look at Oracle valuations and what they actually enable, just isn't the case. Like, the real value of what is enabled, I think Oracle secure over 40 billion in the DeFi space, but no Oracle project is even close to coming to that valuation. So if you as an Oracle project are only providing quote-unquote simple price feeds, you're eventually going to fail. Somebody is always going to make that cheaper or for free. So we as Oracle projects need to bring more to the table to be allowed to subsidize for the most critical service in the blockchain space, essentially. And this brings me to today's topic, which is Oracle extractable value. Oracle extractable value is essentially a subset of MEV. What is MEV? All of you know this, probably. It's a hidden fee that is imposed on blockchain users by more strategic third parties that extract value from their transaction. A lot of words, but you know what this means. You buy, for instance, 100 ETH of Pepe on Uniswap. Somebody sees your transaction in the mempool. They buy before you, they sell after you, sandwiching you in between and extracting value from you. Effectively, then the question becomes, what does this have to do with oracles? Like I mentioned, dApps use oracles to determine the spot prices of their supported assets. For instance, a lending market needs to know what their collateral is worth, which then in effect means that any update to such a price, or even the lack of such an update, will create opportunities to extract value. This can be in the form of front-running, for instance, buying before an Oracle update and then selling straight after. It can be arbitrage, where the on-chain price lags behind, for instance, a centralized exchange, and you can arb the difference. Or it can be in the form of liquidation. So similar to MEV, OEV just describes the value extraction by more strategic third parties that is related to oracles. If we look at the MEV field out there, what is typically being done to tackle this field are order flow auctions. So when you as a user have an intent to change the state of the blockchain, that is effectively an order, and we call a collection of these order flow, and if you auction this order flow off, it's called an order flow auction. And order flow auctions can be performed in various different stacks of the, in various different levels of the blockchain stack. You can, for instance, do it directly at the dApp level, which is something like CowSwap. I'm not sure if you are aware of that. You can do it on the builder level, where you route your transactions through something like MEV share or MEV blocker. These people effectively use your orders, extract any MEV that is related to it, and return like 90% of that to you. Or you can do Oracle, like order flow auctions on the validator level. So then we basically ask ourselves, why don't we take these valuable Oracle transactions we have and just route them through one of these layers to create order flow, for instance, to the searchers. And the main issue of why we don't do this, there's quite a few reasons, but the main one is these auctions introduce most of the times, delays. And this would mean that if you want to update a price feed because something important happened and you want to reflect that on-chain, now you kind of need to wait for the auction to be done, see who pays you the most for the update, and now your price feed is getting delayed by 10, 15, 20 seconds, which is just not something acceptable in most cases if we have a, let's say, 10% drop in like 15 seconds. It's just not acceptable to do that. So what we needed is then to think about how can we auction off these Oracle order flow, and similarly to how I told you that there are different layers of where you can actually introduce order flow auctions, we thought we just bring the order flow auctions to the Oracle layer. And how we do that is that we have a base data feed that is maintained according to deviation and heartbeat, similar to something like Chainlink. So every time there's a 1% change, we update the on-chain price feed. But in addition to that, Oracle order flow, like another update, can be requested by somebody else by just asking the oracles for an update now in this moment, because there is something on-chain that you want to achieve. And that costs you something that is associated essentially to an auction. A simple example for this would, for instance, be, and I have one later as well, where the price of ETH is at 1,000. We know the next update will be at 990 or at 1,010 if it's 1% deviation. But the off-chain price actually is 999, and there is a liquidation possible on Aave at 999. So now there is value attached to getting exactly that number from the oracles, even though the oracles themselves won't necessarily update when that value is available. So effectively, the existing design, the base feed, is maintaining all of the security guarantees that we have in the data feed, while we also allow value to be generated that can be auctioned off. What makes this possible is something we call the OEV relay. So effectively, it's a relay that collects data from all the oracles in a data feed. Then these answers are auctioned off. The winner fetches the answer, and in that fetching process, in that meta transaction they fetch, they basically get exclusive rights to update the data feed, and everything is attached to it, like basically all the answers of all the Oracle nodes, which are cryptographically signed, plus how much they bid to get that answer. And now they can update the data feed, and in the same transaction, they need to pay in order to be able to update it. And we imply a very similar model here to what MEV share of Flashbots or MEV blocker implies, where we basically take a 90 or like return 90% of this generated value to the dApp in the form of the bid and take a 10% cut. One issue that you still have is that when you allow anyone to update the base feed, it might be that you update it because you see a liquidation on Aave, but at the same time, that update now allows you to liquidate somebody on Compound, for instance, which is a very big problem, because now, if somebody paid you for it, who do you associate that money to? Do you give it to Aave? Do you try to figure out how much each protocol should have gotten? And it becomes very complicated. So we can't allow anyone to update the base feed, which is why we introduced effectively data feed proxies. So instead of the dApps just reading the base feed, each dApp reads a proxy instead This proxy reads the base feed, but can be updated on top of this. So basically, a searcher, instead of updating the base feed, updates a specific proxy of a dApp. This way, if you see a liquidation on Aave, you bid to update the Aave ETHUSD feed. And this has no implications on Compound, which means we can associate now the value that's being generated directly to Aave, and Aave gets paid for it. The end of this is basically a structure like this. Like I mentioned, I'm going to start on the right side with the dApp. You have a dApp. This dApp reads their dApp-specific proxy, for instance, Aave ETHUSD. And this dApp-specific proxy is mainly reading the base data feed. This data feed is being maintained, let's say, by 30 Oracle nodes at 1% deviation. So every time, this just reads there. But now a searcher sees, hey, apart from these 1% updates that the feed already does, there is value right now that I need to extract. So what they can do is effectively make bids to these Oracle nodes and get signed answers from all of them. And then, instead of updating this base feed, update the dApp-specific proxy, pay the dApp for being allowed to do this, and update it and essentially extract all the value that is associated with it. For instance, liquidations, obviously, if somebody liquidates someone on Aave, there is a certain value attached for it. If you liquidate 500,000 position, there's like 10K to be made, which means that there's $10,000 of value that can be auctioned off in this process. And in the best case scenario, people are so competitive with each other that most of that 10K actually flows back to Aave. And this is a bit complex, so I'll just try and give you a more precise example of what this allows. This was last June or July during that whole Three Arrows Capital disaster. They basically had a pretty big position on Aave, and their health factor was very low. Basically, I think the ETHUSD price feed of Chainlink was at 1,020, and the next update would have been at something like 1,010. And the Three Arrows Capital liquidation price was at 1,014. So you know Chainlink would have only updated basically under 1,010, which, as you can see on the graph on the right, never actually happened. The price dipped. It would have been liquidated if we were on a centralized exchange, and then it just went up again. So basically, Three Arrows Capital, in that sense, the position was saved simply by not the Oracle not updating due to the deviation configuration that is being made. So if they instead used the OEV share model that I described, we would have still had the base feed at 1,020, but when the off-chain price would have hit 1,014, searchers would have been able to pay for that update, and it was like a 1,000 ETH position. Like, we're talking a lot of money here, and they would have been able to compete for that update that has a lot of value attached to it, update the proxy, and thus net all of the rewards that are attached to it, obviously after the cost that they paid for the update. In this instance, Three Arrows Capital would have been liquidated right at that position. Aave would have made more fees because there's also a liquidation penalty attached to it. And in addition to that, searchers actually would have paid Aave in order to be allowed to liquidate this position, since this auction brings the money back to them, most of it. So why OEV share? The gist of why you should use OEV share is very similar to why people use something like MEV blocker or Flashbot's MEV share. Order flow that you create has potential value attached to it, and there are parties that are willing to pay for this. Like, if you route through Flashbots, if you route through MEV blocker, people actually pay for your transactions. And dApps that use oracles are pretty much in the same position. Like, you using an oracle means that any oracle update potentially creates value, and currently that is just being ignored. Typically, similar to how your transaction has value to it and can be auctioned off, you using an oracle as a dApp actually create value where you should get a, so to speak, quick kickback. So we thought it is only natural to bring this auction process onto the Oracle layer and allow dApps to actually take control over their transactions. And I think that is pretty much it. I'm sorry for the slides. I was a bit under time pressure, but I hope everyone got the gist of it. That's pretty much it. If you have questions, shoot. Otherwise, and I can't see if there's like something in the chat room that is not on here. Yes? Sorry, I didn't hear. I mean, it kind of depends if there's value attached to it. Randomness is a bit trickier because you don't really like. I wouldn't say it works for randomness, but I don't also want to just restrict it to, for instance, price feeds. It could, for instance, be that there's anything else in the world where there's value attached to it. So basically, anytime the Oracle update actually creates some type of value where it might be beneficial to update earlier than just the preset conditions. Because like what people typically do, or like in this push Chainlink scenario, or in this typical push Oracle scenario, is somebody just decides what is the most economical way to configure this, which might be 1%, because after that the costs get insanely high. And then they just update at that 1%, not really caring about if there might be something in between or what their updates might do. So we kind of need to introduce a way to allow other people to also update if there's value to it. So basically, oracles need to, in addition to maintaining the security guarantees, allow or acknowledge that there might be additional cases to update. Like any update is always good, and if people are willing to pay for it, that's even better. Vulnerabilities in the sense?
Yeah, for this model, what vulnerabilities can happen?
So
what do you think?
basically, in our way, somebody, for instance, needs to run this relay, which is very centralized. So basically, where you ask and pay for, that is something run by a centralized entity, which we try to mitigate by having the base feed that is decentralized. Like, for instance, these additional updates can be gone, for instance, if we are removed from the equation, but the base feed will always be there. So there are essentially ways how should I say this? It's basically currently a centralized service slapped on top of something that is decentralized and maintains the security guarantees, which is the only reason why it makes it acceptable. Like, essentially, the value add comes from something more efficient, similar to L2s currently. Like, L2s create all of these value, but all of them are centralized. And it is kind of okay and accepted because they share the security guarantees of the base layer. And in the same case here, OEV on top of these base layer of Oracle feeds is accepted to be centralized, because if everything goes wrong, the base feed doesn't die. It still continues to operate.
Sorry. It looks like the new way to earn on flashbots.
Yeah, it is a little, that's why I say like OEV is a subset of MEV. Like, it is MEV, but just related to everything oracles. So this is essentially flashbots for oracles.
Do you have this product already, or it's just a project?
We currently are in alpha testing with like 5 dApps. We have developed it in the last like 6 months, and we're going to release it sometime this year, or like maybe even a quarter.
Thank you for the presentation. The fact that you can update different proxy oracles, will it allow for arbitrage in terms of, like, if you have a position hedged with another position and 2 people update the 2 different proxies with different prices? You might not be hedged. Is that
Yeah, like
a possibility?
obviously it depends on your on what type of product you have. For instance, I wouldn't potentially recommend a push oracle for something like derivatives platforms. Like derivatives platforms currently are thriving on the pull model. So what you're describing, where you mostly have the arbitrage, if you look at something like lending protocols, it won't make that much of a difference. And what we're talking about here is also mostly very small differences. For instance, most price feeds are already operating on very low deviations. So it's when we're talking like difference in what compound reads and what Aave reads, and you take like, let's say the base feed is at 1000, Aave might be at 1001 and compound might be at 1002, so to speak. And that arbitrage opportunity, again, creates a potential auction where you can essentially now somebody else is inclined to take a loan there, update this, and pay it. You know what I mean? Like it continuously creates opportunities to be auctioned off. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Great job. All right, let's give another round of applause for Ugur. That was a great talk, some great answers. Amazing. We're going to just keep it moving. We have 2 panels coming up right now, and the first one is Evolving Blockchain Ecosystems, the Promise of Rollups, Application-Specific Chains, and Connected Contracts. It's going to be moderated by the host of the #1 podcast on Binance Live, Crypto OGs. Maybe you guys listen to it. And the panelists are Lucas Gleba, Alberto Vieira, and Dina Becane. So give them a round of applause while they get seated.
Hola, hola, hola. Right. Buenos dias. Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for Dina, Lucas, Alberto, and everybody here on the stage. I know it's what day is today? Thursday morning. So we're just getting started, guys. So what an amazing topic. Let's start with the first thing first. Introduction about who are you guys. Let's start with the lady. Who are you?
Thank you. Wow, I'm a bit nervous, so turn down your expectations a notch. But I'm super excited to be here. Thanks for having me. My name is Dina. I work at Beamer as a growth marketing lead. And maybe to tell you a little bit about the story how I joined the space. So that was back then in 2017. Fun fact, it actually started here in Barcelona. And I just remember falling in love with the blockchain technology and all the concepts attached to it. Yeah, and fast forward 5 years, here I am and working on Beamer. And what Beamer is, basically really short introduction, it's currently a token bridge that aims at unifying the ecosystem seamlessly and in a very fast and secure way. We launched last year as a pure roll-up to roll-up bridge. And this year, we aimed at accompanying users from L1 to L2. So we enabled transfers also from and to Ethereum L1. And then we're not going to stop here. And we are looking to become an AMB, arbitrary messaging bridge. Technical term, fancy term, to just say that we want to bridge more than tokens. We want to bridge data, any type of information between chains. And maybe 2 things to remember about Beamer. It's now the fastest bridge in the space, and for sure one of the most secure, if not the most secure bridge existing. So, yeah.
Okay. So I'm Lucas. I work on this project called Concrete. Concrete is a framework for building application-specific chains on the OP stack. So the same way like frameworks like Flask or Django you can use to make web apps, and they handle all of the complexity under the hood. You just like add your apps logic, and they do everything else. And Concrete is a similar thing, where you just like add your custom app-specific blockchain, app-specific logic for your blockchain, and then you get everything done for you. So we focus specifically on a section of the design space, which is EVM-compatible rollups. And this allows us to make things way simpler than other like blockchain SDKs, because instead of like making you put a bunch of modules together. We just like commit to being EVM compatible, being on the OP stack as a rollup, and that actually makes things way simpler. So you just have your logic, you import some concrete stuff, call some functions, and you just like get yourself a blockchain.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my name is Alberto. I am originally from Venezuela, but I've been living in Spain for the past 9 years. I joined the blockchain space late 2013. Kind of like, I was interested on Bitcoin. I actually tried to run a node on my laptop just for fun. I mean, that doesn't really do anything. I learned about Ethereum also early in 2015, but I've never actually did the jump on working on this space. I actually am a mechanical engineer. But no, I was always very interested from a tech perspective and so on. And after I was working here at Nissan in Barcelona, I was like, no, this is not for me. I always tell the story that if my grandkids are going to ask me, what do you do? I was like, I work in combustion engines. And they're like, what's that? And you're like, this is not for me, right? So I actually managed to do the jump between like this old traditional industry to Web3 3 years ago. And right now I'm working on Moonbeam as developer relations. And Moonbeam is basically an L1 on Polkadot that provides a full Ethereum compatible environment. It's also interconnected to all the major EVM blockchains out there and also Solana. So we have all the, let's say, bridges, or I mean, we probably should have Beamer bridge as well, hopefully in the near future, but we also have like Wormhole XLR, multi-chain, Hyperlane, and Layer 0. So the idea of Moonbeam is that you can build contracts that are actually, connected and they're aware that other blockchains ecosystem exists. Not like right now where, each blockchain is its own like little world, little island, and they're not actually aware that there are other blockchains out there with communities, people, assets, and so on.
Thank you, everybody. So this is getting warm right now. Let's start with Lucas. Obviously, Lucas, you've been working with Concrete. As you mentioned, it's a development framework for building application-specific rollups on Ethereum. But can you share a little about this and how does it differ from other development frameworks in the blockchain space? What is the main difference?
Yeah, so there's other frameworks for making app chains, like there's Substrate in Polkadot, there's like the Cosmos SDK. As I was saying before, one of the main ways we're different is that one, we are EVM compatible out of the box. So we just like think Ethereum is cool and we just like commit to make everything compatible with all of the tooling that exists. And it's built on the OP stack. The OP stack is Optimism's development stack for just like the OP stack is Optimism's development stack for blockchains. So it's like open source, it's modular. So what we do is we just build on top of it. There's this thing, given that it's modular, it separates the execution engine from everything else. So what you do with Concrete is you just create a custom execution engine, and then you just reuse everything else. So as other people work on the OP stack, you benefit from that as well, without having to do anything. I think the question was, how does it differ? I think there's OP stack, EVM compatibility, and I guess also it's way simpler. With the other frameworks, you usually have some sort of command that you have to run, and then you get like a fairly large code base that's like a scaffold, and you have to like find out where everything is and like where you have to change stuff for your app-specific stuff. With Concrete, given that we are like committed to the OP stack and to EVM compatibility, the actual like surface of the interface that you have to take care of is way smaller. So it's way closer to like the way you develop is way more similar to like how you would make like a Flask web application than like a Cosmos chain. So yeah, I think that's the main three things.
Thank you so much, Lucas. So now we're going with Dina. Dina, you've been a growth marketing lead at Beamer. Probably this is a very good question only for you, for everybody that's in the industry. How do you handle the rapidly evolving blockchain industry to ensure the project visibility and relevance? How hard is to market a technical side like blockchain and layer 2, which many might not fully understand?
Okay, let's divide that into two parts.
Yeah,
let's focus on the first one first. So that it's about visibility in this rapidly evolving system. So how do we deal with that? We don't. No, joke. Joke aside, I think there's a couple of things when it comes to visibility. I mean, there are, traditional marketing tactics, initiatives that, are working in Web3 just as they're working in Web2. We are talking about, PR, making a name, making yourself visible at events, influencer marketing, of course, content strategy is something very important. But beyond, let's say, the traditional marketing strategies, I think one of the key levers here is to make sure that we are interconnecting also the community. So when you build products, when you build projects, it's really important you get in touch with communities that can benefit from your product and, connect that bridge also on a community level. And how we, when it comes to relevance, I think the main secret here in a space that is evolving so fast is actually to ship fast. Whether it be different product versions or features, ship fast without necessarily compromising, of course, on the security level, and let people, try and test out your product. Let's see. And when it comes to the whole, the education on the technical side, I really think, I'm tempted as a marketer to say we shouldn't be marketing, we shouldn't be educating users, especially, I'm here addressing end users. We shouldn't be educating them, hand-holding them, explaining them how to interact on an infrastructure level or on a technical level. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that this is not needed. It's very well needed in this space because we're not there yet. We are evolving into a direction where, the complexity is slowly abstracted. We see that with account abstraction coming up. And I think this is going to be an increasing topic. But yeah, in the meantime, we do have to educate people, and how we're doing that is, I guess, incentivized learning, right? So if we cannot manage to make the learning curve for end users shorter or easier, at least incentivizing them along their journey makes a difference. I think that's one of the most important part, and I think something that is really underrated and that I believe AI will facilitate in that transition period is, this automated or, like hand-holding users when they're interacting with a product, right? So across channels, be it the application interface, the website, or whatever, having some sort of, maybe even an AI assistant, right, that is kind of like monitoring your interaction and making you aware about the risks, making you aware about like what are the actual steps on the user journey, and then leading you in the most efficient and secure way to your desired outcome as a user. I think that's important.
Thank you, Dina. Now we're going with Alberto. So you've been 10 years in the space, and now you've been working at moving in the developer relationship, correct? How do you see the blockchain space evolving over the past years, and where do you see this is heading to? Like, what's coming next this year? Well, these 6 months.
Yeah, well, 6 months is a lot in this space, to be honest. But when I joined the space, there was only a few blockchains, if you think about it, right? There was Bitcoin, mainly Bitcoin, right? And then Ethereum changed the paradigm a little bit because it allowed to execute logic on chain and then benefit from all the things that blockchain can provide you as a tech, but also add to that, having logic on chain programs that can be sort of like executed at an on-chain level and then verified in a decentralized way. Then we started to see a lot of other things, right? Ethereum was not scalable, and then people tried to tackle the scalability problem, right? And that created many other blockchain ecosystems like BNB, Avalanche, Polygon, Polygon, Near, and so on. And then, people started thinking, but this is not really, feeding from the Ethereum security, right? And so now we have L2s, and that's like the hot place right now. Everyone is talking about L2s. And so there are different problems that have been trying to be solved along multiple years. But what it's clear, and I mean, Concrete is one example of that, and also, you know, like Cosmos SDK and then Substrate, is that it is not the same building a blockchain back in 2013, 2015, 2017 that it is right now. With, for example, Substrate, which is a framework that I'm familiar with, you can build a blockchain in a matter of 10 minutes, and that's it. You have everything, so the underlying infrastructure, it's so easy now to get started with that, that it's just so easy to build blockchains. That's why we see now a big focus on like app-specific chains, right? If I want to build my own little blockchain where I can upload pictures of pets, I can do it. I mean, it's a technical thing, but I can do it in a matter of 1 hour, right? Before it would just be like weeks, days, and a lot of money investments and so on. And so this natural shift of like, let's put everything into app chains, right? Creates a need for these app chains to connect. And so that's why we have bridging being the hot thing as well, right? We have a lot of bridges, a lot of new bridges and so on, because now we're creating sort of like shards or like isolated islands for each of these applications, but they need to communicate with each other. If you go back to Web 2, right? I mean, beforehand, you had to, if you were in the late 90s or early 2000s, you had to connect to the internet, right? By doing the dial-up. If your mom would pick up the phone, it's like, oh man, I got disconnected, and so on. It's like, that was all like poor UX. But right now, all of you use your phone to order a meal without even thinking about the internet, right? You don't think about it. And so I think blockchain technology is heading that way. But right now, we're in the transition period where all the complexities are starting to be abstracted, like Dina said, in the way that end users don't really need to understand that they're using blockchain, but blockchain is powering all the things that they do, right? We're not there yet, to be honest. Still, UX is a major barrier. It's terrible when you have to start like, oh yeah, I'm on Ethereum, I'm gonna go to Moonbeam, change my wallet, and so on, and connect. That's just poor UX. But think about, how internet was it back then. It was bad. I mean, it was not great. And it has evolved into something that we don't think about. And so I think this is gonna become a thing. First, because it's really easy to build blockchains right now, thanks to SDKs like Substrate, Cosmos SDK, Concrete on the Optimism tech stack, but also because you have all these infrastructure that it's being laid out right now. And then the next step would be, I think, for the next 2 or 3 years, start abstracting the complexities of all the things that developers are building on right now, so that end users can interact with it without really understanding that they're doing that. So.
Thank you so much, Alberto. And now I have a quite interesting question for the three of you. You have to pick up one blockchain, only one. Which one will you choose and why? Let's start with Dina. Which one will you pick?
I'm going to be very traditional here. I think Ethereum, and I'm not thinking about, Ethereum now.
Ethereum.
Yeah, but like as we're moving forward towards account abstraction and being like having Ethereum as an interconnected space, I mean, it just makes sense. It just makes sense, and also the security is battle tested. So anything that inherits Ethereum security is also, good. I would also use stuff that is built on Ethereum. So anything that has a, Ethereum blockchain underlying.
So you're not saying this because we're in Ethereum Barcelona, right?
Maybe. No. No.
Lucas?
Yeah, I'll also have to say Ethereum. I think, yeah, I mean, people use Bitcoin, people use Ethereum, but for like many other blockchains, I think it's great that they exist because they like keep the tech moving forward. But as of right now, they're like kind of like incestuous in the sense that it just like, they're just like using the blockchain for blockchain related stuff, not for like things that actually matter in your life. Also, I think Ethereum is like lindy in the sense that it's been running for a long time, not as long as Bitcoin, but it also in a way like gets you things that you cannot have with Bitcoin. So I like both Bitcoin and Ethereum, but if you can only have one, I guess you'll go for the one that can do like everything Bitcoin can do and like more. Also, I'm saying this with like an asterisk, like I am including like all of the like Ethereum ecosystem. I mean, what's like the boundary of a blockchain, right? Actually, I mean, maybe you can come up with a boundary, but let's not do that and just like include all of the ecosystem. Like, okay, if I have to like stay with one, I'll say Ethereum, but I will be unhappy. If I have to like stay with like one ecosystem, I'll say like the Ethereum and I will be less unhappy. That's my answer.
And I'm going to continue on that, right? I mean, he made the point that I wanted to make answer in this question, right? It's like, it's impossible to think about one blockchain because it's like, let's say we all pick Ethereum, right? And then you pick Ethereum and then Ethereum it's just bust. Because like, are you going to pay like $1,000 to transfer money to someone? I mean, for me, the question is like one blockchain, which blockchain would you pick? And I was surprised you didn't say optimism, but I understand. But it's more about, what do you need the blockchain for, right? I mean, if you're gonna pick Ethereum, it's probably because you're moving or you're interacting in a very high market cap. You're gonna do a low volume of transactions, and you're gonna be willing to pay transaction fees just because you're getting probably the most secure blockchain out there right now, right? But if you want to create, like I said, a blockchain for pictures of cats for whatever reason, a social network for cats, what are you going to do it on Ethereum? And so for me, right, I agree with Lucas, but like I do believe that the Ethereum tech stack is the best out there, and that's why Moonbeam is Ethereum compatible. But I don't think like the question is like which blockchain you will pick. It's just like for what purpose are you going to use this blockchain for? And so I think, for example, a lot of people pick Solana because of the transaction speed, but then they've had issues. And so a lot of people pick Polkadot if you want to build like app-specific chains or chains that are very optimized for one thing only. And they want interoperability, right? And so I think picking one is not the right approach because, I mean, we're part of projects that believe in a multi-chain future. And so it's really hard to say pick one. I mean, so. Yeah.
That's what I asked that question.
You want to be controversial.
Yeah. So actually the next question, it has to be about what is lacking in right now in the industry, right? So for example, 3 months ago, I was in Dubai. I was talking with somebody from Venezuela, Maria Angel Garcia. You probably know her from BNB Chain. She's the community lead. And she was saying they are focusing obviously into bring more developers. The more developers they bring, the more solution they can like give to the audience. Because probably sometimes the blockchains do just focus too much in marketing and growth, but not in the developing side. So I will start that, but this is an open question for any of you. You can discuss between you. So in the blockchain space, what do you think we're lacking the most at the moment, and in terms of adoption and community side? You can discuss what we're lacking in the blockchain.
It kind of like sucks to use a blockchain, so that's a problem.
Yeah, I think from a developer perspective, I don't come from a computer science background, but when I started like building apps on blockchains, it was great. I mean, you have this backend that is like so easy to interact with. At a testnet level, it's free, right? So you can play around with it, and it's so great. But the problem is that, and I agree with Lucas, that interacting with it from an end user perspective is not great. Like, I've been in this space for a very long time and having to deal with keys, mnemonics, right? I mean, a lot of people that I've interacted with, they get hacked because they don't really understand what a mnemonic is, right? Or a private key is, and that you cannot share it. You cannot put it in your phone notes or whatever. And so there's a lot of like abstraction that needs to be done so that, like I said before, using blockchain is just like using your phone to order a meal and so on, right? And so for me, the major, I agree with that statement that you said that bringing devs is important, because if you bring community, then what are the apps that they're going to use, right? So you have to do it both ways. I think Moonbeam being a developer-focused L1, the idea is that you bring developers so that they build applications so that users use those applications, right? And so, but yeah, to be fair, it's still like if you're going to play a game in the blockchain, right? And then you say, oh, let me buy this shirt or whatever, and you need to wait 16 seconds until you get the shirt. That's bad UX, right? I'm going to go to the Web 2 world where I get just, click it, and less than a millisecond, I just have my shirt, even though I don't own it, right? But people don't really understand the sense of ownership yet. And so I feel that we need to understand that developers need to do a better job, or blockchains need to provide the right tools, like account extraction that Dina mentioned before, to have this toolkit so that they can create experiences. I think we always deal with interactions, but we're not thinking about experiences, right? I was talking with a game developer that he's doing a game in Web3, and it was like, yeah, dude, it's like if I'm doing a race in BNB chain and I want to do a race for Moonbeam, I mean, we are creating this experience where you're like teleporting from one world to the other while you wait for the seconds for the blocks to happen, you know? Instead of just being there a widget, it's just like you have an animation that it's like you're teleporting through like a black hole, and then you're popping up into this other world that it's moving, and you're being, like, games load. It's the same, but you just have to create a good experience. So for me, that's user experience is so lacking at the point.
Dina?
Yeah, so user experience is obviously like the biggest topic, but I also would stress out the security. So in general, if we want more adoption, protocols need to be more secure. And I think if we want adoption and going along, with this whole user experience argument, we need also protocols need to meet users halfway, right? I mean, yes, it's a completely trustless, permissionless system, and anyone can interact with anything mostly however they want. But if we want users to use a protocol and to feel safe using that protocol, I think that protocols also have this responsibility of, generating this safety or providing that safety to the users. And I think that's still very underestimated, and I think, when you look at centralized protocols, that's what they do well, and that's why they are so successful, right? And I say it every time, like, convenience will win over like a full-fledged features, blah blah blah, like over like interacting with protocols in a different way. If you can manage to make your experience convenient, as in how many steps the user journey takes, but also how safe it is for you to interact with, then I think you will definitely be winning.
So basically, users put more focus on user experience, make it easy for everybody, correct?
Easier and safer.
And safer.
I agree with that. And also, but I mean, that's part of extracting that from the user, right? I mean, people don't really use their credit card thinking about security. They already think it's safe, right? And so I think that it's also part of it. And I think what Dina is saying is right, that I think building this infrastructure right now, we're in a phase where it's like exploring how the infrastructure is going to be built, and you got to build it in a secure way. But part of abstracting the experience from the user is that they don't have to think about security because they think it's a given, right? Like I said, I have my wallet here with my card, and I'm not thinking about, oh boy, is it secure if I put it on this machine to pay? You just do it, and that's it. You already think that it's secure, and so I think that abstraction as well comes hand in hand. So.
And now this question is obviously is quite similar, but I want to focus more in what Moonbeam, Concrete, and Beamer is doing. So what are some challenges that the layer 1, layer 2, and overall blockchain space is yet to overcome, and how Moonbeam, and how Beamer, and how Concrete is helping to overcome those challenges? Maybe we can start with you, Dina, with Beamer?
Yes, sure. So let me back up a little and explain, maybe a little bit contextualize where we're at. So, as both Alberto and Luca said, it's becoming increasingly easier to kind of spin up your L1 or L2. And what this means, and also plus we are in a, when it comes to Ethereum, we are moving towards, or we are already in this roll-up centric ecosystem, right? So what it means is that we'll see more and more L1s, more and more L2s, or different chains emerging, and what it leads to is that we have a siloed ecosystem, as Alberto also already mentioned, where those ecosystems are performing well, secure, and everything within their own systems, and where the communication between each other is it's not there yet. We're getting there, but one, it's not super safe still, and two, it's very difficult. And on a bigger level, what that means is that you have fragmented liquidity. So liquidity is not flowing easily from one ecosystem to another. And also users, obviously. Users, again, the user experience is super long and complex. They need to bridge back to maybe an underlying chain to move funds from here to there. And probably half of it gets lost in the process. If you do one wrong click or whatever, it's risky. So given that situation, we do need bridges or connected contracts, like Alberto will mention, to kind of bridge the gaps between those siloed ecosystems. in a way that allows, not only tokens. So right now, Beamer, right, enables like token bridging from one chain to another, but also moving forward data and information in a fast, seamless, and secure way. And what that means from a user perspective, and even for businesses and marketers. So from a user perspective, you will be able to just stay on your application without necessarily knowing what happens in the background, on which chain things are happening, or which chain is communicating with which chain to kind of like extract the information that they need for the user. So this will all be abstracted away, and users will just be able to stay on the application, and not like now, kind of like opening a bridge, and transferring funds, etc. So that's hopefully where we're heading. I believe it. And then also maybe touching quickly for marketers and business people, touching on that end. Again, like in this fragmented space, what it means is that also user identities are fragmented, right? So you have one product, an application, and several different representations of it living in several different places. And so does also the identity of the user, right? It's really hard to understand the big picture and the behavior of one user interacting across different chains with that one application. And it makes it hard not only to understand user behavior for marketers, but it also makes it hard for product owners or, like protocol builders to understand the big picture of the product and to manage the product, right? There's a lot of complexity, you have to spin up a new product anew every time you want to deploy on a different chain. And I think that's an overhead that is unnecessary, and hopefully with tools like Beamer will help to reduce that and to finally have this one product and then, like a whole connected to a whole interconnected ecosystem in the back.
Thank you. That sounds exactly. Thank you. Lucas, anything in concrete that you want to say?
Yeah, I think the question was, what challenges are there still to overcome, right?
And how concrete is helping.
Yes, there's like end user experience and there's developer experience. I think end user experience is really bad, but concrete isn't like doing that much about it really, other than like making it easier to like build chains at the like core level are like more user friendly because they incorporate some sort of like account abstraction feature of some sort. On the developer experience side, that's where concrete shines. I think, as Alberto was saying before, you kind of like, there's these things where you just like don't have to think about security. So ideally with concrete and with the OP stack, you will still have to think about security, but it will be like very confined. Like if your app specific logic is secure, then like everything is secure. You don't have to worry about like your rollup being secure or like bootstrapping validators of some sort or like breaches and so on. So once we actually have like real rollups with like actual proving and so on, I think it will be very interesting that you can like actually just do that. You have like secure app specific logic, have a secure chain, and you don't have to worry about it. And then something very interesting that comes after that is the idea of having transactions that have atomicity between chains. So one way you can do that is with shared sequencing. So if you have two rollups, each of them is like separate execution, but you can still have the same sequencer building, like assembling the blocks for both of them. And you can like create constructions that give you certain like desirable properties, even though this is still like not very well like spec'd out yet, but I think it will be very interesting once it works. So if it works, it would also solve like problems such as like fragmented liquidity, where you can like in a single transaction, you could, for example, get a flash loan from one chain and then use it from one rollup and use it in another rollup. So then like once you do that, actually like having all of the liquidity like split up is like way less of a problem. So I think that will be very interesting. And perhaps finally, I think maybe we're still a bit far away from having like ZK proofs on the OP stack, even though it is in the experimental roadmap already. But I think once we get that, it will also be very nice because you'll have like almost instant finality on L1. So those are like the main things I'm looking forward to right now.
Thank you, Lucas. Alberto?
Yeah, so at Moonbeam, we do offer the developer like certain tools to sort of provide better user experience for end users. For example, on Moonbeam, any EVM call, any contract call can be gasless natively. Gasless means that the user doesn't really have to pay the transaction fees in the native token. And that's great because if you're, for example, in a game, I was explaining this example yesterday. So imagine you're playing a game. There's actually a game on Moonbeam called Damn Pirate Society. It's a pirates game. And so you have to send your ships on voyages so that they can loot and so on. But then you have this game token called Doublons, but you have to pay the voyage in the native token of Moonbeam, which is Glimmer. And that provides bad UX, right? And so this pre-compiled contract allows the game to adapt this concept of being able to pay the voyage in doublons, which makes sense. It's a coin that has like pirate theme to it, right? But then someone else pays actually for the transaction in the native token. And so that is a great tool that is very unique to Moonbeam. And it can provide a really good user experience for example, gaming. But in Moonbeam, we understood since a long time already that the future is going to be multi-chain. And so we are trying to make sure that people feel welcome when they want to build like multi-chain technology or cross-chain technology. Other ecosystems are actually against that. Like if you say, hey, I want to build what we call connected contracts, which is the idea of like, contracts that are aware of other blockchains and you can interact from other blockchains, they're against that because they want to be the tech stack or they want to be the blockchain. And so we don't think like that, and so we've offered all the possibilities so that people can create cross-chain experiences, right? We have, like I said, really big GMP protocols deployed to Moonbeam, but we're also going to have grants program and things that are focused on like cross-chain scenarios. And then we're part of Polkadot, which means that Polkadot provides services that are natively interoperable, meaning that if you, for example, deploy an application on Moonbeam, you can have automation built in natively on Moonbeam, right? That it's actually served by a different blockchain, but it's secured by Polkadot. And so, as for example, as a game, you could have, hey, I want to send my voyages every 2 weeks or so on automatically, so I don't have to log into the game and so on. And so that can provide a really good UX because if you were just have like a little button in your game that it's like, hey, do you want to automate this? You click on it, sign your transaction, or if a construction is there, something else happens, but then it's creating this like really great UX that's what we're aiming for. So just to summarize it, I think it's more providing really good tooling for developers. Moonbeam has them so that they can build really good user experiences, and then focusing on this multi-chain future because I think we're part of 3 projects that believe in that future, right? And so that people start developing things that are multi-chain aware or cross-chain aware. So,
Thank you, Alberto. We're going to have one more question, and then we go for the audience question. This question is very simple. As you are, I haven't seen a very good-looking panel like today we have, but you are very also young guys. So, if somebody that is just getting into crypto, blockchain, or want to participate in Moonbeam, Concrete, or Beamer, is any advice that you want to give to somebody that's very young, that want to either go into developing side or marketing side? Like, what would you tell to you, the young Dina, for example, before joining to crypto or blockchain?
That there are no stupid questions. You should, and keep asking questions and become an eternal student because the space is evolving so fast. So learning is part of the journey, and anyone shouldn't be scared about it. And also, it's okay and normalize feeling overwhelmed because it can be, with so many changes happening on so many different fronts. So yeah, and I think not being scared of like going for what you want, connect with the people that are working with interesting, with dApps that you want to work with or protocols that you want to work with and learn from them. I mean, the space is pretty open, people are awesome, people are generous, and they're always super willing to share. So if you show interest, I think, people are generally very welcome and will provide that information or that education. So just go for it.
Yeah, so for me, there's a couple of things. One is you don't need anyone's permission. The internet's amazing. Just go there and learn whatever you want to learn. On number 2, just like build something. Like, it's going to be like really bad. I think if you ask anyone who's like working on crypto, like you ask them what their like first project was, it was like almost certainly like some like stupid thing that didn't even work, or like that's the case for me at least. But it's still like, it doesn't matter. It just like keeps you moving forward. Once you like, at some point you'll realize it like doesn't actually work and it's like a bad idea, but you will still like already have like everything you've learned to that point. And I think that's way better than just like trying to learn everything first and like then decide what to do.
Yeah, so I agree with both sets. So I mean, like I said before, I come from a mechanical engineer background, and for me, you know, I dedicated 10 years of my professional career to studying that branch or that area, right? And for me, it was like, crap, should I do the jump? You know, should I like commit myself to crypto? And so for me, it was more having the willingness to do it than the knowledge, like Tina said. Because like I come from a space that the guy that knows the most about engines, you know, could have like 115 years of knowledge, right? Imagine he would be alive today. He had 115 years of like knowing this stuff. In Ethereum, for example, the guy that has like the most knowledge in the world, what, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years? So it's just like this space is so young and there's so much opportunities there. It doesn't matter if you're a teacher, if you're an architect, if you're a mechanical engineer, just saying, this is what I want to do, and then just focus on, you know, like Tina said, learning or like building stuff, right? When I started, I built an application that, for me, it was beautiful, but if I look at it right now, it's like, crap, that was bad. But it's just like the willingness of doing it, and just, there's so much content online, you know, free courses. If you're a developer like Austin Griffin, like Patrick Collins, they have so much good quality content that is completely free. So if you're not learning, it's just because you're not putting your, you know, your effort on learning. It's like, there's so much stuff. There's great podcasts, and so it's just more putting the effort and the time, I think. Because just like the space is so exciting. Every time you wake up, you're like, I mean, it's not like, hey, yeah, let's go to work, but it's interesting, right? And so I just believe, like, you know, I would just echo what they said. Just you know, being able to just, don't be afraid of asking stupid questions. Learn, and if you're a developer, just build stuff and experiment. So.
Thank you, Alberto. And now we're going with a question from the audience. We have one so far. So it's saying, what do you think about Chainlink CCIP initiatives that pretend to solve the bridging need? Anybody?
Yeah, I can start. That's fine. So this is just like another solution that echoes what we've been saying, that, you know, the future is multi-chain, right? I mean, CCIP is just another way that protocols can interact with each other. It might not be the only one. It might not be the one that lives forever. It's another solution that it's, you know, it's built by the Chainlink protocol, which is, you know, they've been around in the space for so long. And so the idea of CCIP is sort of like their own flavor of how blockchains are going to communicate, right? And as there are many blockchains having a lot of like cross-chain infrastructure, it's needed for the space to have redundancy, security, and so on, right? And so I don't think it's like the solution. It's just like a really other great solution or infrastructure for cross-chain, because I think they also believe that the future is multi-chain, right? So.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think what's super interesting with CCIP is that it's an attempt to standardize how we do multi-chain in this siloed kind of like ecosystem. And I think that's great, because I think standardization of the space is needed. You know, what good does it have to have like protocols that are acting very differently but still aiming to solve the same problem, reinventing the wheel every single time? I think that's not super efficient. So I think any attempt to standardize, being aware of each other's needs and where the space is heading, I think it's a cool initiative on top of everything that Alberto already said.
Yeah, I don't have much to add on top of that. That's very interesting. I'll just say it's great that people are like building stuff, but I don't think that, like, and they don't, I'm sure they don't claim it is, but it's not like it's not going to solve all your problems. So.
I mean, one thing that basically Chainlink is doing with CCIP is just like using their off-chain work and infrastructure that they have already, right, to create cross-chain experiences as well, right? So they're just like recycling a little bit of the work they've done with their Oracle solution just to provide, bridging. But at the end of the day, they believe, like I think all of us, that there's going to be multiple blockchains that they're going to need to be interconnected. So yeah, I can just wrap it with that.
Okay. Guys, I think so most of us, including myself, we have learned a lot from you guys. Thank you so much for putting all the effort and energy to coming here this morning. Obviously, you have busy schedules, but congratulations for everything that you're doing, each of you in your companies and in the ecosystem. For people that are watching in the broadcasting, how we can find you guys on Twitter? I always ask this question. How we can find you, Dina, on Twitter?
Yeah, I mean, Twitter is the Google of the crypto space. So yes, on Twitter, Beamer Bridge all together. Yeah, we also have Discord. I mean, you will have a link tree on Twitter that will lead you wherever you want to go, to the application, to the Discord website, etc.
Yeah, just look me up on Twitter. It's Lucas Gleba. If you look at my name, like the title or something, you just put everything together and look it up.
Yeah, for Moonbeam, you can go to moonbeam.network. That's the website, and there you will find everything: Telegram, Discord, Twitter. We have different communities as well and different languages. If you want to join the Spanish-speaking community or the English-speaking community, and so on. Personally, in Twitter, I am THE Alberto V19 if you want to follow me. But yeah, I guess we also have a booth there if you want to come by and learn a little bit more about Moonbeam. We have T-shirts, stickers as well, so feel free to pass through our booth. So.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for everybody for having no breakfast just to come here. I'll see you around. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. What a great panel. We have another panel coming up. So yeah, I think you can leave the microphones here for the next panel. The next panel is going to be in Spanish. Do we have Spanish speakers in the room? Hispanohablantes, ¿estamos aquí? ¿Estamos listos? ¿Sí? Muy bien. Bueno, pues if you don't speak Spanish, maybe we could do a little bit of translating, pero me parece que haya bastante quórum de gente que habla en castellano. Y esta próxima charla es muy interesante. Es onboarding de mujeres de Latinoamérica a la Web3, aprendizajes, experiencias y oportunidades. Una cosa muy importante. Y las panelistas son G, Yasu y Nairobi. Y el moderador es el Crypto Willy, que es un creador de contenido en el mundo de cripto. Y todas esas mujeres forman parte de la comunidad cripto en español, en castellano, y la idea es intentar traer más mujeres y más contenido en castellano al mundo de cripto, que bueno, vemos aquí que hay mucho inglés y muchos chicos. Pues bueno, a ver si podemos traer más mujeres y más contenido en castellano. Y pues un aplauso para Crypto Willy, G, Yasu y Nairobi.
Mic check, mic check. Well, hello everyone, welcome. First of all, just a little bit of context. Is there anybody here that struggles with Spanish? Perfecto. Genial. Pues ya no vuelvo a hablar inglés. Bueno, bienvenidas chicas, bienvenidos a todos, gracias por estar aquí. Es un panel que realmente me hace personalmente mucha ilusión, tanto por el lado LATAM como por el lado mujeres. Y nada, yo quería introducir un poco esta charla hablando de para lo que para mí es esta tecnología o lo que debería ser. Y es que al final yo creo que la tecnología sirve aquí para humanizarnos, está aquí para enseñarnos qué significa ser humano, qué significa seguir siendo humano y avanzar. Y creo que Web3 está aquí para incluir muchísimas cosas más, para redefinirnos como humanos y para usar la tecnología de una manera más inclusiva y más accesible. Entonces, me hace especial ilusión poder tener la experiencia de estas tres mujeres conmigo y me encantaría que os presentarais para el público.
Vale, me presento. Bueno, mi nombre es G, ese es mi nombre, mi nickname. En realidad, mi nombre es Giselle Chacón. Soy fundadora de Kryptonica, soy ingeniera en sistema, también developer. Trabajo como front-end developer. En los últimos años he estado trabajando más en la industria de Web3. Antes me dedicaba más como al software normal, Web 2. Y pues sí, encantada de estar aquí y hablar con las chicas de todo lo que hacemos para incentivar a las mujeres a que se unan más al desarrollo de esta tecnología.
Bueno, mucho gusto. Mi nombre es Yasu Victorio. Bueno, soy Product Manager en Inteligencia Artificial y también en Web3. Y bueno, trabajo como el equipo core en Bankless DAO, más que todo coordinando producto y onboardando personas, educando en producto. Así que me hace súper ilusión estar con dos cracks que estoy admirando un montón. Y nada, feliz de estar acá para hablar de lo que viene en inclusividad y tecnología.
Gracias, Asu. Pues mi nombre es Nairobi, mi background real es en negocios y en business, y con la Web3 he estado incursionando en desarrollar otros talentos como community growth y content, y ha sido increíble manejar comunidades. Esto ha sido una experiencia muy bonita y ahora estamos aquí. Entonces, bueno, vamos a darle.
Let's go. Veo perfiles muy multidisciplinares en las tres, desde business developing a developing, de todo. Entonces, me gustaría que desde vuestro punto de vista, como mujeres, desde el colectivo LATAM, me dijerais cómo sentís el espacio Web3 desde vuestros colectivos.
Bueno, empiezo yo ya que estamos en este orden. Bueno, es una muy buena pregunta. Yo que trabajo en la parte de programación, que siempre ha sido muy dominada por los hombres, yo cuando estudié ingeniería, creo que era que sí, dos mujeres en todo el salón. Y siempre me ha tocado trabajar mucho con hombres, ¿no? Hay muy poca mentoría de mujeres en la parte de developing, de desarrollo, y pues es un challenge, ¿no? Porque pues nosotras las mujeres tenemos un poco otro tipo de personalidades, somos un poco más precavidas a la hora de hacer cosas, no tomamos tantos riesgos, entonces tienes que también como que aprender a tener esa actitud, ¿no? Y pues ha sido una cosa como Web3, yo creo que sí está más abierto a más oportunidades, es más diverso. Creo que estamos saliendo como de esa industria muy corporativa, de esa vez muy de negocios, y pues las mujeres se están atreviendo mucho más a aprender lo que es la programación, el desarrollo de aplicaciones. Entonces, pienso en sí que el Web3 es un espacio súper bueno para empezar, para las mujeres que les interesa lo que es la parte tecnológica, pero les da un poco de miedo. Web3 es ideal para eso, ¿no? O sea, estamos aquí todos súper chilling en esta conferencia que tiene una vibra muy buena, no es tan corporativo, y pues es mucho más fácil de integrarte, de hablar con mujeres que están trabajando en esa industria. Entonces creo que eso más bueno.
¿Podrías decir que es menos intimidante quizá por lo que escucho?
Sí, un poco menos intimidante, sobre todo si se involucran con comunidades. Pueden ver, por ejemplo, en Twitter, ¿no? Que hay muchísimas comunidades como las de Criptónicas o Bankless. Hay muchas mujeres y siempre estamos ahí apoyando a todas, y bueno, yo que soy desarrolladora siempre incentivando como que aprende a programar, porque ese es el tema también, ¿no? Que en la historia todos los software, aplicaciones que usamos siempre han sido programadas por hombres. Entonces está ese sesgo del algoritmo que viene de un tipo de persona, ¿verdad? Y tenemos que diversificar eso, ¿no? Entonces en la Web3 pues intentamos como que, mira, necesitamos más mujeres pensando en estos algoritmos, desarrollándolos, programándolos, para que pues podamos tener en el futuro y en el presente unas aplicaciones un poco más diversas y con diferentes audiencias, y eso es lo que yo siempre incentivo, o lo que siempre hacemos en Criptónicas por lo menos.
Vale, bueno, yo tengo 3 puntos, creo. El primero es, mi background es de física teórica, y cuando la tomé éramos 2 mujeres y una dio el salto y se fue en el segundo mes, entonces fuimos a las finales 23 hombres y una mujer, en mi caso yo. Entonces, y ahora en mi posición de Product Management, en general en Management, creo que nunca me he encontrado con una manager en tecnología en la misma llamada que yo, en un Google Meet, hasta el momento, y espero que pronto llegue el momento en el que tenga otra manager en algo que sea realmente tecnología. Y nada, me parece que estamos en ese camino. Web3 lo que te permite es ser un ecosistema con gente constantemente cambiando, con ecosistemas seguros como son Criptónicas, Criptocuriosas, Bankless DAO y otros, favorece justamente el crecimiento de estas personas. Y por último, me parece que algo súper importante es volver un poquito a dónde empezó en sí la programación, y es que al inicio éramos mujeres, eran mecanógrafas. Si ustedes volvemos un poquito atrás, van a encontrarse que la primera publicidad, de hecho, que hace Apple cuando genera la Macintosh, fue mucho más hecho al hombre porque se empezó a darse cuenta de que, el desarrollo de programación es costoso, es algo que puede dar, y bueno, ¿quién entonces trae el pan de comida a la casa? Pues el hombre, porque el hombre no está estudiando programación. Y es ahí donde se cambia justamente la mentalidad. Entonces yo quiero quedarme mucho con este punto porque no es que no estamos hechas para eso. De hecho, al inicio éramos las primeras en hacerlo. Éramos mecanógrafas y programábamos. Es volver a reencontrarnos con eso y hacer que sea un espacio seguro para las mujeres, porque lo fue en un inicio y lo podemos retomar. Así que nada, lo quería tomar desde ese lado.
Bueno, un aplauso para eso, que me ha parecido muy buen statement. Y realmente es verdad, ¿no? Siempre ha estado ahí. De hecho, bueno, tenemos a la figura de Ada Lovelace, que muy poca gente la conoce y es casi la madre de la programación, ¿no? Y era una mujer.
Totalmente.
Entonces, antes de que empieces, Nairobi, me encantaría, cogiendo un poco lo que has dicho vosotros dos, ¿por qué creéis que es un espacio que invita más a mujeres? ¿Por qué creéis que las mujeres se pueden sentir cómodas? ¿Porque hay más mujeres igual o porque hay algo dentro de Web3 que puede ser menos violento, menos masculino, más invitador? ¿Qué es lo que creéis que hay ahí detrás? Porque es un mundo, como habéis dicho, ¿no? El mundo técnico. Yo también he estudiado ingeniería y eran 4 mujeres, ¿no? ¿Qué creéis que invita más?
Pues yo creo que en el tema, en la industria Web3 se ha dado mucho como el tema de comunidad, ¿no? O sea, como que los negocios ahora son liderados por comunidades, ¿verdad? ¿Qué es lo que quiere la comunidad? No solamente el producto o la audiencia para vender. Y creo que ese tema que se ha vuelto mucho más grande en Web3, pues es mucho, invita mucho más a las mujeres, ¿sabes? Es un ambiente mucho más cómodo, más casual, menos de business corporativo y es más como qué queremos hacer, cómo podemos mejorar el mundo prácticamente, cómo podemos usar la tecnología para dar soluciones reales, que no están dirigidas solo a el consumidor que va a comprar algo, sino también a la sociedad, la comunidad, las comunidades locales también, ¿no? Porque imagínate, es una tecnología que global, imagínate en Latinoamérica que hay tantos problemas con el tema de las monedas, la devaluación. Obviamente cripto ha sido como una de las mejores soluciones. Yo por ejemplo, soy de Venezuela, que los que saben, hay una devaluación increíble. Allá la gente usa Bitcoin, porque es una solución muy buena para eso, ¿no? Entonces, también hay un ambiente de, mira, esto es una solución para todos, vengan ¿sabes?, a construir la tecnología y aprender cómo usarla para todos.
Total, y tomando un tema justamente es el hecho de que no estamos en un ecosistema que no es tan de estructura tradicional como dijo Gis. Eso permite justamente que podamos romper mucho más rápido el techo de cristal. Y el segundo interesante también es que en la historia se ha demostrado que las mujeres toman posiciones de management cuando estamos en riesgo, que se llama el falso techo de cristal, que es que cuando hay posiciones, por ejemplo Twitter, no sé si sabrán, pero Elon dijo que iba a hacer que Twitter tuviera un CEO para quien sea lo suficientemente estúpida para tomar el puesto. Lo toma una mujer. Pasa todo el tiempo. Nos ponen en situaciones de management cuando hay riesgo real. Y eso pasa todo el tiempo en cripto. Entonces, eso también es una oportunidad muy importante para las mujeres para tomar posiciones de riesgo, porque nos llaman en los momentos más riesgosos. Y yo sé que somos capaces de tomar esos riesgos y los damos adelante. Y es por eso que hoy por hoy es un ecosistema tan movido, con tan poca estructura tradicional, que nos da la oportunidad de poder romper ese techo de cristal.
Cuando llega el momento de tratar con personas, comunidades y humanos, ahí es donde reluce la mujer y ahí es donde tiene el poder para poder llevar hacia adelante esos proyectos.
100%.
Nairobi, volvemos a la pregunta inicial. ¿Cómo sientes desde el colectivo LATAM y Mujer el espacio Web3?
Bueno, personalmente esto ha sido para mí la oportunidad para acercarme al mundo tech. No había trabajado en esta industria nunca. Bueno, ya en vista por el tema de estadísticas, que hay más pocas mujeres, yo era parte de esas pocas mujeres. Ahora mismo yo siento que como comenta Hasu y como comenta G, o sea, esta es realmente la oportunidad para que todas estas chicas curiosas que les encanta aprender cosas nuevas, pues tienen la oportunidad tal vez de hacer un equipo, de conectar, porque está la parte también en la que tenemos que crear más productos, diseñarlos y lanzarlos, testearlos, pero también está otra parte en la que está la comunidad, la colaboración, esa conexión, definitivamente las mujeres que estamos ahorita mismo en esta comunidad, todas nos conocemos, todas nos admiramos. Hay un apoyo de sororidad bastante bonito. Yo lo siento así, lo siento más cercano a familia que otra cosa. No sé si es por este periodo en el que estamos histórico del desarrollo de la tecnología, pero siento que así lo estoy viviendo.
Gracias por tu aportación, porque iba a decir precisamente que vosotras dos venís de un background más técnico y que quizás alguien o una mujer que no viene de un background técnico puede sentirse un poco abrumada, y me ha encantado que dieras tu punto de vista al respecto. De hecho, en mi canal, por ejemplo, de redes sociales, que ahora mismo hay casi 70.000 personas, o al menos followers en un número, no sé si activos o no, pero por lo menos las estadísticas me dicen que siempre habían habido solo un 10 o 11% de mujeres viendo mis vídeos, lo cual es muy poco, pero incluso era bastante más que otras personas con las que hablaba, lo cual me sorprendía. Últimamente, por alguna razón, son 30%, ¿no? En este último mes, este año 2023. Entonces, estas son algunas métricas que a mí me levantan preguntas, ¿no? Y la pregunta que os lanzo ahora es, ¿qué pensáis las tres de alguien que igual no es tan técnico, que no está metida dentro del mundo de ingeniería, física, tecnología, blockchain, que ve Web3 desde fuera? ¿Qué le diríais para mostrarle pues, que puede haber un camino para ellas, ¿no? Que puede haber, ¿cómo le explicaríais a una amiga que no está dentro del mundo de la tecnología qué es Web3 y por qué puede ser una oportunidad?
Sí, eso nos pasa mucho, y yo que vengo, como tú dices, de un background más técnico, yo soy la primera que siempre estoy diciendo, no tienes que ser developer para estar involucrado en esta industria. Nosotras estamos organizando lo que va a ser el hackathon este fin de semana, y ya desde atrás que hemos venido promocionando todo el evento, pues la de las primeras cosas que siempre digo, no tienes que ser developer, puede ser de marketing, puede ser una persona creativa, un project manager. Realmente cuando pensamos, cuando tenemos un producto final, no es solamente la parte funcional del software que tiene que estar bien, o sea, son muchas las cosas que tienen que estar bien, ¿no? O sea, la idea, la parte artística, el diseño, la usabilidad, el negocio, la comunidad, las finanzas, o sea, entonces realmente la Web3 no es solo para gente técnica, es para todo el mundo. O sea, necesitamos a todo el mundo porque precisamente para eso queremos incentivar, diversificar esta industria, que llegue a todos y que con la participación de todos los backgrounds diferentes, de diferentes países, profesiones, podamos entonces construir mejores cosas, ¿no? Ese también es la idea.
Vale, pero imagínate, tienes una amiga al lado y le dices, ven, que es para todo el mundo. Y la primera cosa que hace cuando entra en una conversación es hablar de ZK-Sync, capa 2, el rollups, account abstraction y IP 655. Se queda así, ¿no?
Sí,
entonces,
sí.
¿cuál creéis, no? Es una pregunta para igual las tres, empezando por ti, que le daríais de consejo para poder pues, pasar por esa barrera inicial, ¿no?
Sí, eso es muy bueno. De hecho, ayer estábamos en una charla y algunas estaban y que no entiendo de qué están hablando. Pero sí, yo creo que, bueno, definitivamente nosotros mismos que estamos en esta comunidad tenemos que incentivar a otras personas que no sean tecnológicas también a dar su punto de vista, ¿no? Por ejemplo, a dar charlas de la parte artística, que es muy grande en Web3, ¿no? Vender arte como NFT es algo muy grande. La gente ha buscado miles de maneras para que eso sean sus propios negocios. Y pues tratar de también entrar en comunidades que no son tech, sino entrar en comunidades que están enfocadas en marketing, enfocadas en creatividad, incluso en eventos, en producción de eventos en vida real. Y bueno, hay de todo, porque hasta ReFi, que es otra cosa, también se conecta con la tecnología. Y pues lo que yo le recomendaría a mi amiga que esté al lado, que no sabe nada, es primero preguntarle cuál es tu interés. Y después de eso, pues recomendarle la cantidad de diversas comunidades que hay en Web3, desde ReFi, arte, tecnología, o sea, todo. Eso es más o menos lo que yo haría.
Pintar un mapa, ¿no? Para que luego lo puedan recordar.
Darle una presentación aquí.
Totalmente. Y yo creo que acá viene justamente el tema de por qué es este panel, que es onboardear mujeres en LATAM en español. ¿Por qué es tan importante el tema? Porque cuando vos vas al primer mundo, es otra necesidad. Blockchain se ve desde una manera más visualizada es una visión, es una pasión. Mi tía solo quiere cambiar dinero. Mi tía solo quiere dinero, mi tía quiere enviarle dinero sin tener que pasar por 20 bancos. Entonces la necesidad es otra. Y cuando yo me siento a onboardear mujeres que no son tecnológicas, me pregunto primero de dónde parte la necesidad, como dijo Gis, y empiezo a contar la historia del dinero. Porque siempre me dicen, cripto es scam, cripto porque hay toda esa mala cosa. Empiezo con la historia del dinero, cuáles son las fallas del dinero y cómo cripto viene a cambiar ello, y a partir de eso captar la intención en la TAM. Porque en la TAM realmente cripto viene a suplir una necesidad básica. En Europa, donde tenemos sistemas, donde se tienen sistemas financieros más avanzados, viene por otras razones, y es comprender justamente desde parte del usuario de dónde viene la necesidad. En la TAM viene una necesidad mucho más básica, mucho más de cambio y extraño. Probablemente hay temas que por eso suenan mucho más acá, por eso que justamente Argentina es uno de los países que tiene tanta cantidad de aplicaciones y adopción, pero es por necesidad, ni siquiera por pasión a cripto, podría decirlo. Eso es un punto importante, y el otro punto también es cómo desde nosotras podemos generar espacios seguros y no tan semánticos. Como developers, nosotros tenemos una visión más de abrite esto, cerrate esto, y para una persona que no es de ahí, estamos haciendo el Internet de nuevo más difícil, y no queremos eso. Y es ahí donde personas no técnicas nos paran la mano y dicen, para, yo no estoy entendiendo esto. Entonces es ahí donde necesitamos justamente personas no técnicas en Internet, también Web3.
Sí, me encanta. Estoy totalmente de acuerdo. Volviendo a la pregunta, ¿no? Si alguien cualquiera que no sepa de Web3 se me acerca, definitivamente le digo, llégate a la comunidad con la que te sientas más identificada, con la que te sientas más cómoda. Eso también es súper importante. Si tú estás con personas que comparten tus valores, tu visión, y tal vez hasta comparten el mismo sentido del humor, el aprendizaje va a ser un camino súper más suave que ponerte a leer libros, artículos científicos, cualquier otra cosa. Hay también muchos canales como Twitter Spaces, muchos grupos de Telegram con chat voice, o sea, ya esa conectividad para como que para fomentar esa educación y ese onboarding de más mujeres, o sea, es usando esas herramientas. Y yo le iría por ahí, ¿sabes? Le recomendaría un par de comunidades latinas y europeas, y eso sería como mi consejo para que iniciara. Cero tecnicismo, cero que es un NFT, que esto es DeFi, nada, ¿sabes? Entra a una comunidad, sé tú, y allí todo fluirá. Ese sería mi consejo.
Que viva el flow. Antes de continuar, recordaros a todos, I want to remember everyone, que podéis escanear el QR y cualquier pregunta que tengáis la veremos por aquí y la podremos hacer. Creo que es un panel muy interesante porque hablamos de la comunidad latinoamericana y de mujeres, y las dos cosas a la vez, lo cual creo que puede, bueno, veo muchas mujeres en el público, lo cual me encanta, y bueno, pues podemos aprovechar para esto. Has puesto un punto súper bueno, Yasu, las tres, pero en concreto el hecho de que a veces venimos aquí y hablamos de, ok, onboarding de mujeres en Web3 y pensamos en builders, que también es muy importante, porque claro, a mí me inspira, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa si yo empiezo a ver developers, CEOs, founders, todo mujeres, también la rueda gira? Pero también es verdad que necesitamos users, mujeres, y acabas de dar un muy buen punto, porque las finanzas siempre ha sido algo, a menos desde mi parecer, que se encargan los hombres, ¿no? En casa, las finanzas la llevan, y acabas de decir una cosa muy, muy cierta, que en Latinoamérica, por ejemplo, hay una necesidad de, uno, tener cultura financiera, dos, de poder enviar dinero arriba y abajo, y es un uso muy real, realmente, ya no es un nice to have, but un must have.
Exacto. Estamos hablando de 3 puntos muy importantes, que es la brecha tecnológica, porque, chicos, yo no conocí una computadora hasta que tuve 14 años. ¿Cómo le explico a alguien ReFi si recién está aprendiendo eso? Estamos hablando de una brecha tecnológica que es muy grande aún en Latinoamérica. Estamos hablando también de la cultura financiera, que en nuestros países, por el machismo, es mucho más fuerte que una mujer no tenga la accesibilidad. Solo el 30% de las mujeres en Latinoamérica tienen economic freedom, como para que sepan. Hay mucho trabajo que hacer. Y por último, es justamente el research que hay de comunidades femeninas es muy, muy todavía escaso. Nos faltan usuarias mujeres y solo los usuarios nos pueden decir qué quieren. Me pasaba cuando antes trabajaba en una empresa de Design Thinking. ¿Qué ocurre? Hubo un terremoto muy grande en Ica Y vinieron muchísimos constructores europeos a hacer voluntariado y a hacer casas hermosas. La gente no vivía en las casas. Y cuando se les preguntó por qué no viven, es porque los cimientos de donde habían construido y estaban destruidos estaban cerca de la Virgen que ellos adoraban. ¿Por qué me voy a ir para el otro lado, aunque tenga casas bonitas, si ahí está mi cultura? Solo el usuario nos puede decir sus valores, sus creencias, y en base a ello recién construir. Y eso nos falta bastante, que es escuchar realmente.
Muy buen punto. ¿Querías añadir algo más? Todo bien.
Sí, sí.
De hecho, has sacado otro punto muy interesante que quiero que sea la siguiente pregunta o tema de discusión, que es este punto de comunidades de mujeres en cripto. Y hemos hablado de que quizás una mujer pues, que no es técnica, lo primero que podría hacer es entrar en comunidades no técnicas, desde todos los tipos de puntos de vista que puede necesitar un proyecto, ¿no? Entonces, yo he visto que hay muchas comunidades de mujeres que se apoyan entre ellos, ¿no? Igual hay comunidades específicamente de mujeres. Me gustaría preguntaros cómo sentís esta quizás brecha, ¿no? Si sentís que hay una brecha, si sentís que estamos en una tecnología donde hay más inclusión o más integración. Vamos a discutir un poco esta hombres versus mujeres. Si creéis que hay comunidades de hombres y de mujeres separadas por necesidad o que estamos en un espacio que realmente estamos yendo hacia una integración.
Pues eso es una muy buena discusión y pregunta. Yo siento que aquí hay más espacio para la integración, ¿verdad? No sé si llamarlo inclusión porque creo que el espacio es inclusivo ya, ¿verdad? Ya por default, pero hay más integración, hay más ganas de que de verdad sea un poco más equitativo todo, ¿no? Por ejemplo, yo que he trabajado en empresas tecnológicas donde los departamentos de ingenieros son cientos de hombres, pero ahí, o sea, y no por nada malo, pero ahí nadie le importa si hay mujeres o no. O sea, nadie está pensando en eso. En esta industria siento que la gente sí está pensando en eso. Yo trabajo con ingenieros que me dicen, ¿sabes? Yo veo más mujeres integradas, queremos que el equipo tenga mujeres, ¿sabes? Búsquenlas, ¿dónde están las mujeres developers? Entonces hay más integración y hay más ganas también. Yo creo que es una cosa que es como una evolución de la tecnología. Así lo veo yo, ¿no? O sea, en un momento todo el mundo estaba encasillado desarrollando ciertas tecnologías. Ahora está más digamos, ese término como woke, de que las personas sí están pensando como que, ok, pero ¿cuál es nuestro equipo? ¿Cuáles son los fundadores de ese equipo y qué tan diverso es? Porque también eso es una imagen, ahora mismo es una imagen que se puede ver mal. Entonces, también es como una integración que pueden haber intereses, ¿verdad? No solamente a nivel de conciencia, sino también es un interés. Si yo tengo una empresa y tú ves que todo el board de mi empresa son puros hombres, pues a mucha gente no le va a gustar eso. Y por ese simple hecho, mucha gente no la va a querer usar, porque estamos más o menos a ese punto con respecto a que ahora somos más conscientes de las cosas que usamos. ¿Qué aplicación? ¿Quién la creó? ¿Quiénes son los equipos que están detrás de eso, no? Y ahí viene la integración también con respecto al interés.
Y solo para aportar algo, no por ello significa que vamos a contratar todas mujeres y que por eso, porque me pasa que como manager yo tengo que revisar los CVs, me llegan CVs de mujeres, afortunadamente, y me llegan también CVs de hombres, y uno juzga por la calidad del CV y si tiene la expertise. Pero me pasó una vez y lo quería compartir porque me pareció relevante, que es, bueno, si les pagaran menos a las mujeres, todas las empresas tendrían mujeres. Y me la tiraban así, en una entrevista. Y yo les digo, creo, y acá hay una pregunta muy abierta que me gustaría traer, que es que recién ahora, en mis últimas entrevistas, no me preguntan cuándo me quiero casar o cuándo pienso tener hijos, porque saben que es un tema. Yo, cuando empecé a trabajar en Product Management, era muy joven, porque hice mi carrera demasiado joven, y me preguntaban, ¿y cuándo pensás casarte o tenés un noviecito? No me recuerdo, y lo compartía con un compañero que también es Product Manager, que le hayan preguntado eso en la entrevista. No lo creo. Entonces, cuando vienen este tipo de preguntas, uno dice, sí, nos pueden pagar menos, pero aún así hay muchas cosas que en Web3 me pasa que ya no me preguntan, que me siento más cómoda y que quiero traer a visualizar, porque muchas veces hombres me han dicho, bueno, si fuera tan fácil pagarles a ustedes, entonces todas las empresas tendrían mujeres. ¿Por qué no pasa? Y es porque aún así se ve como debilidad, que nos queramos casar, que queramos tener hijos, y son preguntas que aún siguen rondando en el ecosistema tecnológico, no sé si te habrá pasado allí, pero en mi caso, como manager me preguntan, bueno, muy bien como manager, ¿y cuándo te planeas casar? Porque mira que te vas a tomar un año de licencia y no queremos eso. Y son preguntas que aún rondan el ecosistema.
Bueno, yo quisiera agregar un poco que también hablando de un enfoque muy personal, yo básicamente porque lo vivo, no es el excluir a los hombres, ¿sabes? No es que queremos que existan más proyectos de solo mujeres, pero sí serían buenos como tal vez ver un cambio de un porcentaje más alto de mujeres, un 60-40 más mujeres, 70-30, y ver cómo eso se desenvuelve, cuál es realmente lo que llega, el mensaje que llega, cómo se percibe cuando el liderazgo es mayormente femenino. Yo ahorita mismo, o sea, estamos tratando como de tal vez incluir al equipo también más hombres, pero con ese enfoque de que pues la CEO y la Project Manager son mujeres, ¿sabes? Las que al final tienen la toma de la decisión son mujeres, aunque en el equipo pues también hay hombres. Creo que allí también puede haber una oportunidad de diversidad más y de inclusión. Pero sí, no quisiera como enfocarlo a eso de que hombres versus mujeres, de verdad que no. Creo que ese no es tampoco nuestro enfoque. No creo que están de acuerdo conmigo en eso ustedes también.
Sí, totalmente.
Porque hablarnos un poco de criptónicas, por ejemplo, ¿cuál fue vuestra idea al fundarlo en cuanto a ser colectivo de mujeres? ¿Qué motivación y qué pensamiento tuvisteis cuando empezasteis?
Pues el pensamiento principal, como creo que lo mencionó Yasu ahorita al inicio, es que las mujeres, por lo general, para tomar riesgos, somos mucho más precavidas. Los hombres, por eso es que hay muchos más proyectos de esos de éxito, tipo Steve Jobs, ¿sabes? Como que tienen una idea, la trabajan, la sacan, la testean, iteran y la pegan. Las mujeres, y me incluyo porque estoy todavía trabajando también en eso de sentirme segura de que algo pues tal vez no esté listo al 100%, pero hoy vamos a testearlo, vamos a sacarlo, vamos a ver qué pasa. Eso lo estoy aprendiendo mucho, de hecho lo he estado aprendiendo bastante con G, que es como la CEO y la que ha tenido como esa visión para con nosotras, y ha sido un cambio brutal. O sea, me he dado cuenta como que por este pensamiento es realmente que no hay estas historias de éxito de CEO mujeres que han creado algo, y por eso también lo que queríamos era como impulsar eso, como que queremos más Steve Jobs mujeres, queremos más Bill Gates mujeres, porque queremos una figura a quien seguir, que todavía no existe ahorita mismo como en el mundo tech. Y esa es como creo que nuestra misión.
Me gusta mucho la idea de la integración que hemos tocado hoy, porque según dices tú, y yo estoy bastante de acuerdo, igual vemos más casos de quote unquote éxito de CEOs hombres o de emprendedores hombres, porque hay por estadística más gente, más humanos que se arriesgan a tomar esas cosas, ¿no? Y yo creo que en Web3, en este avance de tecnología, estamos empezando a integrar también ya no es tanto vamos a probar a ver qué pasa y destruyamos el mundo en el camino, sino nos planteamos un poco más cómo realmente tomar riesgos, pero con cabeza, ¿no? Y quizás esta energía femenina, que no necesariamente yo creo que tiene que cambiar hacia ahora tenemos que tener todas las mujeres tomando riesgos, precisamente integrar esa humanidad y ese hacer las cosas bien, ¿no? Ese tirar pero proteger, o tirar y abrazar, ¿no?
Total, somos un complemento. En mi caso, en mi empresa de AI, desarrollamos algoritmos nativos desde cero para traquear humanos. No les vamos a quitar el empleo, tranquilos. Pero algo muy interesante es que nos complementamos. Somos dos product managers. Yo soy mujer, mi product manager partner es hombre. Y siempre decimos, Yasu viene a bajar a tierra a todo el mundo. Yo antes me sentía como que, me acuerdo cuando llegué a mis primeras empresas, y yo soy muy femenina por naturaleza. O sea, me encanta usar vestidos, me encanta usar tacones, que hoy me acabo de romper uno y por eso que tengo esas zapatillas. Pero me encanta. Y me acuerdo cuando al inicio me ridiculizaban un poco por eso, porque en tecnología no está bien visto que tú llegues con tacones, es dale hermana, ¿dónde estás? Pero yo me planteaba, no, me gusta mi manera de ser. Y esa medición del riesgo de que yo es como, no, vamos a hacer un plan, vamos a checarlo, vamos a hacer este release plan y lo vamos a hacer en tantas fases de producción, antes lo veía como una debilidad y Jack, mi compañero, me dijo un día, si tú no nos dieras eso, yo me mando de una y me mando sin nada, pero tú me das esa caja que me permite que no se nos vaya el producto a la mierda, me dice. O sea, me lo dijo en mala palabra, pero me dijo así. Y es algo que al inicio se veía como una debilidad y hoy por hoy te digo, yo me siento orgullosa de sentir esta medición del riesgo y poder dar estructura y empoderar más mujeres. Yo creo que ahí comunidades como Criptónicas vienen re bien porque te das cuenta de que no eres la única, de que hay muchísimas mujeres y lo lindo que es ver empoderar a otras. Por ejemplo, hace poco en Criptocuriosas dimos una charla de Product Management que la estoy dando yo y hoy me escriben 2 chicas, me dicen, tuve una entrevista y una de ellas ya consiguió un trabajo. Y yo me quedo como, esto es lo que se necesita y es donde comunidades como las que Gis y justamente Nairo están haciendo son las que hacen que esto sea posible.
Sí, sí, 100%. Yo, bueno, por mi parte, cuando fundamos Criptónicas, una de las cosas era porque veíamos que no había muchas mujeres, o sea, era algo muy obvio. Esto ya fue hace como unos 2 años, ¿no? Y las pocas que éramos, pues nos juntamos. O sea, fue así como que, bueno, somos 5, bueno, vamos a juntarnos, ¿no? Porque si no, los otros miles de hombres, pues nos invaden los pensamientos, todo. Y todo empezó ahí. Todo ha ido evolucionando a muchas cosas, ¿verdad? La integración, al principio nuestra comunicación era muy solo mujeres, solo hacer onboarding de mujeres, pero realmente esa no es la visión, o sea, la visión es integrar y trabajamos con muchos hombres que nos apoyan y es increíble, ¿no? De mi parte, por ser developer, pues siempre he tenido ese, digamos, más como pensamiento de hombre de vamos a hacerlo. O sea, no estemos pensando aquí cosas, vamos a hacerlo, vamos a iterar, como decimos en la tecnología, iterar y ver qué dice la gente y simplemente tomar el riesgo. Entonces, en Criptónicas y sé que en todas las comunidades de mujeres, yo creo que estamos tratando de implementar eso más y más. Y creo que eso es algo que tenemos que seguir implementando, tomar riesgos, no pensar las cosas mucho, porque ahí es donde tenemos que tener la ventaja con los hombres, que no piensan las cosas mucho y se arriesgan como sea. Nosotras tenemos que arriesgarnos como sea y no tener miedo de que si es perfecto, ¿qué va a decir la gente? No importa lo que diga la gente, porque si estás construyendo algo y estás aportando a construir una tecnología como blockchain, no importa qué diga la gente, ¿sabes? Tu aporte es tu aporte y ya, y lo irás mejorando a través de que te atrevas a sacar el producto, a sacar la idea y la gente te dé feedback, ¿no? Entonces, súper importante arriesgarse, ese punto me encanta.
Afrontar las consecuencias sin miedo. Afronta las consecuencias, positivas y negativas, afróntalas, es un aprendizaje.
Creo que son consejos, aportaciones muy inspiradoras para todos. Y antes de empezar a ver las preguntas del público, que creo que tenéis ganas de escuchar las vuestras, quiero lanzaros una última pregunta, un poco a futuro, donde totalmente abierta, me gustaría oír vuestra opinión. ¿Cómo creéis, hemos hablado de diferentes energías, ¿no? Cómo se están integrando estas energías? Obviamente cada uno, como has dicho, ¿no? Vienes del mundo developer, otra gente pues vendrá de un mundo totalmente no técnico. Pero ¿cómo veis el futuro de Web3, incluso me atrevería a decir de la humanidad con la tecnología, con un espacio más integrado entre mujeres y hombres? ¿Qué aportaría esa integración que hasta ahora ha faltado quizás, como decías en las entrevistas? ¿A dónde podemos llegar con la humanidad teniendo un mundo más integrado en Web3 y en la tecnología?
Pues yo creo que eso es una pregunta bastante difícil porque es como que,
Lo
¿cómo
sé.
ves el futuro? Sí,
Lo
y
sé.
muy de experiencia personal, pero yo lo que veo es que, pues así como hace unos años no sabíamos que íbamos a estar usando Twitter ni a estar comunicándonos con las personas a través de estas aplicaciones sociales, yo creo que van a ser como una nueva forma de comunicar y de consumir contenido, de consumir productos, que no sabemos cómo va a ser porque estamos en plena construcción, ¿verdad? Y en pleno onboarding todavía, o sea, todavía la gente de Web3 es un nicho muy pequeño, ¿no? A medida que vamos desarrollando esa tecnología, pues más y más gente se irá integrando y creo que nos vamos a sorprender. Son cosas que no podemos saber, pero mi visión es que vamos a tener productos que van a ser más user-friendly, ¿sabes? Como que van a ser mucho más fáciles de usar, más inclusivos, no solamente en el tema de si es mujer o hombre, sino de qué país eres, de qué background vienes, si eres de un background que fuiste a una universidad o eres un background que ni siquiera sabes leer. O sea, creo que vamos a tener productos mucho más fáciles de usar, más intuitivos y para todos. ¿Ves? Ahora mismo tenemos productos que son quizás también nichos y que les llegan a ciertas personas porque también está la limitante del internet, si sabes hablar español, si sabes hablar inglés, de dónde vienes, si tienes internet, si tienes teléfono o computadora, pues pienso que más y más esto va a ser más accesible para las personas y pues mi creencia, mi visión es que yo creo que vamos a llegar a sitios muy remotos que ahora mismo Web 2 no está alcanzando y con un negocio que tiene una comunidad y una comunicación mucho más inclusiva y no tan corporativa ni de consumidor, sino más de ven, construye con nosotros, tenemos esta aplicación, qué feature quieres, qué le conviene a tu comunidad. Ahí, por ejemplo, en Latinoamérica, que tenemos el Amazonas, ¿sabes qué le conviene a esa comunidad que vive ahí? No solamente a la gente de la ciudad, ¿me entiendes? Y eso es lo que yo quiero pensar.
Yo le quiero dar una visión desde una parte más. Yo desarrollamos algoritmos de inteligencia artificial y los estamos probando constantemente. Y yo creo que se viene un futuro bastante deshumanizado en el sentido de neutral. Porque digo esto, actualmente la gente que utiliza ChatGPT, solo por poner un ejemplo, no le está preguntando a un él o un la, le está preguntando simplemente una inteligencia artificial. Y en el día a día nos está preguntando si es él o la, es mujer o hombre. Y va a empezar a pasar que simplemente uno va a intentar buscar respuestas, no va a preguntarse si viene de un hombre o una mujer. Y es lo que va a pasar a futuro. De hecho, una de las razones por las que yo me encanta trabajar en inteligencia artificial es porque los algoritmos que probamos nunca necesariamente les damos un género. Algunas veces sí, pero porque desarrollamos y bueno, nos da, bueno, preguntarle a él. Pero en general no. Y entonces se viene un futuro en el que realmente la cuestión de género no va a ser tan importante porque vamos a buscar las respuestas y la funcionalidad antes de siquiera preguntarnos si es un él o la. Y de hecho solo va a haber un tema de generalización cuando quieras hacer un producto humanizado para una cosa. No sé si vieron Her, alguno de ustedes, la película. Bueno, ese es el único sentido en el que te llama a ponerle género a algo y es simplemente por experiencia del usuario, ya ni siquiera por utilidades o funcionalidades. Así que yo veo eso como algo paradójico a la larga.
Buen punto.
Yo pues lo imagino un poco también como G, seguramente porque hablamos bastante sobre eso, pero para mí el futuro es también una diferencia en cómo consumimos y en cómo creamos. Ejemplo, ahorita con el dilema de las redes sociales, con el tema de la privacidad, con tus datos, estas big corporations que tienen casi que toda tu información, siento que eso puede cambiar con Web3. Lo quiero ver así, es mi esperanza. Y siento que, pues, digamos que ya existe la tecnología para eso. Entonces vamos a ver si nosotros la aplicamos correctamente como es y si ese cambio se da, porque también es un cambio de pensamiento que hay que trabajar, ¿sabes?
Correcto.
Entonces, bueno, vamos a eso, vamos a ver.
Genial. Muchas gracias, chicas. Vamos a hacer un juego porque tenemos poco tiempo y unas preguntas muy interesantes. Entonces, lanzo la pregunta. Quien sea que quiera contestarla, que levante la mano, diga yo, y hacemos un poco de batería de respuesta-pregunta rápida, ¿de acuerdo? Venga, va. Primera pregunta. ¿Tienen hombres que participar en sus comunidades y cómo responder al mansplaining? Vamos a empezar por el final. ¿Cómo responder al mansplaining? Que creo que la primera la hemos respondido.
Bueno, en mi compañía soy la única mujer en general, en Computer Vision Engineer y todo. Y me ha ocurrido un par de veces que se excusan en el idioma porque, bueno, es una compañía estadounidense y dicen, what she's trying to say, I know what I'm trying to say, I know it, I'm not stupid. Entonces, creo que yo siempre me he apodado y me ha gustado mucho usar la palabra kindness. Soy muy amable con todo el mundo. Aunque me estés mansplaining, no me molesta. Le digo, no, de hecho está bien lo que quise decir, pero si queréis lo complementamos de esa manera. No voy al choque porque no es mi estilo en general, pero cuando me ha pasado automáticamente, antes me callaba un poco más porque era más joven y decía, bueno, capaz tiene razón. Con el tiempo no, yo sé lo que quise decir y siento que si uno todo el tiempo está callándose eso, con el tiempo no educa a la otra persona y esa persona va a hacer el mismo mansplaining a otra. Entonces es como, no, yo sí sé lo que quiero decir. Te falta a vos escucharme. Entonces ahí va.
Sí, a mí me ha pasado mucho, en la parte de desarrollo pasa mucho, ¿no? Que bueno, generalmente, digamos, cuando estaba empezando, siempre ser la más junior developer, entonces no, igual, ¿sabes? Lo que ella quiere decir o lo que ella quiere hacer. Cuando era un poco más joven también era como que, bueno, ok, si tú estás diciendo eso, pero ahora lo que hago también es ser más, o sea, como estar antes que ellos, o, ¿sabes? Prepararme más. Si yo estoy hablando de un feature nuevo, de una tecnología, yo me preparo más para que las otras personas que estén involucradas, project managers, pues digan, no, mira, ella sabe de lo que está hablando, ¿me entiendes?
Sí, demostrar tu valía, que yo creo que tampoco deberías de tener que demostrarla.
Tampoco,
No es lo ideal,
exacto,
pero
no es la idea.
Nos toca,
Exacto.
nos toca y nos toca.
Vamos con la siguiente, venga, va, así rápida. ¿Has tenido que sacrificar algo como mujer para llegar a donde estás? ¿Quién la quiere responder?
Wow. Pues yo, vamos a decir que sí, he tenido que sacrificar cosas. Digamos que tal vez me he visto como en esa posición en la que tengo como un conflicto de mis propios valores para alcanzar ese tipo de cosas. Estoy trabajando en eso también. Pero sí, o sea, no. ¿Sí tienes algo que decir más?
Yo rechacé 3 propuestas de matrimonio porque me quería enfocar en mi carrera.
3, ¿eh? 3 propuestas de matrimonio, madre mía.
Porque bueno, ya las personas querían tener hijos y algo más y yo ahora mismo todavía
es tu
no
momento,
estoy ahí.
No es tu momento.
O sea, me encantan los niños, pero no ahora, así que sí, a veces pasa.
Sí, ¿no? Y tal vez hay mujeres de nuestra comunidad que son madres, una está aquí, de hecho, y pues, ¿sabes? Tiene a su hijo en Alemania, pero está aquí compartiendo porque, pues, criptónicas y estamos aquí, ¿sabes? Eso es un sacrificio, ¿sabes? No es mío, pero...
Totalmente.
Wow, por eso me quedé como, wow, mis sacrificios son pequeños al lado de otras mujeres, así que bueno, nada.
Y última
Oye.
pregunta, que es algo que creo que para el colectivo de mujeres y en general la gente sensible o sensitiva puede experimentar. ¿Tenéis consejos sobre cómo luchar contra el síndrome del impostor?
Uy, eso a mí me ha pasado en toda mi carrera y me sigue pasando, ¿no? O sea, es algo que yo he trabajado mucho en la parte de desarrollo, que es, digamos, una cosa muy compleja, de mucho estudio. Te puede pasar mucho, ¿no? Que no estoy segura, incluso cuando aplico trabajos, digo, no sé si de verdad me van a llamar o qué, te da mucha inseguridad. Eso es algo que hay que trabajarlo y creo que las mujeres sufrimos más de eso que los hombres por el mismo tema del riesgo, ¿sabes? Los hombres típico ven una descripción de trabajo y igual la aplican, no les importa si la cumplen o no. Las mujeres somos, sí, las mujeres somos como que no cumplo todos los criterios y no voy a aplicar. Eso es algo que todas tenemos que trabajar y es lo mismo, tomar más riesgos para luchar con esas inseguridades que podemos tener.
Yo lo que les he dicho a las chicas en los workshops es, ok, pónganse una meta, escriban 3 cosas que ustedes creen que por qué no pueden hacer esa meta. Ahora van a ponerse a decir por qué sí y luchen contra esas 3 razones, porque si no, pues yo siempre que recibo CVs de hombres, verga, no cumplen ni con la mitad de los requisitos, pero se mandan, hay que mandarse, a veces no cumplen con los requisitos, pero... Si no te mandas, no logras nada. Así que, y si perdés, pues perdés. Una raya más al tigre y listo.
Bueno, G, Yasu y Nairobi, creo que sois un ejemplo de empoderamiento, un ejemplo para mujeres, hombres y humanidad. Muchísimas gracias por haber estado este rato con todos nosotros. Para acabar, simplemente, ¿queréis decir dónde os pueden encontrar, a vosotras mismas, a vuestras comunidades, para que la gente pueda seguiros?
Sí, claro. Bueno, pueden seguir a Criptónicas en Twitter, ahí estamos súper activas y ahí está todas nuestras páginas, todo. A mí me pueden seguir como G Chacón en Twitter también. Y bueno, las chicas, Nairobi.
Sí, a mí me puedes seguir como MS Nairobi, pero en Criptónicas DAO, pues ahí nos pueden encontrar a todas y hoy tenemos un side event, una fiestica, así que allá nos podemos hablar y nos podemos conectar. Not your bikini, not your Ethereum.
Vamos. El mío es muy fácil, Jasu Victorio, el mismo para Telegram, el mismo para Twitter, el mismo para todo. Y bueno, tienen Bankless DAO, tenemos Nación Bankless, si no hablas español, ya abrimos una comunidad en español, y tenés Bankless DAO, yo sé que el server es un quilombo, quien tenga dudas, siempre más que dispuesto a ayudar. Y nada, Cripto Curiosas, que es otra comunidad con la que colaboro, también está ahí, así que vamos con todo.
Muchísimas gracias a vosotras y a todos por haber atendido. Seguimos construyendo una comunidad. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias a este grupo de mujeres y Crypto Willy para moderar. Okay, now we're back to English, all right, for the rest of the morning. While we're getting the next presenters set up, just a reminder that you scan the QR code to ask questions. And a reminder that there's so much going on here at ETHBarcelona. There's a bunch of different like fun quests that you can go on. I don't know, have you guys been doing the quests? No? Okay, if you got your trading cards, there's a card in the pack that should be quests, and you can scan the QR code, and then you'll go hunting around the, oh, hello, we already have our speaker coming on stage. You can go around the whole ETHBarcelona area and look for these different, I think there might be one in this room. And if you collect all of the quests, you'll get a super cool NFT, and depending on how many quests you're able to complete, you'll get a cooler or less cool NFT. Either way, if you participate, I think you get something at the end of this. And also with the trading cards, if you collect all 25, there is a mystery prize. Does that sound exciting? The mystery prize? Wait, have you been collecting the trading cards? Yeah? Some of them? Some of them? Have you been trading with people? What's your favorite card that you got? You don't remember? There's a lot of cool ones. Some of them are super, super rare. There's one that's incredibly rare because it was one of the products they were supposed to have here, and then they didn't put it in all of the packs after they figured out, oh, we're not going to have this. So if you get the name cards, trading card, you're basically a millionaire, okay? Because those are really hard to find. So we're still setting up, yeah? All right. Huh? Yeah, no, it's fine. We got a couple minutes until this is going to start. People are moving around. Have you guys been enjoying the festival? The festival? What is? I'm calling it. It's kind of a festival vibe, right? I feel like this is like no other conference. Like you have here people up here talking about these super deep philosophical and academic topics, and then like everyone's out there laying on a beanbag chair. And it's a lot of fun, right? This is the crypto world. Are you both very involved? Yeah? Are you students? Are you involved? What do you? You work in crypto. Oh yeah. So you're like, are you doing any talks here or no? No, you're just here to watch, learn, absorb. What did you think of the panel? Really interesting, right? We got to get more women in this, and it's great. Are you ready to go? Yeah. Amazing. All right, so our next speaker is ready to go. This is a talk called Unicollateral Lending, Leveraging Friendships for Fun and Profit. Sounds good, right? So give a round of applause for your speaker, Jacob Shia.
Shay, but yeah. Howdy, y'all. This is a bit overkill. Well, cool. So my name's Jacob Shea. I'm the founder of Union Protocol. The name of the talk is a bit tongue-in-cheek because everyone thinks unsecured lending or credit is only for super, super risky leverage and things like that. Cool. But in reality, like before we had money, before we had literal money or cash, we had credit because you would need, like when you're in the village, you would need to go borrow like pretty much everything. But today, you have money, you have credit, you get productive capital. If you only have money and you're just sitting on a bunch of cash, it's just going to sit there, it's going to do nothing. That's not productive. If you have the means of production, but you don't have any like money to provide inputs, you're just going to sit there, and then you're not going to have any sort of productivity. So money plus credit equals like productive capital, equals growth, and credit is the mechanism. So just some basics, like when you lend to someone, you have to take interest, you have to pay interest, so that they'll actually lend to you. And then how you determine how much of that interest in order to cover the default rate is just called underwriting. And then from the borrower's view, credit is the mechanism by which you can pull money from like the future into the present, and ideally you use that money for something productive so you have even more money in the future. If you use it to buy like something non-productive, you have even less money in the future. So it's good and bad. So a few myths. Credit is zero sum. Credit is risky. Uncollateralized lending is an actual thing that exists. And underwriting must be complex. So the first one, with credit being positive sum or zero sum, this is just a very simple example. So you have a farmer. Farmer goes through a drought. They paid like $387 an acre. So these are actual numbers. Just if you're thinking about getting into farming, don't. So farmer pays $387 an acre to plant. That's going to earn him $400 at market. But then a drought happens, and if he doesn't get water, like he loses the entire like crop. So this happens with credit. All he has to do is pay $5 an acre using credit, and then as long as he pays that $5,000 plus interest, he can take the crops. But if he doesn't have credit, he loses the entire farm. This is a bit of a toy example, but it's a real one. So to that farmer, getting that access to that capital at that one specific time is worth way more than like $5,000. It's worth $387,000. Well, 387 minus 4,000, so like 13,000. It starts getting zero sum if the interest being charged is basically eating into that farmer's profit. But if it's just a nominal fee of like 10% or something, like you basically have a win-win. And then credit is risky. So credit literally just means risk, credere. And then I really like this example because this is a literal guy jumping out of a plane without a parachute, and he survived. So if you know what the risk is, you can account for the risk and then either charge for it or avoid it. If you don't know what the risk is, like this is what happened in like crypto in like a few years back. Everyone thought they were lending over-collateralized, but turns out they were lending uncollateralized. So it's better to lend uncollateralized and know that you're like fully unsecured, so you can account for that and charge for that. And then if you're not doing any sort of underwriting or like accounting, or the expected value of like you lending is negative, so negative EV, that's not credit, it's just gambling, which is what most of the people like, won't name names, but like, that's what a lot of people are doing. So credit drives the real economy. It can also be used for leverage. So like hedge funds this is how hedge funds make a ton of money. They get like basically infinite leverage via lines of credit. And so this is also what most credit is used in crypto today, which is over collateralized. It's mostly just used for leveraging up on like, mostly just to take your $150 worth of Ethereum, borrow $100, buy Ethereum, and then you just keep going. And then the opposite if you think the price is going down. So that's the financial economy. The thing I'm super excited about or interested in is the real economy. And this is where the real economy is basically just, instead of asset and price speculation, it's the things where you're producing real goods and services. And so credit can drive this through a number of ways. This is just kind of how I like to think about it. One is time travel, like having access to money like today instead of in like a year. So like if you have a business, your business makes like $100 a month. Doing certain things, using credit can pull like, rather than like save very incrementally over time, credit can pull that money into the present. And then scale. So almost all the time, like it's cheaper to scale. And then technology. This is just like the right technology in the right hands equals more productivity. So like a sewing machine in the hands of seamstress equals more productivity. This is also why credit is important, because sewing machine in the hands of a banker is not going to give anybody like more growth. And then the other one, which is kind of the farmer example, which is the lifeline. And all of these examples are both for business and personal. So like we've all been in, well, a lot of people have been in situations where like I like using the tire example, like if you don't have any money and then your tire pops, you have to buy like this really shitty tire that's going to last you a year for like $50. Whereas if you had money, you could just, or credit, you could buy one that costs $100 to last you like 4 years. And so like that's an inefficient decision that you have to make because you don't have access to capital, and like credit can drive those type of like more efficient decisions. And then in terms of underwriting, it can be very complex, and like current modern credit underwriting is very complex. But that's mostly because they're underwriting to random people. And if you lend to 1,000 strangers, you have to get smart about it. But really it's as simple as like, can they pay you back? Will they pay you back? So one, do they have the means to pay you back? So like if you're lending to someone who has no revenue, they're not going to pay you back because they can't, even if they want to. And then the will they pay you back? And then this also gets into the, is uncollateralized lending a thing? It's not, because you always need some sort of collateral, even if that's the reputation, in this example, which is, what is the cost to defect? So this is just the prisoner's dilemma. So like, if anyone's familiar with this, it's just, if both prisoners rat each other out, they both get 1 year of prison. If one remains silent, and the other one rats it out, one goes free, one like gets 5 years. And then if they both get silent, they both get 6 months. So this game is different if you have to play it again, or you're going to see those people again in 6 months and play the game again. And those are good opportunities for like credit, where if you're just seeing a person on the street, you give them $100, say meet me here tomorrow, you're probably not going to see that person. And so this is just a kind of toy diagram of what credit is today. So you have money, you deposit in a bank, and then your friend wants to borrow money, goes to the same bank, has to convince a banker to lend them the money. But the bankers nowadays don't actually do any underwriting themselves. Most of that is outsourced to a credit agency, and then the credit agency spends a lot of time and money and effort making sure that they know everything about Joe. And then at the end of the day, like even if Joe's like a good person, if he just falls through cracks of like the underwriting model of that day, he won't get the loan. So this is just kind of to revisit this example, is like, should bankers decide like who gets to have like, basically who has water and who doesn't, is what they're deciding with credit. And if you see the little answer, it's no. Enter what I'm excited about, which is permissionless credit, which is just simply Alice deposits her money in the bank, in this case a protocol, which is a smart contract, and then she trusts Joe, and then she underwrites Joe, and then Joe borrows, and then presumably he repays if he's trustworthy. If he doesn't, Alice is out the money. So it's a bit more risky in theory, but in reality, like if Joe is trustworthy, it's less risky than the bank. Enter what we spent like a bit of time building, which is Union Protocol, which is a permissionless credit protocol, and it's in use. It's very simple. It's literally just like address A vouches for address B can borrow that amount. And then the key benefit that you get from that is like coordination, because if you just like, if I just give you $100 and then you repay that $110, like that's not you don't need a lot of coordination for that. But if you want to borrow from like 100 different people, like every month, and then repay them like fairly, like that takes a lot of coordination costs, even if all those people in theory would trust you. And the cool bit of this, since it's all addresses, it can be people, DAOs, like, what's the other one? Contracts. So like people, DAOs, contracts, underwriting, like groups, individual people, contracts. So like a contract can now have a credit line from a contract or from people. And like, so there's a bunch of different ways in which you can start like using this protocol to just create new coordination structures. So an important thing is like the protocol itself doesn't actually like create trust or underwrite. All it's doing is like taking the trust that exists. Like, so within this room, like there's probably some amount of available credit, like just based on everyone's like trust. but it's currently like kind of just sitting there. And so this is the most simple structure in which you start kind of to see why this is pretty cool. So like you can have 3 people vouch for the 4th person, and then they now have like a combined credit line. And then you can start getting very complex. So you can do things like have a DAO. So like that's this example. So like a DAO giving credit to its members, and then you can have a friend group all vouching for each other, except for W vouching for Z. I guess they don't like each other. And then because it's all like on-chain and networked, all of these disparate little credit networks that would normally be like siloed can start kind of combining. And then you can get even more complex structures. So like a common structure is this thing called a rotating savings and credit association, which is the traditional form of credit prior to banks. And these would mostly just be local very, very hyper-local things. Like 50 people in the community get together, put money in the bank, or money in a box, really. And then they decide who gets to kind of take the money out of the box that month. But if you move to like just down the street, you no longer have access to that credit facility. So you can start taking these like hyper-local credit like organizations and structures and then putting them on chain. And then this is just another example. Like you can have a bunch of people vouch for a DAO, vouch for like a multi-sig, and then the multi-sig gives credit based on like however the DAO decides. And this is just if you're going to be at the hackathon, you can build underwriters like that just take any arbitrary thing. This is just a fun example because you can literally just take anyone who has a Frank NFT and it vouches for them. You can also do other things like if you really want to like pull in a credit score, you could pull in a credit score. It's entirely up to like you. I do have to say it does have one flaw, which is like because it's permissionless, it can't stop you from trusting untrustworthy people. And then I'll just end with we're doing this thing called a trust fall game, which is a fun little game where like to enter it, you just mint, and then in order to play, you'd have to convince the other players to vouch for you, which adds a little game theory because if you vouch for them, you're giving them points. And then the winner wins a prize. And then there's also a team game. So like player versus player and then team game. And then that's it. Any questions? Yeah.
If A vouches for B, can they use the same money to vouch for multiple people at the same time?
So if address A vouches for like, basically they can, so they put a $1 up and they can create like, because of the gas limit, it's only 1,000. Well, not only 1,000, it's quite a bit to fit in gas limit. But you can vouch for up to 1,000 people, or addresses rather. So like $1 can create $1,000 across 1,000 different people in available credit. But if someone borrows, like obviously like that dollar, like we sadly don't have the ability to do fractional reserve yet. So like it does kind of decrease everyone's available credit when one person borrows. But the cool thing is like that available credit like is now like basically in 1,000 different like wallets. Yeah.
Do you have a feature where users kind of like have a credit score, so the borrowers can evaluate the people that are asking for these loans?
So Union is like one layer below where like that. So Union doesn't have a credit score. The credit score is entirely up to you and your trust model. So like it can be as arbitrary as, oh, we're stuck. It can be arbitrary as like, oh, do you have like this NFT like that I like? And it doesn't have to have anything on chain as well. It can literally be just, you go to your friend, ask for their address, vouch for that address. So it doesn't have to be like, you don't have to dox. Like no one else needs to know because it's just between you and that person. And it's like very point to point. If you did want to do something with credit scoring, like there's a lot of cool experiments. Not so much with like the US credit score, but there is a lot of like data on chain. So it would be cool to, since you can now vouch for 1,000 people, you do get statistically significance. So if you do want to run any like underwriting models to where you just vouch for like 1,000 people, like let me know. Any other questions? No? Cool. So yeah, this is just kind of a GIF of union and someone vouching. And all of this is live on Omna Optimism. And we've been live for about like 2 months on Optimism. And so far it's working, which is cool. Cool. Oh, one more question.
I'm wondering, in the blockchain space, because one person can vouch for another, and then the second person can vouch for a third one, you can have pretty complex graphs. And I'm wondering how you solve this infinite graph problem, because even outside of blockchain, it's a pretty difficult problem to solve.
Yeah, so we don't let trust be transitive. We did have a lot of like fun discussions early on, because like if I trust you and you trust him, it's likely that I can trust him. And so like my $1 now like creates like 1.95 times available credit. But it's just kind of a bad user experience to have like someone you don't know like lock your funds. And then it doesn't really need, even if you did want, you can still do that. But it kind of breaks down at like, if I trust you and you trust him and he trusts her, I probably shouldn't trust her, because it breaks down almost like precipitously at like the third order. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, everyone, for your questions. We'll have another talk in 5 minutes. So I guess are you guys all here to see Diego Mazo? Yes? All right. Well, we're going to try to stay on schedule, so you're going to have to listen to me talk for a couple of minutes. Have you guys been enjoying everything? Yes? Having a good time? What's been your highlight so far? Jacob's talk. Are you friends, or you're just a fan? You're friends, okay. That's nice. Give me a cheer if you're also doing a talk here. No? You guys are all just here watching? So are you with his company? No. You just met yesterday. Oh my God. So you've been all making new friends here at ETHBarcelona and supporting each other. That's so beautiful. How did you get involved in the crypto world? Nice. So it's like to be honest, I am not very involved in crypto or Web3, so I feel like so much of this is it's going right over my head. But I'm loving all of the like philosophical conversations. I've loved hearing about this struggle between like the solar punk and the lunar punk movements. Do you know about this? No? Does anyone know about this? No? No one knows about this. This is like the whole point of the event, I thought. This was that we're bringing together these two kind of philosophical ideas. No? So you don't know anything about this? How did you get involved in the crypto world? Okay, nice. Amazing. Yeah, I think this is interesting. I think a lot of people do get into this by investing and then find out like that there's this greater community and that there's so much more going on. I mean, this is what because for me, I heard people talking like, oh yeah, Bitcoin investing and blah blah blah, and I was like, that sounds boring. But once you start talking about like building new systems and building new paradigms and all this stuff, like that's the exciting stuff, right? And then coming to a conference like this where, you know, everyone's so friendly and so open, I definitely am not afraid to tell people, like, I don't actually know what this is. And they're like, I will happily tell you. I have had no one look at me like I am like a fool for not knowing these things. Is anyone here like very new to the crypto world? Any like students? Any? No, you guys are all professionals. Yeah? No one is new. No one else here is like me and is just kind of learning and observing. No? What about you guys? You guys work in the crypto world? Yeah? What's your project? Huh? Okay. Nice. Okay. I'm sure other people know what that is. And so are you guys doing a talk, or are you just here to learn, observe? Nice. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are here just, you know, meeting people, getting the vibe. What's been your highlight so far of the conference? Talks about identity. Oh my God, so interesting. So do you know about this like solar punk, lunar punk? Okay, see, I was like saying, and people were like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I was like, I thought that was the point of this whole conference, is what I was told. So do you identify more with the lunar side then if you're talking about security and... Depends on the... Well, I think the idea is that the two sides aren't that different ultimately, right? It's that there is a way to bridge that gap. I've been told that might be the theme of the next ETHBarcelona conference. So that's good. You guys are doing good work, bringing everyone together, right? Bringing the lunar punks and the solar punks together. It's great. It's good. It's good work. I think we got a couple more minutes. Are you excited to do your talk, Diego? You ready? I think we got one more minute, because you know we don't want people to be excited for his talk and then show up and he's already started when it's on time, right? Like that would be a bummer. And there's so much going on here, right? Like what activities have you guys been getting up to here other than the talks? Huh? You just meditated. Yeah, there's like guided meditation and the breath work stuff. Has anyone else participated in any of these? Did you do something? You were at the same. Oh, okay, that's why you guys are all so chill. I love that. Everyone's so relaxed. Everyone's having a good time. This is such a fun place to work. I don't usually work like 9 to 5, and I'm like, if I have to work in 9 to 5, this presenting at this conference surrounded by fun people that have been like doing Krav Maga between talks is like that's fun. We can do that. So I think we're about time to start our next talk. Are you ready to go? Is everyone ready for our next talk? Very interesting. It's DeFi credit delegation learnings from experiments. So back in that technical stuff that I'm excited to be back there and learn. So everyone give a huge round of applause for Diego Mazo.
Okay. Need to connect first. Sorry for that. Give me a sec. Yes. Perfect. Sí. Okay. I'm gonna just a sec to ensure that the video is working with the audio. Let's load. No. Just a sec. Yeah. No. See? They can you hear it? No, I don't think so. It's okay? Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. There you go. There. Okay. That's it. Great. Well, thanks for being here. I'm Diego Mazo, co-founder of Tropicus Finance. And it's amazing to be here in this event, and especially to present in front of you. So today I'm going to talk about credit delegation, our learnings, and our experiments in Tropicus. We have been exploring different ways to provide credits alongside Latin America, so I will explain some of the examples. As I said, I'm Diego, and Tropicus is a platform, a DeFi platform, which focuses on Latin Americans and to provide better tools and solutions, financial solutions, to improve the current financial services there. So our main markets are Colombia and Argentina, and we have users around Latin America. So in Tropicus, we have 3 lines of impact. The first, obviously, is financial impact. Then we have educational impact. We spend a lot of time trying to help people understand better their personal finance and also the path to crypto alternatives. And also, we have a line of environmental impact. So the actions that our users are doing in the platform, they have an impact in the environment through different initiatives. One of them is with Saving the Amazon, a foundation. So we have a small forest there just to provide this impact with the interactions of our users. But to be more specific, during the last year, we are live a year and some months. We provided more than 400 loans around Latin America, and these loans were DeFi loans, so over-collateralized loans. And this is good. We are creating an impact, but after more than a year doing this, we starting to reflect. Is this the impact we want to create? Can we create more impact than the current situation or the current technology and DeFi is providing? So how can we experiment? How can we try to explore new alternatives to create greater impact? So the question that arose was, are DeFi loans ready to go mainstream? And this is a question for you. What do you think? Are they ready to go mainstream? Hands up. Are not ready to go mainstream? Oh, I can half. Well, I don't think so. They are not ready to go mainstream yet. Why not? So if we think about the user experience of average people, I want a loan, and in the normal world, out of crypto, we don't have to think about tokens. Which token is better to get the perfect loan, for example? So buying useful tokens is the first decision that we have to do. There are different protocols, different platforms that are offering loans with different conditions. But this first decision, it's already very, very difficult. Then, as we are talking about over-collateralized loans, depositing collateral first, it's harder also. So we need to try to skip this step, even though we need collateral, as the previous speaker said. It's important to avoid this situation that if I'm asking the money, why do you require me to deposit first, right? So the mental model is completely different. And the next barrier, it's about understanding the DeFi concepts. So if I tell you about loan to value, and if you are not in DeFi, you will say, okay, I don't get it. What do you mean? Or about different types of collateral factors, so on. So we want to address the general audience, the mainstream audience. We have these barriers, and we need to find solutions for that. So our hypothesis, as in every experiment, was, in that case, can we impact normal people around Latin America with DeFi loans using loans denominated in dollars? Why in dollars? Because actually, that's the option we have with DeFi, right? With stablecoins. So we started with that. So we started our experiment with 3 female entrepreneurs in Argentina, in the region of Tucumán, especially in the village of La Madrid, Lourdes, Erika, and Pamela, trying to understand if our loans were good enough for them to grow their business, to get stock and equipment for their businesses. So they asked us, what we need is $150, small amount actually, to be paid in 2 months. Can you provide that as a loan using DeFi? Well, they didn't care actually. Can you provide this loan? That was the main, and we said, yeah, we can provide this and we will do a pilot. Do you want to join the pilot? Let's do it. And the goal was buying stock for their businesses. So it was a farm, it was a painting business, and also clothing business. Very, very local businesses, and we started the pilot. So at that moment, we had our former platform that is already working, and we decided, okay, to do this pilot, what we could do is just make it super small using existing technology, and let's see if it works. So we went to Aave version 2, we forked Aave version 2, and we knew it from before that they had a collateral delegation feature. That it was set months ago, but nothing happens apparently. So we wanted to explore that. And we did it in Polygon proof of stake. Apart from that, so that's the backstage. In the front stage, we created a super simple interface, as you can see here. So you can deposit, you can withdraw, you can ask the loan, or pay your loan. As simple as that. So how did it work? We have different stakeholders. So Tropicus is here as the main actor, the DeFi protocol. And then we have an institution, cooperative in this case, and we have another stakeholder called Avaldao that was helping us with the collateral protection, let's say. So the first step of the process was the cooperative was opening a saving account in Tropicus. And this saving account in Tropicus had around 5% APY, so annually. And they opened the account, and Avaldao was there to endorse the reputation of the 3 entrepreneurs. This is a on-chain endorsement. So they are working also in a pilot with this on-chain endorsement. And they were actually endorsing to the corporation that the reputation of the entrepreneurs were good enough to have these credits. So, since the cooperative opened the saving account, they have money there, they decided to delegate the collateral. So the saving account with $1,000 was delegated, split it to the different entrepreneurs. So they could have an open credit line with $150. So that was the whole experiment, the different positions, and the main stakeholder map. What we learned about it, and this is quite important. So if we see it from the technology, we see that collateral delegation worked. So the cooperative could delegate the collateral, and the entrepreneurs could have a loan without their own collateral, which is one of the barriers we saw in the beginning. Then the entrepreneurs paid their installments on time, which is good, no default, that's fine. And the total interest rate paid in the loans with 150 USD loans, they paid a total interest rate of 0.62 cents. So it's minimum. It's a minimum interest rate. But, as probably some of you know, here in Argentina, the fluctuation of the local currency, the Argentinian peso, is quite high. It's really, really, really high. So in these 2 months of the pilot, the Argentinian peso went from 390 to 482. So the devaluation of almost 24%, which affected directly to the loan, of course. And if we do the equivalence with the interest rate that they will pay monthly or yearly, it's 9.8 monthly or higher than 100% yearly. That it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but it isn't, because if these entrepreneurs want to go to a bank, they will have a 140% or even no access to credit. So I would like to share with you the testimony of one of the entrepreneurs, Erica. Let's see if we can hear the testimony.
En cuanto al préstamo, la verdad que ha sido una experiencia positiva. Yo les comentaba que acá las posibilidades de préstamo, bueno, mi papá es un productor que trabaja en la ruralidad, en la informalidad, y no tiene las posibilidades que puede llegar a tener una empresa, de tener accesos a créditos bancarios, ese tipo de cosas, digamos. Y entonces, además que las tasas de interés son súper altas, no nos conviene.
La actividad de ir a vender, salir a venderlo para volver a juntar el dinero que invertimos en la crianza. Hoy está muy costoso, muy caro mantenerse en esto porque está todo muy devaluado. Y bueno, mediante estos préstamos que ustedes han ofrecido, he podido comprar un poco más de comederos para poder alimentarlos mejor a ellos y asegurarme que en los 45 y 50 días ya estén listos para la...
Con lo que hemos comprado, que han sido los comederos para los pollitos, hemos podido tener un mejor rendimiento, que tengan mucho más capacidad de tener más pollo en los galpones, gracias a eso. Entonces, a la hora de venderlos a los pollos, ha sido mucho más la ganancia, obviamente.
Okay, so that example, one of the entrepreneurs was a chicken producer, and they were living in rural areas in Argentina. Oh. So, as we see, it's not only about the interest rate, that it was high due to the inflation of the Argentinian peso, but also it's about the access to credit. They are working in informality, they don't have access to financial services, and with this kind of credits, loans, we can offer new solutions to these businesses. So what we learned, I have 5 minutes, so what we learned from this experiment. The first lesson was that we used peer-to-peer ramps. So we did, as the team, we did the conversion from fiat, from Argentinian peso, to crypto on the backstage. They didn't even know how to do it, so if we will add this to the experience will be harder, and of course, with the fees of the businesses that are doing on and off ramps. So this is important to take into account. Then, the loans that are denominated in dollars are not the ideal solution. So we need an extra solution there. One of the solutions that is already in the market, there are some options, are crypto local currencies. So the crypto Colombian peso, the crypto Argentinian peso, and this could be valuable for these kind of loans. And in Tropicus, we're thinking of implementing these solutions to avoid the fluctuation of the local currencies to better serve these kind of users. Then, the access to these loans is actually something that the DeFi loans that we explore, that we pilot with them, is working. So this is the positive side of the coin. DeFi loans can generate impact, as we define impact in the beginning, to these kind of businesses or these entrepreneurs. And the last one is to make collateral delegation scalable. It's important to have two things: trust and formal agreements. Because at the end, if you don't know the other person who is getting a loan with your collateral, you won't take the risk. So either you are a member of a cooperative, you are an employee of a company, or any other model similar to those, this model of credit collateral or collateral delegation won't work. And those are the main learnings we had. We had more, but those are the big ones. So if you want to talk more about our learnings, I'm happy to talk later. And just to finish, I would like to thank you for being here, for sure. But thanks our community. Our last month was crazy. We had many things happening, and not good ones. So they were there to provide support, to be with us, to believe in our mission in Tropicus. So yeah, thanks to all of you that are in Tropicus, and they are supporting us every day. So yeah, thank you very much. If you have any questions, we have 2 minutes remaining. Oh yeah, I see. What are the challenges in now scaling this from pilot to product? That's a good one, actually. So one of the learnings, several of the learnings are in this phase, going for a production phase. I would say fiat on-ramp and off and on-ramps are critical. So if we are charging our users 3%, it's not possible, it's not sustainable for this kind of business. If they are charged 3% to enter and 3% to go out to get back to the local currency there is no way to do it. So we need a more mature service there. And also, I guess, the scalability of the credit delegation. We have been working with the code of Aave. We did some modifications. We create a new layer to create more options or modularity, in the sense that many different users can use a single collateral. That wasn't in the initial code, and we worked on that, and finally we got it. So I think that's part of the work, and testing. It's very important. Any other question? Well, thank you very much again.
Thank you, Diego. That was great. We only have one more panel left this morning, but before I do that, I want to mention the trading cards. Have you guys been collecting them? Anyone? Yeah, do you want to trade? What do you need? What do you need? Because I don't know if you guys know, you guys all got some trading cards at the beginning of this conference. There are 25 of them. If you collect all 25, you get a mystery prize. I don't even know what it is, but it's going to be amazing. And you guys can trade them amongst yourselves. Apparently tomorrow there's going to be a special area just for trading cards. So, make sure you take a look, get your extra packs, and check what your friends have. What do people need? Does anyone want to trade right now? While we wait to get settled for this next panel? I see you guys looking. What are you looking for? I don't know if any. Do I have? No, I don't think I do. No. I've got streamlining smart contracts. Which one do you want? No, I don't have that one. I have these. I have so many of them in my hands, but no. You'll take all of them. Are you going to trade me all of your cards? What are you going to do? I have a couple. I have 2 of these streamlining smart contracts. If someone needs that, it's number 10. Do you want that? What do you trade me for? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Give a round of applause for trading cards with me. Here you go. Ooh, this is a fun one. To the moon. So, does someone need this one? Yeah, you want that? What do you trade me for it? No? You just want it. You just want me to give it to you for free? That's not how this works, okay? we gotta make some good trades here. I also have ETH 2.0. Huh? I do. Oh, I do have chat rooms. Someone need chat rooms? Huh? Oh. You'll give me trading cards for what? For the ETH 2.0? Yeah, let's do it. See, this is fun, right? It's like Pokemon, but better. I don't know if that is anything better than Pokemon. Here you go. Give it up for... Oh, yeah. What do you want? You want to see what else? Yeah. I have cold storage, artistic attire. I don't have any doubles to give yet. That's okay. Well, good luck collecting everything. I hope that mystery prize gets into someone's amazing hands. I think we're ready for this panel. Are you guys ready? Panelists, moderators, everyone? Not quite? Okay, if anyone wants to keep trading. What's cool about these cards, some of them have QR codes on them. Okay. Like the Quest's QR code. That's how you can get started with your quest of finding all of the hidden QR codes around. I keep thinking, what is the English word for recinte? What is the, is that like a multilingual flex or something that I'm like, I can't remember the English word for this. But there are QR codes located all around the conference grounds. And if you scan the QR code on the Quests card, you'll get started. You get like different levels of cool NFTs for how many quests you complete. It's a pretty fun way to interact. Just like the chat rooms are a great way to interact. If you guys scan this, we're going to have like a panel. There's going to be like 6 people on this stage. So definitely, scan and send your questions, because I'm sure they'll be taking a lot of them at the end of this before we get to lunch. I think we're just getting everyone ready. I don't know. Are you guys all hungry? I didn't have any breakfast today. Can you imagine? I feel like I'm just running on caffeine and adrenaline. Like that's how we're going. But no one eats breakfast here in Spain. Where are you from? You're from Brazil. Do you eat a lot of breakfast in Brazil or no? It's like here in Barcelona, people are like, I have my coffee and my cigarette, and maybe like I have like a piece of bread, with like a small piece of bread with like a tiny piece of ham on it, right? That's how we do it here in Barcelona. Do you live here in Barcelona, or did you come all this way? Huh? In Germany. Okay, I was like, you came all the way from Brazil just for this? That's amazing. But no, Germany is also pretty far. Do we have anyone that came from really far away to this? Where'd you come from? From where? Argentina. Wow, yeah, that's a long flight, man. That's commitment to ETHBarcelona. Did anyone come from further than Argentina? I don't know if that's possible. If you came from Chile, maybe it's a little bit further. Are you guys ready to go? The panel, yeah? Amazing. Okay, so let's get this started, because yeah, as you see, there's a ton of chairs on here. This is a really cool talk. I'm excited to hear this one. Web3 and activism intersection, what we can learn from each other. I think is a very important talk to have, and it'll be moderated by Max Semenchuk with panelists Griff Green, Jordi Baylina, Andrew Fung, Gabriela Chang, and a special appearance from the founder of ETHBarcelona, Manuel Turu. So give them all a round of applause as they come on stage, take their seats. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. I'm Max from Trusted Seed. Trusted Seed is a community where we support commons and public goods by helping the stewards with fundraising, connections, and skills. And we believe that Web3 has an immense transformative potential for the world. If only it would be connected with the struggles of the white groups, not only privileged minorities. And that's where the activism can come in, right? With the impact and adoption. But bridging that gap is not always easy. So today with our panelists, we'll explore the intersection of Web3 and activism, what we can take from the both worlds. And these people know what they're talking about. So I'll now invite you to introduce yourself and your connection to the topic.
Okay, thank you, Max. My name's Andrew Funk, and I'm the founding president of an NGO called Homeless Entrepreneur, which helps empower people out of poverty and empower people in general. So I'd like to thank Max for the opportunity to speak. Basically, I experienced homelessness myself, and I had to find a solution. And when I did that, I wanted to help other people. And the importance for Web3 for us is it represents empowerment, access, and inclusion. So what we try to do is understand how we can inspire people in Web3 and other sectors to participate so we can create more transparency through blockchain. We have people using NFTs from Nigeria to be empowered as well in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And we just want to understand how we can do this together so we can create more opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I'm Gabriela Chang, co-founder of ETHHub. We are a ReFi platform to enable anyone in the world to use the blockchain to finance small farmers that are excluded from the traditional financial system. We started in 2018, and we are still alive after 2 crypto winters. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. My background is mixed. I'm an industrial designer and product designer. I work for the Secretary of Economic Development in Mexico, in Chiapas. Now I live in Spain. And I also was a coffee producer, an organic coffee producer. So I'm quite connected with the problem, and from bottom up, we build this solution. I invite you to visit us.
Hi, my name is Manu, and I've been an activist since
I'm like 13, 14 years old. Started in media, in a radio station, basically just saying my thoughts. Then after that, actually going to the streets and organizing students that were protesting against the government back in Venezuela. Yeah, the beginning was like a very peaceful way of protesting, and then it became violent. I actually had to leave the country because of the violence. Also, I've been fighting for freedom of speech and for property rights. Freedom of speech because my family used to have radio stations, and the government was always trying to censor us, always trying to tell us like what is it that we're able to say and what is it that we shouldn't be saying. But also property rights because we used to have land, and the government also expropriated the land from us. So yeah, I've been fighting for freedom of speech and for property rights for a long time. I've also been working in the crypto space as an activist, enabling artists to tokenize any form of media, whether it's music, videos, any sort of media, and then stream money to social causes that they care about. And that's a little bit about me.
Well, hello, I am Jordi Bailina. I'm somebody that got passionate about this blockchain technology in 2016, and here in Catalonia, when all the events in 2017 happened, I was just trying to use this technology. I realized that was absolutely useless, that nothing worked and was mainly not available. So from that time, I decided to improve this technology and to make it available. Of course, it's not just Catalonia, it's just one revolution, but there are many revolutions in the world that need this technology. And since there, I've been working to improve this technology to make available for valuable. So I created DAppNode, which is the decentralized infrastructure for decentralized infrastructure. I created Ident3, which is a self-sovereign identity project. Right now, I'm Polygon mainly scaling the blockchains. Scaling the blockchains, if we want to use, we need to scale it. So scaling blockchains. And I hope in the future I want to work also in liquid democracy and in other things in the future. But this is a little bit the plan, because my plan is to bring this technology to make it available for the space. And that's my life.
Yeah, and I'm similar to Jordi. I actually work with Jordi on a lot of these things. He didn't mention that he also founded Giveth with me. And Jordi has been working and pushing on the technical side, and I've been trying to push on the cultural side to see how we can use this amazing technology to actually, build something better than governments and the systems that we have. Like, I'm a privileged white dude, and I excluded myself as opposed to being excluded. I just don't want to be part of this horrible system that we have in the world. And so, when crypto came along, it's like, wow, this is something that we can actually use to build a better system. But as Jordi said, it's completely unusable by the people who actually need it. And so I've been working alongside Jordi, mostly on the cultural side, though, not on the zero knowledge proof side over here, to make it more culturally acceptable as well.
Thank you. So we'll have a few questions. You can add your questions through the QR code, please. I invite you. But first question to discuss is, where do you see Web3 is currently making the biggest impact and value? What are the best use cases we should look at?
From my perspective, from homeless entrepreneur, I think it's about education and access. So I participated in an interview with Forbes magazine about a month ago, because I was connected by an ex-CEO of Cisco who had an old professor from Cyprus who wanted to talk about the unbanked and homeless. And I said, okay, why don't we use basic information and platforms? I went to Google and I put, what's the % of unbanked using crypto? How many results do you think existed? 100, 1,000, 20,000, 0, right? So you see that it's not being spoken about. And you have to understand that from our perspective, to empower people out of poverty, they need education. I mean, I needed his help to create my Rainbow wallet and MetaMask. So I learned a lot very, very quickly. But imagine someone that doesn't have that contact. So the access is important, the education is important, and I think that's where it needs to start.
For me, I think that the biggest impact was realizing that we could transact without having any imaginary lines, or let's say without having also anyone in the middle that can tell you with who you can transact. To me, that was like mind-blowing. The second element is being able to create your own. Being able to create your own currency, being able to create your own ways of valuing things. For me, that's I think, super powerful. And what really got me into the space was this concept or this idea of the DAO. Like when I learned about the DAO, I'm like, damn, this is gonna be huge. People from all over the world coming together to coordinate, and for the first time in humanity history, deciding what we all believe has value. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, no matter your sex, no matter your sexual orientation, no matter any of that bullshit. So to me, that's like the most powerful part. Obviously, there's other aspects that I believe are super powerful. Like, for example, I believe that in the very near future, we're going to see more trust networks that are going to come out. I think that it's just gonna be a very hot topic in the next few months, probably the next year. Just people trying to create their own networks that they own, they manage, they control, they share with whoever they want to share. I think is going to be super powerful.
Yeah, I think I will agree very much, because of course this technology can be used for many things, and it's very useful as a technology. But if there is one application that will change the way we understand the world, is the one that he was mentioning. At the end, is empowering people. Empowering means giving power to the people. Okay? People can do things. He can decide things. People have the responsibility to do things, though they are not. And here is the difference between having systems, a world of systems. You belong to the system, something that you cannot change or is very difficult to change, or belonging to a community. You are part of the community. You have the responsibility to contribute to the community, to organize the community the way. And this governance, this is really the big, I would say it's the big differential application if you compare from the technology perspective. All the technologies change the world, but this technology should change the world in this direction. So for me, clearly, the governance, the way, the freedom that the humans have in order to organize in different ways, where the people can choose how they can be organized. The people can associate, can collaborate between different persons, no matter, with this integration, you just join a couple of people just to do some common good or something bigger. This, you can say, I like the word inclusive communities, communities that they respect the other communities. And this is for me, this is the hope of the world, and I think this technology is the trigger that can enable this technology. Of course, Cliff can talk. The technology is not enough. You need the cultural revolution on that. It's like people, sometimes you see that people don't want to be empowered. Being a slave is very comfortable. Okay? Freedom has a cost. Okay? And this requires a change in the society, and this is, of course, hard. But this technology definitively is a piece that can trigger that.
I just wanted to add one thing to what you just said. For me, it's definitely a tool that can give us a lot of freedom, but the same tool that can give us a lot of freedom is the same tool that can enslave us as well. And I'm saying that is because it all depends on the intention, it all depends on the people actually behind it, maybe the governance models that have been put in place, and also like a lot of the parameters that maybe we put in place and so on. So yeah, I think that definitely it can be a technology that can give us a lot of freedom, but also it can be used by the people that are trying to oppress us as well.
Yeah, it's like a gun. It's a lot of empowerment in a gun, you know? But who's holding the gun? Who's trained to use the gun? Who can use the gun, right? Who's able to use the gun? It's a digital weapon, you know, and it's powerful, but it doesn't get everyone everywhere if only some people have it.
Do you remember what was blockchain initial promise? To create a financial system where no one was left excluded. But let's think a bit about our current system. Who's excluded? I would like to talk on behalf of those that I don't think they're represented here. We're talking about activism, the unseen, the invisible. The invisible is 1 out of every 4 human beings. 2 billion people excluded from not just from the financial system, but most of these 2 billion are small farmers producing our food, 1/3 of our food, and yet they are excluded. And yet they don't have the option to decide to be excluded from the financial system. Once we get them the benefits, then they can choose if they want to be part of this world or not. They are not given this election. And most of the unbanked are also not connected to electrical grid, so they cannot access the internet to access this amazing tool that is blockchain. So what I love most about this technology is the possibility for once to not make of this technology another way of exclusion, even when they don't have ways to connect it, even when they don't directly interact with the technology, they can be benefit of it because we have the programmable crypto incentives to create the proper behaviors, to empower the markets, to make them part of it, even if they are not connected. They will. I think in 1 or 2 years, we will be able to see the wallets and to see that the funding we are funneling toward them for investing to them, it's received. Until now, we have to trust, to rely on circles of trust. But yes, there is life beyond technology, and we have to connect that life and make it part of the planet. Because 70% of the unbanked, that's 1.2 billion people, are living in some of the greenest and most vulnerable parts of the planet, and agriculture is key to climate change. And I don't need to talk about climate change because we are all aware of it. So that's my take for blockchain for activists, to give presence to the unseen, to the invisible. Thank you.
Thank you. And when we were preparing this panel, Andrew reached out to me and said, like, let's do some real impact with it. Let's help at least one person. And he told me, like, super unique story about, like, homeless AI professor. I hope, first of all, we can put the QR code for the campaign we prepared for this on the screen. And Andrew, could you please share a few words about it?
Yeah. You have to understand homeless people are people, right? So people are looking for an opportunity to participate. And one of the homeless entrepreneurs to understand is a homeless entrepreneur is a motivated person with a lack of resources. And this specific individual, Carlos Marchena, contacted us through our helpline when he entered the street for the first time. So he became homeless in Madrid, and he was losing his mind. He didn't know what to do. I said, relax, be patient. There are a lot of people that care and will help you, but you need to calm down. We then invited him to participate in our next program, which is called Voices. It used to be called Homeless Voices, but it changed because nobody wants to recognize they're homeless. I experienced homelessness myself. It's not something you want to go out and tell everyone, even if you're in that situation. So he participated in that, and thanks to that, within a day or two, he was in a Jesuit homeless shelter, and then he started collaborating more through our help program. And in there, he started working with 2 coaches, one from IBM, which is our main partner, and the other one Amazon. So all of a sudden, he has a coach from Amazon and a coach from IBM, and he entered the Restart program with Amazon. And we were with him last week as he was presenting. After he presented at Open Expo in Madrid, he was presenting in front of Amazon, their volunteers. But he told me he had 2 days to find a new place because he only had 2 months to stay at that homeless shelter. We didn't know what to do. We spoke with Amazon, they spoke with the foundation that was training him, and then all of a sudden this AI professor who was in the street literally in March, he was provided housing above the foundation he's receiving training at with Amazon. and all he has to do is participate in the solidarity market. So what we believe is through the support of the Web3 community, we can inspire other people like Carlos by providing the funding that they need, so that way we can reduce the cost of helping others. So everyone here is doing amazing work. All we want to do is just help connect them with those that want to participate, and we have that expertise. So I'd just like to thank you and everyone else for the opportunity, and Griff for dealing with me at midnight. But it's really important to understand that everyone can participate, but we need to be willing, and we need to make an effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please support. This is QR for the Give It campaign, and it's all there. And continuing the panel, what do you think are the principles or values we should take from activism and embed it into like Web3 space, and how to do it?
I would say empathy, inclusion, to please think on the others, to think that our circles are wider than we think, and always keep in mind, I will ask on behalf of this quarter of the world excluded, keep them in mind. Keep in the universe of your solutions that inclusion must be embedded into it, and fairness and ethics, I think, because the future won't be able to happen if we don't do it together with the conscious that this is one planet that we all are sharing and that everything is connected. So I would add, it would be very necessary to keep in mind that it is necessary to keep connected and to consider, as I said, those others part of the whole system.
I think it's fair to exclude a large part of crypto from this discussion. There's a lot of people who are in crypto just to make money. That's cool. That's fine. Do it, right? Work with the governments, work with the regulators, make something totally compliant and build your business. That's fine. But let's not loop like the revolutionary side of crypto with that. You know, I wish there could be a little bit of a segregation, because the more like activist side of crypto needs to have this perspective of like Paralini Police, right? I love that crew, trying to build like an alternative system that people can play in that cares less about the regulatory environment. Because I love the activist culture. It's just like, yeah, you know what? They don't like this. So what? You know? But then there's also more practical activists that are like, well, let's work with them. This is what we want. Let's hold our ideals firm, but let's discuss it with the powers that be so it can be, you know, more impactful. And I think it's okay to have that gradient. That has nothing to do with the DeFi world that's just trying to make money, but it has a lot to do with the more like, I don't know, like the 2013 ideals of crypto that were like, hey, we can build something better than governments. You know, and I think it's fair to build kind of along that spectrum where you have some people who don't give a fuck about the regulation and are not going, you know what, like honestly, Giveth, we will support projects in Iran. I don't care, okay? You know. But it's okay also for other projects to be like, no, you know, actually this is too risky. And that's fine, you know, and it's good to have that diversity. And I think that we, as you know, from the activism space, I think there is also that diversity. And we shouldn't look down upon the projects that are like, well, that's too risky for our investors or whatever. And we shouldn't like overly, you know, applaud for someone who's going to completely fly in the face of it because they don't give a fuck, right? But we should have that whole diversity of projects. The most important thing is that we hold our ideals, that there is ideals, that there is a vision, that there is a goal in mind, and that we can rally people around that goal. And that's what I want to see more from the activist side of crypto.
I want to mention a couple of values that I would say that I don't see it very much in today's, I mean, it's not the only ones values, but I think that are important to mention because they are fundamental in this space. One is the privacy. I mean, privacy is something that in general people don't care very much. We live in a society where, I mean, social media is like, looks like you need to publish everything about your life. So it's not a value in the society. That's really important to the right for privacy, I think is really important. Privacy is, I mean, it's something that you, in general, you realize the importance of privacy when you need it, and then it's too late. So it's important that the systems, they are private by default, and that you build in that direction. I mean, this is hard. This is not, and here is where the zero-knowledge technology helps a lot. So this is not, privacy is not incompatible with security. Of course, we don't want to have terrorist attacks, and we don't want to have money laundering, and we don't want to have many other bad things that can happen. I mean, okay, it's just whatever, I mean, but the cool thing of the zero knowledge is that allows you to decide exactly how privacy you want to be. And this is the interesting thing. I mean, if you just reveal, if you want to prove, at the end if you want to prove that you are not funding some, I don't know, some bad thing, you can do that with zero knowledge. You can prove that you are paying your taxes without revealing even how much you are paying. You can do that with zero knowledge. So zero knowledge is not about hiding. Privacy is not about hiding things. It's about proving things and proving selectively the things that you need to prove at each right moment. We have the technology there, and this is, I mean, it's not the only value. There are other values. I mean, you talk about integration and inclusivity, and of course, these are another value, for example, that for me is important, that I don't see it very much. And we were talking with some guy before. When I started in crypto in 2016 in the DAO, Griff remembers, when the DAO was launched, there was like 20 people that verify the smart contracts. Just looking at the code and checking. It was a hack, a bug, but that was another thing. Right now, with much more complex systems that we have, I mean, the ZKVM, but a lot of DeFi protocols, a lot of, I mean, even, I don't know in Giveth, but I mean, donations, a lot of smart contracts, nobody verifies anything. Nobody checks. I mean, we live in, this blockchain is about trustless. So it's about that you don't need to trust individuals. You can trust the code. And this means that you should verify things, you should check things, you should, and this is not something, it's not a value that I see very much, and this is, I mean, I'm a little bit worried about that, because I think that these values, we need to keep them somehow.
In my personal opinion, I'm very scared when I hear technologies talk about creating neutral technology. To me, that sounds so bullshit, to be honest. When people say that they're creating something neutral, I really don't know what they mean, because whenever you're creating something, you're actually inputting your own bias, or the bias of the let's say, surroundings. Also, another thing that I want to mention is that we technology, sometimes we don't realize the privileges that we have, and we build things without being conscious of the privileges that we have. And also we build things sometimes without realizing that maybe what we're creating actually can affect other people. One clear example is with cars. Cars, they gave some people some sort of freedom. They allow people to move from one place to another in a faster amount of time. But also, it also took freedom away from other people. The people that used to walk on the streets when there was no streets. Now we need to have streets. Now we need to have traffic lights. So by creating some sort of freedom, we're also restricting some sort of freedoms to other people as well. So we need to be conscious as human beings that whenever we create something, we might be creating also things that we might not even want to do. So yeah, I highly encourage you, all builders, to be very mindful, very conscious of what you're creating, because actually it can affect other people, and then actually it can create more oppression to other people as well.
One thing really quickly, when we talk about activism, I've been doing that for a long time, sleeping out in 17 below zero in Davos, which is very, very cold and uncomfortable. But you have to think about speed, urgency, and acting, right? Without that, without people that are starting fires behind to make sure things happen, nothing takes place. So I would actually like to invite everyone to do something really, it's a really small barrier. If you can just take a picture of that, you know, it's there for a reason. If everyone could actually just take a picture and see what's there, that's one step that doesn't cost you one penny, and it's a possible way of access for people that need help. And I really can't see any reason why not everyone can do that. So if everyone could just take a picture, you can delete it afterwards, you don't have to look at it. But if it's difficult for you guys to look at what's on that, imagine how difficult it is for someone that's homeless to get a job and have a place to stay and call home. Okay, so I just want to invite you guys to actually do that. And the difference is that small step that everyone's here that's fighting for what they believe in, and you all as well, it takes a lot of those small steps, but it's very difficult to do that. So I just want to thank everyone for all the activism they're doing. It's really cool. Thank you.
And in good incentives, you know, in the crypto scene, at the Giveth booth, we have these impact quests where you actually can win prizes for engaging with projects on Giveth, like Homeless Entrepreneur. So, you know, incentives for making these things great. The best swag is the stuff that you earn. So definitely you can engage with that and even get some cool swag.
Cool. Now the question is how we as the, like it's already part of the answer, but how we as a Web3 community can come closer to the people like in need, to the communities and so on, and how we can interact with them for it to be effective.
Okay, I think we're activists here, right? So what's the best way to get people involved? You stand up, you get off the stage, and you give the microphone to someone. So I'm going to walk out here. I'll give it to this guy. Do you speak English? Spanish? English is okay? Stand up. Okay, what's your name?
Salvador.
Salvador. Why are you here?
I'm just trying to find how to connect the real activist world with the Web3 world, because I'm an activist too. I'm an ambientalist activist. And I know that many things are happening in the Web3 world, and I want to connect them. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so ask one of these people a question that you would like to ask to get help with what you're doing.
Yeah. Listen, we are thinking in the regeneration of the soil, and the regeneration of the soil needs a long time to happen. To do that, we need to change the way of the property. We need to have a common property for the land. So we would like to create a big community of people offering to be part of this property in a foundation or whatever, and just then to to make a cession of the land to the people who wants to work in the regeneration of the soil. It's more or less.
Okay. What was the question exactly?
How can you help me, Ethic Hub?
Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Well, what we are doing currently is to act as a bridge to different economic regions. So we can't give a benefit to the people investing into the farmers that are in emerging economies because of the difference of the rate. That's called arbitrage. Doing it within Europe, it's more complex, evidently, because of the monetary thing. But my piece of advice or experience into this, regarding regenerative agriculture and syntropic, which I love very much, I find a lot of parallelism with communities in general. We have to start. We cannot start by the whole and fixing everything. So I think we have to start by bioregions, by local communities, and start building healthy tissue, and ask others to build healthy tissue somewhere else, and then connect this healthy tissue to make a healthy network. I find it very complex to develop a whole huge healthy community from one central point. That's why when we talk about decentralization, because it's more efficient. So I think that would be my sharing point on this. We are building small community of farmers around the world, and we expect to build a global system that will give strength to I forgot the word in English, sorry. To talk with the traders, to talk with the rest of the supply chain, and stop being the weakest link. So I think the same regarding the use of the land. We need to prove it's working, and we need to start with a small spot of healthy land to show the rest of the neighbors, look, this is what you can do. And to bring here what Joe Brewer says about this bioregions, make a radical inclusion. Invite those other farmers that are not aware of these techniques and show them the results, show them on the land what they can do. And this is a way of spreading faster these plots of healthy land that all the planet needs.
There's an incredible, so I feel like crypto has incredible promise and just audacious barriers. So right now, crypto is not usable by most communities. Hey, it's just what it is. We don't have a good system of like utilizing the tools that we have. The tools that we have are built for the uber nerds of the world. Accepted, okay. But the methodologies, the mindset, the opportunities of like understanding what is possible, that is accessible to anybody. There's an incredible project called the Token Engineering Academy. And token engineering is really the direction, I think, where we can make impact, is learning how to do token engineering. Like as in civil engineering, building public infrastructure that is safe to use. Not for the degens and the gamblers or the, the uber nerds, but for normal people. And so there's this incredible free course, and getting people in your community to just take that course and have an understanding of what is possible. I think it will give a lot of perspective, and you could do this stuff with spreadsheets. You could make your own little tokens, like screw crypto, okay? Like if you start with a small community, with like 30 people, you can learn the techniques of crypto and apply it a user experience that fits your local system. I wish MetaMask was accessible. I wish I didn't have to hang out with Andrew at midnight and talk for like an hour about, well, you really use Rainbow Wallet if you have an iPhone because it's just MetaMask has all these problems sometimes. And it's ridiculous. So it's okay, but the mindset that we have is where the real juicy stuff is.
Let me do a call for developers. I mean, Griff, he's a little bit sarcastic, but he's right. I mean, that's the reality that we have right now. And if you take it from the engineering perspective, I see it as an opportunity. It's an opportunity to create the foundation of this new dream or this new world. We need infrastructure. We need the things work. I mean, we need good wallets. We need security. We need good interfaces. We have a lot of scams. There is so many things that needs to be fixed. So I would say that all the work remains there. So here is a call for the people that's interested. It's a world that's building, that's starting. Now we are setting him up. We are setting the base, the rule. So, and here is more from the, I would say even from the human part, especially technical people. They have the opportunity here to, be the father of this new world that's happening. So if there is developers here, I would recommend them to read a lot, to go deep, to navigate, to go to the projects, to go to the GitHub, to understand the code, to go to conference, to go deep in what's going on. Of course, also to understand the values and the concepts and what kind of work, because this will give you motivation of what you are doing. But there is also a technical motivation for building this. So it's a huge opportunity here, and it's look, I changed it. So I was like a normal developer until 2016, and for me, when I entered the space, my life just changed. It was like two lives, before life and after, pre-crypto and post-crypto. On that, it's because somehow is when you find that, okay, you are building something that that makes sense, that's okay, you are building something that you have the hope that's going to be useful. The other, you are just coding things just to survive somehow.
Yeah, I loved your energy with just going to the place. We did a small expedition on Monday, exploring the social transformation stuff in one of the districts, and our guide was showing us different cooperatives and said yeah, and this is financial institution and it operates with complementary currency. Every co-op has its own currency, and we were like, oh wow, you have coins? I said, yeah, kind of coins, but how do you call them? Well, just complementary coins, You can take your cash, take a coin, So for many people who were on the tour from Web3, it was some kind of surprise, that the system, already is in place. Maybe it can be more effective with some global liquidity or standardization or transparency. That's where maybe crypto jumps in. But also we shouldn't forget that this solution, these problems are not super new. People are solving those for tens of years. So that's where we may also the intention is to learn from each other. So now I'd like to jump into the questions from the chat. Oh, quickly look, it's a long one. So out there on the streets, there are a lot of initiatives that have a similar replica in the crypto world. How to connect two realities? I mean the physical world and the Web3, fleeing from the mere financial vision of the tool.
As I always said, the word is about, fixing the word is about connections. So I insist that within the impact space, for example, there's way more money than the whole money that is into the Web3 space, Bitcoin included. So there's a lot of capital there meant to solve, to be focused on the problems we need to solve. And it's not possible to reach the bottom of the pyramid because it's not connected. There are so many intermediaries, and because blockchain is an amazing organizational tool and coordination tool, this connection is possible to be done now, creating the incentives for all the parts to connect. So I think it's very important to connect Web3 with Web 2. It's not starting from zero. From some things, yes. Some things need to be forgotten and start from zero. But I'm talking about the collaborative systems that are already existing. That needs to have a flow from this stage of development to a higher new one. Blockchain is nothing but an improved internet, if you want to see it in very simple terms. It's the industrial revolution of the internet. So there are lots of projects out there that would thrive on becoming Web3 version. Some others don't. It's like you don't put just Web3 as if it was mayonnaise and a sandwich, I know. But think about purpose. Think about this technology can improve what you're already doing and get in contact with the communities that are developing. As Griff said, there's a lot of developers looking for real cases to apply this technology. We at ETHHub were very lucky because, as I said, we started with a problem. So in the moment we met the technology, it was like very clear case to connect, to build a bridge, to connect the people. And I think I invite you to think of those connections. It's not just like someone is going to come and plug his solution and jump my business out of, I don't know, no? to multiply it. But engage into the communities. Engage with what the developers are building, because a lot of them are looking how to engage with the real world and make things happening. But this is about community, so I think it's connecting, getting closer.
I really want to reinforce kind of a part of what she said, where it's like, it feels like sometimes we have the crypto savior complex, that we're going to come in and we're going to build. No, it's not going to happen. We need to educate the people who are on the ground with the problems so that they can design the solutions. And that's what Gabriela did. They had a problem. They weren't, I can't tell you how often someone even came up to this conference to me, a great guy, right? And he's like, hey, we have this really cool thing. We just need users and people to use it for something cool. Like, can you figure that out for us? It's like, wrong direction. Wrong direction. Let's educate the people on the ground who have the problems so that they can build the solution. That's the magic that's how we can accomplish on the ground solutions.
Yeah, and also you cannot save people that don't want to be saved. And most of these people, when I say that, is because they don't have the knowledge, or they lack education, they lack understanding what's actually going on around them. But also there's a lot of people that choose to not even know. Like, even if you're trying to tell them and educate them, they're like, oh, no. Don't tell me anything. So I think it's actually a challenge. It's a cultural challenge more than a technological challenge, in my personal opinion. So I believe we need to show with examples. We need to show and inspire people. If we don't inspire people, we're just doing nothing, really.
Well, to build upon that, we work with the homeless community, right?
I just wanted to add one last thing. And also another thing that I want to say is that we're thinking a lot about financial systems and money, and to me that's very boring. Like, if we're just thinking about the type of money that we have been using until now, I really don't think that we're going to make that much progress. We need to start thinking about new types of value that we're unlocking with these cryptocurrencies and with these new forms of tokenizations that we have. I believe that the future is not going to be based on only like financial capital, but it's going to be new forms of capital, like social capital, human capital, and many other forms of capital that actually will unlock new ways for people to transact, new ways for people to engage with their communities and with their society.
I think the concept of understanding not to be enslaved to money, be it crypto or fiat, is important. I mean, so if we can get away from that dependency, maybe, it'd be important. Someone asked a question for me about transparency in the NGO. Could you raise your hand? I don't know. Someone asked the question, unless they ran out of the room. Okay. We've been using blockchain technology with Comgo since 2018 to provide transparency, and also in a very simplistic sense with transparency in blockchain. Whenever we do something, we take a picture or video and we share it, but we do it publicly in social media. So if you made a donation to pay for the train ride for Jeff to get to Davos for the World Economic Forum, we have Jeff take a picture with the train ticket that you paid for, and we send it to him, so that way they can see that, right? So obviously you have to work on making that scalable. Also, we're speaking with blockchain as well for the World Economic Forum, because we're trying to raise 1 million for a sculpture in which can empower 14,000 people, but with a QR code so people can see the stories, so you can see the transparency behind it and the interaction. So for me, transparency is really involving people to participate in the process so they know they're getting more than what they put in, which is the objective of our organization. So the answer is yes. Also, the education part that you guys spoke about and the access is really important, because a lot of people just aren't using it and don't know how to, so we have to increase the base of people that understand it and appreciate it more before it becomes more active, I think.
I would like to face this point of connection between the blockchain world and, I would say, the rest of the world. I want to face it from the developer's perspective, because I think this is really important, and this is the stage we are building this. And I would say it's definitively bad that there is developers that they are not connected with the reality. This is something that's very I mean, it's very tentative because when you are obsessed for the technology, you just think about the technology, you dream about the technology, but you forget what's happening around. And you may end up building something that's useless. I mean, if you are in a pure research, maybe that's good. I mean, I think it's good that there is a small set of people that just doing useless things because this is the main inspirational thing. But especially from the engineering perspective, I mean, we need to solve real problems. We need to be in contact. We need to understand what are the values. We need to understand which world we want to build. We need to not only do products, but also to push these products and to see where they are wrong, why the people they are not using, what are the difficulties, and what are the things that we need to improve. And this feedback, which is normal in engineering, and but it's crucial also in this space, especially that we are building the system. So we call it, we don't want, we call it lab rats. I mean, people that just coding. I don't know if that's the right translation, but we need people that's in the world, there's people that believe in what they are building, that understands why, not only why they are building this, and that they have these cultural things, and they understand this change. Because if we don't understand what we are building, we are not gonna make it for sure.
I completely agree with that, and that's why I think it's very important that we bring philosophy to our space, that we bring ways for people to challenge thoughts, and also that we discuss about ethics and morals. There's people that don't want to talk about it, that are building in the space, and that scares me a lot, to be honest. We need to talk about ethics, we need to talk about morals, because we're building technology for humans. And the technology is going to affect other people. So it's really, really important that we, as creators of these type of spaces, we also enable people to have these spaces where they can share their thoughts, share their ideas, and we need to challenge ideas. That's the only way that I think we can progress as society.
Okay, thank you so much. It seems like we're coming to the end. It was a really inspirational conversation. Thanks again. Thanks for what you're doing out there. And thanks for everybody who listened.
Thank you so much. I think you can just take that off stage. All right, that is the end of our morning sessions. You guys can all head off to lunch. Grab some delicious Thai food. Yeah, thank you so much. I think there's some burgers, some good stuff. And the solar stage will be starting programming at 2:30. So, bon profit, everyone. Hello, welcome back. We got this whole nice crew sitting up. Are you guys excited for this next talk? Are you involved with this somehow? Because one of you is the speaker, right? Okay, no, wait, you can wait. I got to go through the agenda first, but you brought your whole gang. I love that. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. My name is Hannah Becker. I will be continuing to host this stage today for the next couple of talks. I hope you all had a good lunch. Everyone full? Everyone get coffee? Yeah? Not, I think everyone else is just taking a nap on those beanbag chairs out there. But we're going to have a great afternoon of talks and panels. Yeah, we have 6 talks and 2 panels. So let's go through the agenda. The first talk will be Bruno San Martin and all of his buddies talking about the importance of NFT marketplaces to increase the usage and adoption of any blockchain. Then we're going to have a panel moderated by Joseph Birch with Zug and Mila Rioja and Lauren Luce talking about creating real-world impact with on-chain solutions. Then we'll have another talk from Noah Gallant and OX Zach about maximizing single donation impact through retroactive quadratic funding for global nonprofits. That's a mouthful. Then we're going to have a couple more talks, self-organization and Web3 to combat housing challenges with Clara Gromajes, New Cities, Network States and Technology with Nicholas Asinger, the Web of Trust, bringing trust to our trustless network with Adrian Eth, and then Griff Green, who we had on a panel this morning, will come back to talk about markets for public goods. And we will end this amazing second day of ETHBarcelona with a panel called From Followers to Owners, Web3 and the Future of Fan Engagement in the Creator Economy. That will be moderated by Julia Mumblatt with Charlotte Caleb, Domino, and Andrea Berry. So we got a lot to cover this afternoon. And hopefully people will filter in as they're coming back from their lunch and they're finishing their coffees. So let's start our first talk. See, the whole gang is ready. You guys are ready to hear this. Yeah, I think we can get this started. So give a huge round of applause for Bruno San Martin with his talk about the importance of NFT marketplaces to increase the usage and adoption of any blockchain. Give it up for Bruno.
How can I pass the slides? Okay. Hello guys, how are you guys doing? So I'm Bruno Garcia San Martin. I'm the CMO of Prime Numbers, and I'm actually collaborating with the XDC network. And today I'm going to talk about the importance of NFT marketplaces to increase the adoption of any blockchain. So the topics of today. I'm going to give a different point of view for developers and investors when choosing a network, okay, to invest or develop on it. I'm going to give you some key points when investing in networks, and also don't look at blockchains as a network, but an ecosystem. This is very important. I'll explain it later. And then we will go through the most important dApps that you guys have to look when investing or developing. And also we'll go through NFTs, marketplaces, and its importance. So this talk is for investors and developers that want to have a different point of view when choosing a network to develop or invest. So what do we look for in a network to invest or develop? So this is the trilemma. I think all of you have heard about it. This is the trilemma of the blockchain. Once you create a blockchain, the main goal is to have decentralization, scalability, and security. So if you want to develop a blockchain, that's what you have to look for. And also when you're investing, you cannot look for example, for a project or a blockchain, a layer 1 that just have scalability, but it doesn't have decentralization or security. So we need decentralization to have the power distributed. We also need security, so we don't have room for leaks. Scalability, fast transactions, and low fees. This is very important. And also, we need to look for projects that have potential growth. So I like this phrase a lot. A blockchain is like a company in its trust and revenue. So when we look to a project, we cannot look at it as an architecture, an infrastructure. It's way more. We need to look at a blockchain as a company. Like there are nodes. The nodes could be the offices. There are users. There are stakers. They could be the employees or the clients. So we need to look at as a blockchain like a company. And of course, it needs trust and revenue. But how do we gain that trust and that revenue? Because as a company, we need to make profits. A blockchain needs to make profits. How can we get that? So how can we get trust and revenue? So first of all, we need to build an ecosystem, just a network. When you start to create a layer 1, a layer 2, or whatever, you cannot build a network. You have to go way farther. You need to think about building an ecosystem, because a company is not just the name and the idea. A company has employees, offices, it has everything that you need to make revenue. So just think about building an ecosystem and not a network. For that, you need to develop the apps that build that ecosystem. So once you have those DApps working, you're going to have users that use your DApps for their own benefit. And if the users on that network have benefit, then you will get revenue afterwards. So you have to add value to the users, and then you will benefit from that. So the question is, how can we measure the user trust in a network? Like, there are hundreds of projects out there. How can we measure the trust of the people that are investing in that project? How do we know if people trust that project? Because it's hard to know. So there is the TVL. Okay, it's something that you guys can find, for example, in DeFi Llama. I think it's a very important platform that you guys can use. And the TVL is the total value locked. Just imagine that there are $100 million invested in a project, and 30% of it are locked on smart contracts, on liquidity pools, on staking. It means that 30% of the people are logging their tokens or whatever they are logging because they trust on that platform. If they were not logging their tokens, it means that they don't know if the price is going to go up and down. They don't trust the platform. So if they log their tokens, it means that they trust on the long term. So here it's a chart from Avalanche. It's from 2021. And we can see here that from August to, in 1 year, it went from less than 1 billion USD logged. It went to almost 12 billion in less than a year. So if you see at the chart, the price went up just because people like the ecosystem, they like the DApps, and they were locking their tokens in liquidity pools, and they were using the NFT marketplaces, they were doing staking, they were lending tokens, borrowing tokens, and that had a great impact in the price. So when looking at a project, you need to check the total value locked always, so you are going to see the trust of that project. So now we know how to measure the trust. Okay, we have the trust of the ecosystem. We need revenue. So how can we make revenue? What DApps can we build? What DApps can we develop to gain that revenue? Because as a company, of course, you can have the trust of your clients, but if they don't buy you, there is nothing. You're not going to succeed. So this is a chart from Token Terminal, and here you have all the DApps that make revenue on the Web3 ecosystem. And the DApp that made the most revenue the last 2 years, it was OpenSea. OpenSea is the biggest NFT marketplace in the world. It's basically the DApp that made the most revenue in blockchain. Millions and millions every single month. So if you need revenue in your blockchain, you have to create an NFT marketplace that is going to give you revenue, because people are trading everyday NFTs. They buy, they sell, and when they create an NFT collection, they charge a fee. So if you have a layer 1 and you want to start making revenue, one of the advice that I will give is to create an NFT marketplace. So to have your own NFT marketplace in your network is key to attract users, generate revenue, and then grow your ecosystem. Okay? So where can we start? So we can think Ethereum is the biggest one. Of course, it's the biggest one. It's one of the best layer 1s in the world. But the problem in Ethereum right now is that there is no scalability, there is much competition, and you need huge funding if you want to get a little portion of that revenue that goes into the Ethereum ecosystem. So if you are an investor or you are a developer, I would advise to do that development of an NFT marketplace on a different layer 1 with actually low fees, 0 fees, or close to 0 fees, okay? Because then you're going to have more scalability, you're going to have less competition, and you don't need much funding, okay? There is no need for huge funding. One of the keys in Web3 to attract users is marketing. If you have much competitors like Ethereum, to attract those users, it's going to be very hard. You're going to need basically all the ecosystem to promote your project at the same time. If you just go to a layer 1 that is not that famous, and you're the first one to create that NFT marketplace, you are basically going to attract all the users from that network to your NFT marketplace, and then that layer 1 is going to start making revenue on its own. So investors look at the ecosystem, not networks. So when I started investing, I used to try to analyze the network, like how is the architecture, how is the blockchain. That's okay. That's something that we have to do. But we have to look way farther. We have to look at it as an ecosystem. Like, what are the DApps that are being built on that network? So if there is no ecosystem, if there are no DApps, if there are no NFT marketplaces, if there are not lending and borrowing platforms, you're going to have no users. If you have no users, why do you want to have a blockchain? That's just a user base. The thing is that it's just decentralized. But once you have those users, because you build an ecosystem, you focus on building, on developing, then you will earn that revenue, okay? So no ecosystem, no users, no revenue. So focus on building an ecosystem first, of course, on top of a network. Then you will start getting users, and those users will benefit from your DApps, and then you will start making revenue. So conclusion, investors, they look for networks with a potential growth for its ecosystem, okay? They don't look for a network that has 2 seconds, 2 TPS or low fees. They look for networks with a potential growth of its ecosystem. That's it. Also, developers, they develop DApps that will attract users on networks with potential growth. And also, NFT marketplaces, that's where it all started. Statistically, they are one of the best DApps to attract users and generate revenue on any blockchain. So if you are a developer or you are an investor, I would focus on blockchains that they don't have that many DApps. You can start building there. And as I said before, the total value lock is quite important to gain the trust. But there are two things that can happen when you look at the total value locked of a blockchain. One of them is that you might think that that project is not good because they don't have the trust. That might be okay. The other one is that it has a lot of potential to grow. If you find an ecosystem that has no total value locked, but it's good, they are starting to grow, you might be an early adopter. So the total value lock, we have to look at it as early investors as well. So that's basically it. I don't know if you guys have any questions. Okay, let me see. There is a question over here. So what do you think about the staking through NFTs? Are they safe? Which advantages they have? So this is quite interesting because I think someone knows me and asked this question. So on Prime Numbers, we develop an ecosystem where you can stake tokens inside an NFT. Because NFTs, we know what the NFTs are. They have a lot of utilities. But you can use NFTs like banks. For example, on Prime Numbers, we develop an ecosystem where you have your tokens, whatever XDC or token PRNT, and you can stake your tokens inside the NFT. So your NFT is like your bank. So instead of going to a node, you can just have your NFT and stake inside of it. Do you think the reputation of the layer 2s impacts the collector's perception of the value of the work? I don't think the layer 2s impacts the collector's perception of the value of the work. I think the layer 2s are just something that can give more potential to the layer 1s. I don't think we have to look at it as competitors, but a way of helping each other in the ecosystem. So I think those are all the questions. So thank you very much, and I hope you are enjoying Ethereum Barcelona. Thank you.
All right. Give another round of applause for Bruno Sanmartin and his whole gang. They're all going to leave. Okay. Give it up for Bruno again. So we are getting ready for a panel that's supposed to start at 2:55. So we're a bit ahead of schedule now. So I think it's best we do a little break, come back here between like a couple minutes before, so at 2:53, 2:52, and we will have a great panel called Creating Real-World Impact with On-Chain Solutions. Don't go too far, but yeah, try some coffee. Don't pass out on a beanbag chair. Get another snack, and come right back in about 10 minutes. Great, well, we'll see you then. You're just going to want to sit here for 10 minutes. Yeah, this is where the Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back from that little unplanned break. As you see, our next panel is already ready. They're getting comfortable on this stage. They're hydrated. They're ready to go. So this is going to be a panel about creating real-world impact with on-chain solutions, moderated by Joe Birch with Zug, Lauren Luce, and Mila Rioja. So give them a round of applause, and let's get this panel started.
Are we on? We're on. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. It's great to be with you at ETHBarcelona. I'm just curious, bit of audience participation. How many of you have been in this industry for less than a year? Okay. And how about more than 3 years? More than 5 years? Okay. So between 3 and 5 mostly. And how many of you had a moment where you thought, is this it? Like, is this what we're doing with this technology? Okay. All right, so you started first, and then everyone else was like, okay, I can say it now. Okay. Yeah, okay, right, okay, yes. It happens periodically, right? I mean, this is something I'm feeling when we're speaking to people at this conference. And that's great that you're here now, because I feel like this panel, we can talk about ways in which the technology that this whole industry is built around is actually making an impact. So without further ado, let's get into speaking to our speakers. So could you just give us a little intro about yourselves? And then also just tell us how you got into this particular part of the industry.
Okay, this is working. Yeah, sure. Well, I'm Zug. I am a coordination-driven person. I got into the space pretty recently, actually. I'm in here for like playing full-time, full life DAO for 2 years now, and I got in like for real in crypto because of DAOs. Was kind of around taking a look at what was going on, but never too interested in the finance thing. But then DAOs were something that someone told me about, and I also saw like a way where community experience, technology, and politics were put together in a way that improves them all. And those are like the backgrounds where I come from. I studied computer science, design. I was in politics for years. And I saw that as a very interesting space to build the things that I want to see change in the world. And well, it seemed like a good opportunity. I started working through the community side. I got into crypto and I saw those Discord servers, and I was like, dude, you guys are too smart to have such bad communities. Like, there's no way that you can do so much good stuff, but you cannot set up a Discord server. And I had been doing Discord servers for a few years before in gaming communities and for some products that we were launching in Web 2, and started working through that way. Fall in love in governance, with tokenomic design, and well, been playing a little bit of all those parts since then.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting that you had that traditional background with the tech skills and computer science, but even still, the intention, the direction into the industry was kind of not like, I guess, many people who come into this for the financial reasons. Lauren, what about yourself?
Hello, I'm Lauren Luce, and I got into this space at the end of 2020. My background is in mechanical engineering, and I studied that. I used to build ice making equipment, and I was really disillusioned with the life that I was part of, and just becoming, my mom's a holistic nutritionist, and my dad is kind of like a hippie who, when I was sick as a kid, used to do energy healing sessions with me. Wow. So I would really focus in on blue light shining on the parts of my body that needed to be healed. Anyway, I was getting increasingly disappointed with the systems that we were part of, with the medical industry, with the food that we were being told is food that's not really food. And I was also just really unhappy in my job. I was working really hard, driving to work, and just busting my ass for something I didn't really believe in, ice making equipment. So I left that, and I went traveling a bunch of places in the world and ended up at a permaculture farm in Costa Rica. And where basically I was because I wanted to exit society. I wanted to just rage quit society, learn how to grow my own food, build a homestead, and just like, you know, live a little happy, selfish life where I felt like I was connected to the earth. But then I met someone at this intentional community who worked with Giveth, which is where I currently work. And I got super inspired because, well, Giveth is a crypto donation platform whose focus is really on creating real-world impact with the tech that we're building in Web3. And so I kind of found this like magical merging of the tech world and the things that felt really important to me, which is like creating an impact and making a change in like, you know, global systems, global coordination systems that I thought were broken, hence the wanting to exit society. And I thought, okay, I'll get back into society. And like, I got into Giveth, and now I'm a product lead, so I like coordinate and organize developers and build cool products for Giveth. And basically, I'm really in the space and working really hard now again. It's kind of like before, I was just like working my butt off all the time. I'm like working my butt off all the time, but the major difference now is that I feel like what I'm doing is actually potentially going to create an impact for the world.
Okay, fantastic. And how about yourself, Camilla?
In a very different way, shape, or form, I relate to everything that you said. My path is a little bit different, but a little bit similar to their path. I'm actually a lawyer by trade. I've done like law firms and the very traditional stuff for over 10 years. And at a certain point, I was like, why am I doing this way? Like, I'm a human being working 16 hours a day, looking for things in documents and document discovery and other ways to operate the law that sometimes like frustrates all of us. It was very complex to myself. So I was just like thinking about how to hack the law. But again, I'm a lawyer by trade. I'm not an engineer like these people here. Basically, we were trying to like plug and play solutions to offer different types of like services. And eventually, after exploring with different ones, with a bit of artificial intelligence, geometrics, which is something relevant to law, I got into blockchain and said, amazing. So now we can talk about like foundational systems for the society and how we connect with each other and do it in a more regenerative fashion. Okay, that's what I want to focus on. So I've been with the Salo community since 2021. Salo is a blockchain that has its mission, and actually I think the best way to introduce Salo is saying what Salo means. Salo is a word in Esperanto that means purpose. And the purpose of like the community of Salo is to build a regenerative like future that is available to all to the extent possible. So that's kind of where I matched, you know, my thought line with a community that also goes in the same direction. So that's my crypto story.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks for sharing, Baram. So let's kind of get into what we're here to hear. So I'd like to try and de-sterilize the title of this talk a little bit, and I feel like it's something in the industry, there's a lot of very technical names, it's a technical industry, we get it, but like that can stop people really understanding what we're actually talking about. So what are on-chain solutions to you? Like, can you share what you're doing and try and put it in human terms? So yeah, Lauren, you're holding the mic, go for it.
Yeah, well, so one thing that I think is really important that we're building in this space is like new economic systems. I think that like, you know, money makes things happen. And right now we have centralized governments who are issuing currency, and everybody's just agreed that this has value. And everybody's just agreed to kind of buy into the current systems that work well for society, which is largely capitalism. It's like make the best scarce goods and resources and like figure out the ways to make the most profit, and then you'll be successful as an individual or as a company in society. And this is just like totally broken systems. And I think what we're doing in Web3, like by creating new economies, by creating programmable money, is like we can decide if we want to issue currency for like what value creation. Like we can decide that we want to reward people and issue currency when they create an impact for their communities. So I think that's like something, it's like we can play with economic systems. We don't need to like we don't even need to overthrow the current economic systems. We can start building the stuff that we're building. We've built the infrastructure, and now we're working like on DAOs and token utility and all these different like token engineering, and we're building on-chain economies that we can define the rules of. And when we define the rules, we can actually make it so that like yeah, that people are successful when they help the world. And I think that's something that Giveth is really focused on. That's something that I really care about. And basically the whole reason that I'm here in this space. It's like, what are we doing all of this for if not to change the way that we're building society?
Okay, fantastic. Zug, what about you?
I like the on-chain part of the solutions a lot. Like, I think there is a lot of power in how we can create different economical systems, like Lauren brings. And we've been trying to do that outside of the government space for a very long time. Like having local currencies, having parallel currencies, having people go to jail because they're trying to build financial systems that are paper-based in a location and the federal government doesn't like it. So they put people in jail for terrorism, for example. And with on-chain solutions, with a big, massive computer running all around the globe, decentralized on the hands of thousands of different people and computers, we get some resilience, we get some censorship resistance that we don't have outside of that. That we are very bound by law and coercion and violence on the hands of whoever holds that on classical legacy money systems. With on-chain solutions, we can just get some of those things we're already doing and do them in a more resilient way, but we can also create new things. Like Giveth, for example, is like one of the amazing examples for that, like imagining new logics that would not only get to improve things we were already doing, like find a better way to do them, but we can also find ways to make them more complex because they're able to run by themselves in lots of parts of it. So I like the possibility that doing those things on the blockchain brings, especially because of how we can protect whoever's doing it. Yeah, I think that's the beautiful part of being on-chain solutions for the impact.
And what about yourself? I mean, how does yours compare to these two?
So it's interesting because I like to travel or inhabit like different spheres. And one of the things that is of utmost interest for myself is like what we call public goods in Web3 and the existing public goods that we have in our world, in our countries, and how we relate to them. So one of the things that I care about deeply is what are the benefits of our mindset on Web3, but also what are the needs that we currently face on the societies and like groups that we inhabit, and how can we make things, you know, more like our mindset and like maybe creative problem solving for things that we have on a daily basis. So one example of that would be one experience that the blockchain community has done last year with the Brazilian government. So all the governments, they have public goods, right? They're managing our public goods as far as I am concerned. I'm sure there must be exceptions. But in Brazil specifically, these public goods, they encompass, for instance, the beaches and the islands and the beautiful forest and some public buildings that sometimes are underutilized. So what if the management of these public goods were done on-chain? What if we had more awareness about like the value and also give different uses for these public goods? What if through this type of interactions, we could have like a better management of resources or better opportunities, or put into place some of the things that we are experimenting on Web3, but actually related to like, you know, slightly closer problems, right? Problems of the neighborhoods that we are in or the communities that we come from. So when I think about like on-chain solutions, the first thing that comes to mind is, okay, we are creating value in different ways in the Web3, but like what is the ultimate, like, I don't know, flip switch that we could have by actually like having different types of interactions with very distant entities and bodies. So when I think about on-chain, that's what comes to mind.
Okay, thanks for sharing. So let's bring in the second part of the title, the real world impact. I mean, we've all been in this industry for enough time to know that there's a lot of lofty ideas, big promises, this is going to change the world. like, how are these fantastic things you're talking about actually having an impact? So could you give some examples from your experience?
Well, I think that when we think about impact, we normally get this NGO view as the whole thing. I think that like the perspective of NGOs, of governments, is a part. It's the most normal and fast to deliver one we have. But I think that some of the examples that come to my mind might not be as directly related. For example, this last couple of years, things that I've been involved with that I found super interesting to watch the impact evolve. I think the first one that comes to mind would be Assange DAO, when we use like Juicebox protocol to raise millions of dollars for Julian Assange legal defense, which in my mind is something that has pretty significant impact in the world, fighting for like legally defending the civil rights of someone fighting for freedom in a cypherpunk perspective. But also there are things like Africa Alliance DAOs, project that I've recently became involved where we're using DeFi to make small loans available for medium and small companies in Africa that would not get access to banks. Like in about 1 year running, we've run over $2 million into the African continent in the hands of small business that would need that money to leverage themselves to further improve what they're doing, or to, let's say, a taxi driver that has to fix their car and it depends on the car to make the money and won't get money from a bank. Like just simple solutions that not necessarily would have to be on-chain, but making them on-chain not only makes them more resilient, but in this case also makes them way, way more accessible for those who want to get access to those resources. I think those are two very different examples. So like bringing access to finance, or bringing access to legal defense, or improving access to legal defense. Not like Julian Assange wouldn't have a legal defense by himself if he didn't raise millions of dollars on-chain, if the family didn't raise millions of dollars on-chain for the project, but it's still something that comes from an on-chain creation to go out of chain. That money is cashed out, so it's no longer on-chain, and touches different parts of it. Of course, there are many more examples, but I think those are the ones I can bring that differ a little bit more from what I already know a bit from Give Up and Cello. So I think it's nice extra perspectives on it.
Okay, I mean, taxi drivers, Julian Assange, we're covering all parts of the spectrum, right? By the way, please make sure you scan the app to ask any questions, if you have any, as we come through, and we can ask them as we go along, but we'll also leave time at the end. Camilla, maybe you could give some examples of the real-world impact that you're seeing and part of.
So one of the things that strikes me, it's also about when you're looking into different industries, when people mean impact, usually the headline that you're going to see on the newspapers, it's going to be about money, right? X, Y, or Z, whatever capital deployed to X, Y, or Z company, and people look at these numbers and then they go, oh, amazing, money. And a lot of what we have seen also on Web3 has been related to speculation, right? So getting away from that and thinking about impact as real-world solutions that have like usability, for me, strikes a better nerve and has like a better application. Examples of that can be, for instance, financial inclusion protocols such as like $1 or impact marketing, right? Like UBI is such a relevant theme under different perspectives. A bit on the legislative side, a lot of people don't know, but Brazil already has a UBI legislation. I don't know, I think for 18 years now or something like that. So in theory, UBI is something that should exist in Brazil, but like destining money to something like that is complex. So how could potentially, right, Web3 ways of thinking and hacking bring a different type of like capital to support this type of initiatives that we are already experimenting with? right? Gain forests. So whenever you think about like family agriculture, everybody here is drinking coffee from Ethic Hub. Thank you for keeping us awake in different conferences. So when you think about like real world use cases and things that make our lives, you know, happen the way they are, that's what means like impact to me. And I know it's hard nowadays to quantify such an impact, you know, in the light of maybe a headline of a story that says X million dollars deployed to something versus, hey, a community now can like trade on their own terms and are finding better ways to build their houses and to eat sustainably based on technology applied to design in their local conditions. It's complex, but it's where my head usually goes to. It's hard to justify, but it's...
Laura, maybe you could share your perspective from the work you're doing with Giveth, and also so focusing on the real world impact, but also factoring in, like you were saying, these new kind of structures and how that changes the notion of giving.
Yeah, definitely. So when I think about on-chain solutions for real-world impact, I mean, a lot of the work that I'm doing with Giveth is really related to that. And I mean, the first thing that we're doing, and I think the first place we need to start, is kind of like reaching people where they're at with systems that they understand, and then slowly starting to introduce like blockchain elements into that. So Giveth is a donation platform, and we're focused on making it easy for nonprofits to onboard into the Web3 space, but providing them with a donation platform that's like blockchain based, and so uses the benefits of like self-sovereignty and decentralization. And I can think of like actually like some very specific examples of like how this is an improvement of like the regular ways that we do impact. And actually just recently I was at a conference in East Waterloo, and somebody brought this up to me because they were like, "You're Canadian, don't you care about this thing?" And basically what happened, so over a year ago, about a year ago, there were these protests in Canada. Truckers were protesting against getting vaccinated against COVID because they didn't want to, and they had to in order to like keep crossing borders and keep delivering these shipments. So they started this like protest campaign, and people were donating to them on GoFundMe. But because GoFundMe is a centralized platform, basically GoFundMe can hold the donations, can like say like, sorry, you know, you can't have the donations, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. It was like the funds, people were donating, and like regardless of whatever you think about the cause, it's like people were donating to a cause that they believed in, and their funds weren't actually reaching the people that they were trying to target. And what was worse is that then like Canada was deciding to then try to freeze the bank accounts of people who even donated. And it's like, wow, you know, you put your money in banks, you're not in control of your funds anymore. But if you keep your money in a decentralized wallet, or if you keep your money in a hardware wallet, like, you know, don't share your seed phrase, and like that's yours, it's your responsibility. Nobody can just say like, sorry, actually I know it was yours, but now it's mine. So this is like one just like very simple example of like once we introduce blockchains and we introduce like self-sovereign wallet stewardship and custody, then we can actually make sure that people's funds are going to fund the impact that they care about. And that's just like one simple example. And then like, but what we're doing with Giveth, and what actually I see in the Web3 space in general, is then trying to like use the fact that we can program our money to do whatever we want to create new innovative ways of funding public goods. Like donations are great, but they still require somebody to sacrifice and put up money to fund something and like really expect nothing in return. They just like are trying to make an impact, so they like give their money to that cause.
So is this work you're doing going some way to reduce like donor dependency, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, what we're seeing in the Web3 space is like new innovative ways of first improving the donation space, and then like even moving away from the donation space. Like improving the donation space, there's things like quadratic funding. You know, it's like large donors feel more comfortable donating to a matching pool, and then they trust that the community is going to distribute those funds to the projects they believe in a democratic way. And so this is something that's like been developed in Web3, and Gitcoin has done like tons of work at making quadratic funding super successful, and has like they've raised and funded public goods like through the quadratic funding rounds with like something like $30 million, or maybe it's now $40 million. So it's like it's still donations. There's still a donation component to it, but it's like donations like amped up on a next level where we're using these on-chain solutions. We can actually like get more funding going to causes and people creating more impact in a way that just feels better for everyone. It feels better for the large donors to the matching pool because they trust that their funds are going to causes that are important to the community. And it feels better for people who only have a small amount of money to donate because like they know that their small $1, $5 donation can actually help direct even more funding to the causes that they care about. So it's an extremely powerful mechanism. And like we're actually building quadratic funding within Giveth. It's a product I'm working on right now, and we're hoping to launch really soon. So we're raising funds for our matching pool and are going to be distributing funds to projects in QF. So those are just like two examples. And then you see other things like Optimism's retroactive public goods funding. It's like, what is that? You know, Optimism is putting up OP tokens and they're rewarding value that was already created instead of rewarding value that's like via grants instead of rewarding ideas. And so it's like another way in Web3, it's like Optimism has the funding to distribute to things that like to public goods projects retroactively. And this is something that like we aren't seeing in the regular donation space. That's actually like creating an impact and empowering people to be able to build projects and kind of like start to create this like trust cycle that like also they will be rewarded for that afterwards. So, I mean, there's just like so many amazing things, so many organizations, Giveth, Optimism, Gitcoin, that are like creating these systems that are making it possible to fund public goods in new and innovative ways that we've never seen before in just like our regular like donate through GoFundMe, and GoFundMe holds it and takes a cut.
Okay, thank you. So just going with the systems that are being created, where are we seeing these systems implemented? Perhaps you could talk about where you're actively seeing impact, and also why are these new structures and systems working, and why are they needed within the places you're operating? Camilla, maybe you could start.
So while listening to her talking, I feel that we could maybe try to, or I could maybe try to talk about three things at once, which is like public goods, right? The impact and the regenerative aspect. When you're talking about like, oh, somebody's giving the money, like what is the sustainability model of these actions, right? And we need to think about like better ways about on how to make economically stable systems that are using like KPIs that we can all trust or at least agree in a minimal viable way, just to make this like closed loop economies. Otherwise, this is just simply not sustainable, and like a bear market comes, no money is available, all the projects stop, and maybe families and communities are hurting. So when we talk about like regenerative finances, like refi, this is a rather loose concept. Different people see it in different ways, but one of the things that we talk about is like positive externalities, right? So a system that doesn't stand on its own 2 feet doesn't have necessarily like positive externalities, and it's something that's fragile because it's subject to like market conditions or to like changes in the legislation. So thinking about things from a perspective of like the foundational perspective of this is very relevant, because like I personally see technology as a tool, can be used like in different ways, shapes or forms, but to actually have a real embedded role in the society, we need to like get away only from looking at the functionality of things, but looking at like systems. How does this, or what like type of entities or partnerships or corporations they need to take place, just so we have like systems that are working, right? And
okay, so where and how are these things taking place? Maybe you can give us some good examples.
So I would just, sorry for not going in, but I'll actually zoom out just to talk about like perspective, because whenever I'm Brazilian, by the way, and whenever people talk about like Brazil or Latin America, sometimes I feel that there's a general way of generalizing things. I've heard so many times like, let's bank the unbanked in Brazil, woohoo! And I'm like, over 70, according to MasterCard, not me, 73% of the unbanked people were banked during the COVID because of amazing neobanks during their working. I think, if I'm not mistaken, like the Brazilian banking system won the prize of second most advanced like banking system in the world, only losing to Singapore. So when we talk about like where are these advancements coming, we need to really have a grassroots approach in which like it is the local communities that are like signaling what is the type of initiatives that make sense for them, because the use cases for real world crypto, they are different in these places. So very quickly around Latin America, in Brazil it's more institutional ways of like using crypto. So it's big companies or it's like even the government itself, it's a different kind of play. If you go to Venezuela or Colombia, you can talk a lot about like peer-to-peer things. In Peru, there has been seen a lot of DAOs activities. In Mexico, it's been hard for different reasons, but maybe mainly like legislation, right? Although some people are thriving. So I just wanted to like step out, and maybe my Brazilian friend can step in with larger use cases, but I just wanted to bring a little bit of this like awareness when we talk about things that are outside Europe and the United States.
Yeah, Zook, actually on that note, it would be interesting to hear your experiences of working with projects that are focused on Africa. Maybe you could give us a little bit of background about why you think this region is important, and some of your observations about the work you've been doing there.
Sure. Yeah, I've been trying to focus like my personal projects into building around South America and Africa. The one I have a little bit more background to talk about is the Africa DeFi Alliance that I was talking before, but all over like any conference I've been in either of the two continents, I see a lot of what Mila's bringing here, like the idea of coming from grassroots, right? One of the main points why I see like this development being interesting in those areas is because we're playing an infinite game. Finance is not a game that someone wins at a certain point. It goes on, and what we can do is change how it works, how the rules are set, how the game is played. And the way you want to change the rules, considering that finance is a territorial-based game, right? You don't want to try to start changing the rules right on the most highly dominated territory by the currently winning player. So you don't want to start to try and change the rules in New York. This is hard. The big player is right there. 13 aircraft carriers just around. You're not necessarily going to do that in London or Europe. It's hard to play where the rules are not so disadvantageous.
So in a way, you're kind of choosing the path of least resistance, and also an area where you potentially have the most impact as well.
Yeah, it's places where we can play. Like if you want to look at real-world impact, there's a lot of real-world impact of doing a token that's a security in the US. You're going to jail. That's real-world impact. You know, like depending on how you move things and where you move things, real-world impact can be good or bad. You can like get trouble to come from on-chain solutions that are not well thought, because it is a game with an adversary. One of the nice real-world impacts that I see, like coming back to the grassroots thing in Brazil, is like called Agroforest DAO. They're using a DAO model to sell NFTs to fund farmers to plant beans, and you can burn those NFTs later to claim those beans. So you're actually funding creating food. You're like challenging food industry in the logic of lots of middlemen or intermediaries, and you're just like going through a decentralized decision structure with distribution straight to the funders. Like this is a type of use of something that is very common for, I guess, mostly everyone here. Sell NFTs, join a DAO, vote things. Basic things if you're in the ETH Web3 space, but outside of that, it's not so normal, and it does give you some advantages. Or for example, Africa Alliance, like bringing just something that should be simple, money that you can pay for in the future. You're like, sure, you can give that money back, but you still can get a loan to like solve the problem you have now. So those are like small things again and again that start giving people an advantage to play the game, whatever game they're playing in their local territory, and move forward with it, coming from on-chain solutions. I think it's some small but impactful examples as they pile up together.
Camila, jump in.
Sorry, can I just jump in 1 second in there? Just because, like, and this is the thing I think collectively we could do, like in conferences, because this is a closed loop system. I'm going back to Agroforest DAO, okay? Everybody here needs to eat. I travel to very little places where people claim they didn't have to. And usually they were taking it from the sun, allegedly, but we all have to eat. So a model like this. Okay, we all need to eat. The standard Brazilian food is rice and beans. And these are two of the things that they are like doing. So you know how much you spend on like rice and beans in a year. You can like prepay some of this to them. The risk that you're incurring is that if something happens to the crop, your average price of your rice and beans may go a little bit up because you're losing it, and maybe you're asking to somebody else. When you need like liquidity, these people may need some sort of like incentives to grow their production or whatever. But we can think about this like in a small scale that you do in one neighborhood, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. Oh, marvelous, Camila. This works so well for Brazil, but in my country specifically, we don't have this availability to produce like food, like you're talking about. I went to Panama once, and Panama, like they told me, there actually means abundance on butterflies and fishes. And I was like in love with it because it's such a refined concept. And this is what I have, like in terms of abundance, and other countries have other stuff. Some countries may have amazing developers in a very complex weather in which they, so how can we understand each other's like strengths and weaknesses and work in a regenerative fashion, you know, to like have not a zero-sum game, but a plus game, you know, in which we are actually seeing what the problems are and working like to diminish them and not to like exploit and explode this kind of things.
And I think something that's really important to like what you guys are, related to what you guys are both talking about, and an opportunity that we have just as these like global Ethereum conference goers, is to really get to know the communities that we're part of, like while we're there. Like we go to all of these conferences, but there's not really actually a lot of activities to see like what are the needs of the local people, or what do the local people even know about crypto, or what on-chain solutions could really benefit people who are already doing impact work. So I'd love to just mention also, like, if you haven't already, you should definitely visit the Giveth booth, because this is one of the things that we're doing with Giveth, is we're running impact quests. And our goal is basically, like, we have a variety of impact quests. Some of them are like pick up trash on your way to the conference and take a picture of you throwing it out. Some of them are bring some non-perishable food and donate it at the Giveth booth, and we'll bring it to a local food bank. And then we have other ones, like we have projects on Giveth that we were specifically looking around in the Barcelona area, people who are focusing on Catalonian culture, or we have projects that are supporting people who are like trapped in the Mediterranean Sea trying to like escape countries at war. So there are Barcelona-based nonprofits on Giveth that are raising funds in crypto that you can donate to right now. And just by being here in Barcelona, you could get to know these communities, and you could get to know these people who are creating impact. The Trusted Seed also ran a day trip a day before the conference, and they actually walked around Barcelona-based co-ops where people were actually starting to create their own economies, not using crypto stuff, but like creating their own community currencies and then trading in between different communities. And then eventually, all of these individual co-ops decided to adopt the same currency that they would use to trade amongst each other. So it's like, what are we doing at this conference just talking to each other when we could also go out and start talking to these people who are in these co-ops and seeing like how they are issuing this currency, how they are using it to trade, what are the obstacles, and then start informing our work better. I feel like we often will just like run, I often, and I think many people do, but I do it all the time, is just like I get really trapped in my box of the thing that I'm building, and I forget to actually look around me. And like, so I would really just invite everybody here to check out what's actually going on in Barcelona and what impact you can actually create, and see if you can use it to influence and inject ideas into the crypto projects that you're already building. And if you're interested in that at all, you should come by the Giveth booth and hang out with us, and we'll talk about it some more.
Okay, yeah, let's ask a question as we're getting towards the end now. I can read. So we have a question from the audience. What are the limiting factors of onboarding new protocols / business into funding public goods?
Honestly, one of the biggest things that I see being in this like let's onboard real-world nonprofits. Is off-ramps, like off-ramps. People get donations in crypto, and then they're like, but I need real money. What's XDAI, you know? Or like, you know, and finding like bridges and finding ways just to turn their money into cash. We don't have good global solutions for that. So we try our best at Giveth to create like a list of resources, of exchanges that people could use in different countries. But right now it's like everything is so like based on like where you are and what are like the particular legislations for your country, and like are you paying taxes and what is your business model, that it becomes this huge obstacle. Like in the crypto world, even I think in the crypto space, like people like me among friends will like pay each other back in crypto, but then it's like when it's like, okay, crypto to cash, it's like, how is everybody doing that? Everybody's doing it in a different way. So I think we need better off-ramping solutions, or we need like better crypto adoption where like businesses and communities in the real world are actually starting to accept and use crypto.
Or and, because I don't like or, I like and. Think about things from a local perspective and solve things in a local way. So I would like to, like, as you inspired me to maybe throw a quest here, why don't we make it official in a way that whenever like Ethereum is doing a conference in a different country, we pre-run some sort of like quest or exercise. We understand some of the real problems that that region has. We have one specific track on the hackathon who is actually going to solve a real world problem for that community, and we leave our impact there. How many cities do we travel? Sometimes there's not like, sometimes, okay, we could have potentially like a global solution for something, but maybe it's not the time. Maybe we should be thinking like local and small and making this thing work, and then thinking about how scaling it. And if you guys need help, if anybody wants to hack on this in Latin America, count on me.
Zugo, you want to jump in?
Yeah, it would be, it's something that I've been looking for. Like, it would be one of the coolest things we could do. Like, when we get together to those spaces, to like, okay, let's hack, but let's get 3 days together here and, okay, how do we solve something in Barcelona? We're in Barcelona. What is the problem? Let's find a solution. Bunch of creators with bunch of resources, with bunch of skills, and a bunch of problems just outside the wall. But we'll get in here, we'll get hotel, we'll get bar, we'll get party, we'll get airplane, and bye-bye. That feels a bit weird. I would love to see that.
Choose one NGO, one governmental thing, one whatever. Okay, so this is a public promise, right?
Let's make it happen.
You too? Okay.
Okay, there's an element of reluctance there in the middle. Okay, is there anyone in the audience who might have a question? Anyone? Don't be shy.
Yes.
You guys talked a lot about how to create impact at some of these next events. What are you most excited about? Are you in the future events that we're going to be doing, if you're going to be pushing these agendas?
I really want to see DAOs take space as an obvious way for us to coordinate. Like, I really think there's, no matter what we're creating now, it's going to be obsolete soon. It's going to be awesome to be able to create impact, but the most impact will always come from people who are having the issue and have a community that faces it together locally and being able to use a very efficient way to organize and find solutions. So not DAO as a general thing, but like frameworks of how to run a group of people to do this, to solve this problem. Oh, so you can replicate it around. I think this is something I'm very, very excited for. Frameworks for anyone to copy, paste, adapt to local environment, local context, and run by themselves. I think that autonomy is amazing, will be amazing pretty soon once we go a bit further.
Yeah, I think, I mean, coordination mechanisms are huge. I think, but I am not sure that there's going to be like one size fits all coordination mechanism for everybody, but if we can build like coordination toolkits and people could pick and choose which ones they can apply to their local community, then that's really going to be an amazing way that we can like really create real world impact. Because like for some communities, quadratic funding would work great. For other communities, you would want to use just straight donations, or maybe you would want to use retroactive public goods funding. And like we need to have like, I think something that I think we need more of, and something I'd be excited to see, is like really taking our ideas and then making them into digestible packaged things that then we could share with real world impact projects.
Okay, Camilla, just because we have 1 minute left, did you want to quickly add something?
It's like it's a very quite happy. No, I'm kidding. It's super simple. Managing public goods. I mean, real world public goods like governments and institutions and stuff on chain. More visibility to whatever is public, and us making our part on helping like things get better, and a little bit more of like privacy and quality for individuals. So shifting the focus.
Okay, well, everyone, thank you very much for your attention. Let's get a round of applause for our fantastic panel.
And our moderator.
Thank you.
Enjoy the conference.
All right, thank you so much for that amazing panel. We are on the lookout for our next speakers, but while we're waiting for them to get set up and sorted, just a few reminders. They were talking about the quests that Giveth is doing. There are also ETHBarcelona quests. If you have the quests trading card, you can scan that QR code and it'll give you a bit more information, get you started on your track to win a super cool NFT. There's different levels based on how many quests you are able to complete. How are people? It's okay. We can all go. Yeah, there's a lot going on here, so don't worry if you need to go to another room. It looks like our speakers are getting here. We got to get some microphones on them. I love everyone with their computers out, excited. What are you doing on your computer back there? You? Yeah. Just taking notes, or are you, on Twitter? What? You're working? Do you work in Web3 and crypto? So this is work for you. You're at your job right now. That's so cool. It's got to be great having your job just be coming to conferences, hanging out, sitting on your computer. All right, I think we're still getting everyone set up. What has been your favorite part so far of the conference? The booths? Yeah, everything's made of cardboard. It's probably more sustainable. I guess it's recyclable, right? Did you get any cool stuff from any of the booths? No? It looked like they had a lot of fun free stuff. I've seen people walking around with like cool stickers and... You got some what? Mints. Okay, I feel like they got better stuff than mints out there, but that's a good place to start. Free candy, we love that. Love some free sugary treats. I know also they have like a t-shirt printing stand. Have you checked that out? Yeah, you can get like a t-shirt printed with the ETHBarcelona logo in all kinds of different colors and fun inks that are like, puffy and cool stuff like that. I don't know if it's free. Has anyone gotten one of those shirts yet? Did you get the shirt? No? I don't know. I don't know if it's free. Is the coffee free for you guys? I'm like, coffee's free for me because I work here, but do you get free coffee? You didn't try? You got free coffee? I feel like you needed to sign up for something. Yeah, it's all free. This is amazing. What a great, you get that ticket, you better get a few cups of free coffee, right? What else is there to do? I think we need another minute. Oh yeah, the speakers are ready. Amazing, right on time. So let's get ready for our next, it's actually 2 speakers. This is the first that I've seen this happen. It's a talk called Maximizing Single Donation Impact Through Retroactive Quadratic Funding for Global Nonprofits. Could you think of a longer, more difficult title, guys? Okay, give you a round of applause for your speakers,
Ouch.
Noah Gallant and Oxzak.
Thank you. Okay, can you see the slides?
Hello.
There we go.
Cool. Can we
All right, well, let's get started. Yeah, so I'm Noah. I work at Endowment.
I'm Zach. I work at Gitcoin.
And today we're going to be talking about maximizing single donation impact through retroactive quadratic funding for global nonprofits. Really, this is a very long way of saying maximizing the impact of donations and minimizing the effort. We might have to do it manually.
Do this the old-fashioned way.
So, hi, I'm Noah. I've been a human-centered designer for about 7 years. This means working with universities, nonprofits, community organizations to help them further their causes through some form of design, whether it's like an app or a website. I've been researching peer-to-peer technologies for around that same length of time, DAT, Hypercore, and of course Ethereum. I was a freelance designer and developer at Site, doing e-commerce brands and Web3 sites. And now I am the lead designer at Endowment, doing the smart contract architecture, things like the application, the front end, designing the brand, and our identity. So I'll introduce Endowment a little bit more. We're crypto's community foundation. Really, like our tagline is smart contract philanthropy. This means we're doing on-chain donor-advised funds, which is a fund you put money into and then you can only grant out to nonprofits, and community funds, which is very similar, but anybody can donate into. We're also the largest online and on-chain Rolodex of nonprofits, so that's 501c3s in America and a growing base of global nonprofits. There's a smart contract for every nonprofit, it's deterministic. And we enable direct donations through our contracts and granting on our application. And today we have over $50 million in total impact. So just wanted to show off the application a little bit so you can understand. This is a homepage. You'll see some statistics. Almost 8,000 orgs onboarded. This means they can claim their money from their smart contracts, $50 million. Next slide.
Cool.
We work with a lot of NFT projects who want to have an impact. So one example is the Grifter Fund you can see here. And lastly, we have an example of a page for a nonprofit on our application. Zach?
Cool. So I'll go next and introduce myself. My name is Zach. I'm a software engineer. I've been a software engineer for about 8 years. I specialized previously when I was doing a lot of active development in interactive design and development, so building large, high-trafficked home pages that were very interactive. I also spent a lot of time teaching at a coding bootcamp where I was a faculty director, if you've heard of General Assembly. The last couple of years of my career have been spent being a founder. So I founded a product studio that focused on data-intensive applications that was based in Washington, D.C., where I was living at the time. After that, after selling that, I pivoted into crypto, as one does. I co-founded a DAO called Cabin, which was building a network city. I also founded a community called the Solidity Guild, which is a community of practice or a guild for Solidity engineers and protocol developers. Most recently, since January, I've been the developer relations lead for Gitcoin's Passport product. This is our Sybil Defense anti-bot developer API, and the protocol lead for Allo, which is a protocol that we're going to be talking about a lot today. So I'm here representing Gitcoin, and specifically Gitcoin's Allo protocol. Gitcoin has been going through a lot of changes over the last couple of years. We recently released an impact report where we shared that we distributed also $50 million in Web3 through the series of quadratic funding rounds that Gitcoin has run. Raise your hand if you donated in one of Gitcoin's grants programs. Yay, very exciting. So this $50 million, the vast majority of it comes from donors like you. This isn't money that Gitcoin is donating. This is money that's coming from individuals like you to projects in the Web3 ecosystem, excuse me. Our next phase, or this next hill that we're trying to climb, is really thinking about these two questions. How can we run more rounds, and how can we make it so anybody can run a round? This is how we're going to scale the impact and get to the next 50 million and then 500 million and so on in funding, in grants funding. That really means three things for us. The first is the Grant Stack, which is a self-service product suite where anybody can run a quadratic funding round, and eventually direct grants as well, so your entire grants program can be run on that. It also means Allo protocol, which is what we're going to be talking about today. This is a general purpose protocol for the allocation of capital. quadratic funding. If you want to do like endowment has done and layer quadratic funding into your protocol, you can do that. But you can do any sort of capital allocation mechanism that you can think of. And we've got a team that's experimenting with a ton of cool ideas for there. It also means something called PGN, which is going to get announced later today. That's all I'm actually going to say about that. So you'll have to follow Gitcoin on Twitter if you want to hear more.
So just to set the stage a little bit, we're really looking at how the Web3 community can enable large-scale global impact. So of course, in crypto, we have about $1 trillion in total value locked in a system of smart contracts where there's individuals, there's DAOs, whether they're mission-oriented, capital-oriented, there's smart contracts, there's dApps, all sitting on top of this money, whether it's for purpose or impact. I think there's still been a very big open question of how do we connect this all to very concretely make the world a better place. And just to speak a little bit on how endowment has seen this impact come through, a lot of it's institutional donors, venture funds, stuff like that, individual donors who've made a lot of money holding crypto, funds like the Grifter Fund, NFT projects, and DAOs like Uniswap, Sushi that have open community funds. And like we've mentioned, over $100 million has been raised through endowment in Gitcoin, but this is really a small fraction of that $1 trillion that's still sitting there. So there's friction in getting this money towards impact.
So one of the things that's been really fun about this partnership with Endowment is we separately, independently, Endowment and Gitcoin sat down and thought about this problem, and we arrived at the same conclusion, which it's too difficult in crypto to actually allocate capital or actually like invest capital in the projects that you care about, whether that's a philanthropic cause or your own community's definition of a public good or whatever it is that you're investing in to try and increase the size of your community. If you think about all the money that was raised in the last cycle from NFT projects, DAOs, token drops, whatever it was, how much of that is still just sitting in a treasury, hasn't been allocated, hasn't been distributed, hasn't been invested back into the community that those funds were raised for? Ultimately, it's just too difficult to make those kinds of decisions when you're talking about doing it with root level access to your treasury, right? Through most of the normal governance projects or processes that we've developed, right? So the goal here is how can we minimize the number of decisions and create basically meta decision frameworks that communities, DAOs, whoever can use so that they're making a single decision that they can green light or not and maximize the impact that they're trying to have.
Right, and when it comes to designing a solution like this, I obviously come from a human-centered design background, as I said, so this really means finding that intersection of empathy, creativity, and also sustainability when it comes to the financial side of it. So this is sort of like a product-focused process. If you want to learn more about it, IDEO is a great resource. They're becoming increasingly involved in the Web3 space. But it really means like defining who is the person we're trying to help enable here, which is Web3 endpoints, so whether it's individuals, DAOs, investors, and what is our method. So whether it's an application or a smart contract. And then, so we're gonna use the tools we have at our disposal to find a way to sort of compact this decision, fundraising, routing process to connect these endpoints to impact.
So in a slide or two, we're going to kind of announce and really dive into what it is that we're launching here, but you can kind of see how we're coming at this from both sides, both from this human-centered design side that Noah was just talking about, and then from our side, our experience running rounds, allocating capital to projects through quadratic funding, et cetera. The whole purpose of Allo, you can kind of think of it as spinning out the contracts that powered Sea Grants, our previous grants platform. So if you raised your hand when I asked if you donated in a grants platform, it's like those contracts. How can we spin those out, make them composable so that anybody can build on top of them, right? Really, that's what we're trying to do. How can we build a playground on which people can build tools for the allocation of capital? Allo has a couple of key pieces into it. The documentation for Allo is live on our GitHub, so that's going to be the best place to go and look at that. But we can design strategies for the allocation of capital, whether that's something like voting or quadratic funding, and then we can design strategies for the distribution of that capital, like the universal impact pool.
So the Allo protocol being one tool in our toolkit to help us solve our problem. The other tool largely at our disposal for endowment is our smart contract ecosystem and our developers toolkit. So we have an on-chain system of verified addresses for nonprofits. We have an on-chain system of funds. We have our decentralized application. We have our contracts, and the other big thing is a developer suite, which aims to make that on-chain philanthropy programmable. And you can find that at developers.endowment.org. So combining these two tools, we sort of came together and found this idea for an endpoint for optimizing impact. A place you can put your money, make one decision, whether you're a DAO or an individual, and have that money be optimized and perpetually sent to good. So what this fund does is looks at donations and grants across the endowment ecosystem, which covers all, like I said, US nonprofits and an expanding base of global nonprofits, and then uses those as votes in a system to grant out the money to those in a sort of matching fashion to the nonprofits.
So this is really exciting because we basically composed these two projects together. What Endowment is basically doing is taking what Gitcoin Grants, the grants program, does, which, behind the Gitcoin Grants program, you vote by donating directly to a grantee. That is effectively voting for how that grantee should receive, how much they should receive from the matching pool. We basically forked that and implemented, I say we, I didn't actually do this. Endowment has a team of incredible engineers that did this. They basically forked this and implemented this into the endowment protocol. So now when you're donating an endowment, you are voting for how pools like the Universal Impact Pool get distributed across all of the nonprofits on Endowment's protocol, right?
And so we're excited that we already have donations and allocations from obviously our partner Gitcoin through a governance proposal and funds that are originating from our blocks, and also a lot of our individual donors that have donor advised funds are seeing this already as a solution to optimizing their impact. So it's sort of hard to visualize what we're talking about here. So here's the application. It's live right now at app.endowment.org/universal. You can sort of see the description. What happens is that on a quarterly basis, a quarter of the fund gets granted out on a quadratic formula basis to all the nonprofits that get grants and donations on our platform. It's really exciting. I think we just had a distribution of around $40,000 for our second quarter, and the third quarter is ongoing right now. So you could donate to individual nonprofits to influence how this fund will get donated out, or you could send money into here and have it sort of optimally distributed.
All right, so what's next? The UIP is actually just the first of many impact pools to come. We're going to be working with communities over the course of the next couple of months to get them to contribute to the UIP, show them how easy this is. We've reduced philanthropic donation for large communities down to a single decision, right? All you have to do is decide whether or not as a community you want to do this, and then transfer the ETH into the Universal Impact Pool, where existing donation behavior will determine how that gets distributed, right? We're also going to be working on a direct contract integration for Allo. So right now, Endowment is using the tooling that Gitcoin has developed to do the calculations off-chain, just like Gitcoin has previously done. But as we, whoops. Just casually mining some Sepolia ETH in the background while I give my presentation, excuse me. You got to get it when you can, right? We're also going to be integrating directly with the Allo contracts, which are set to be released in September, right? At that point, what we'll be able to do is increase the number of categories of impact pools that we have on Endowment. Right now, there's the Universal Impact Pool that gets distributed universally, like the name suggests, but we're going to be able to do category-specific pools for things like the arts, for the environment, for human rights, et cetera. And so you can be just a little bit more selective in where you're making your donation, right? This effectively makes it so, the example here is anybody can turn any on-chain behavior into a vote in a quadratic funding or quadratic voting round. It can then be automated, and then of course, the announcement that we have later today is going to take this one step further, but like I said, you're going to have to follow Gitcoin on Twitter to figure out what that could possibly mean.
So you can already get involved. You can donate to the UIP through the interface, and you can also mint this POAP. All of the funds go directly to the UIP. There's also exclusive merch for anyone who mints it. We can jump back to this slide at the end, but that's sort of what we have.
Cool. You might have to step up this way so that people can scan the QR code. Yeah. So if you scan this and you donate to the Universal Impact Pool, you're using POAP's checkout feature. All of the funds go directly to the Universal Impact Pool. So far at ETHBarcelona, we've raised about $1,000 through this. So that's already another $1,000 that we can use to further the impact here. Would love for everybody to go and buy this POAP, and if you do, come find me because we've got some exclusive merch only for people who do this. If you don't do this, then you don't get the exclusive merch.
So thanks. Any questions? Yes. Yeah, so we have a partner called Global Giving, which is, the question was if we have plans to expand to global nonprofits. We have a partner called Global Giving, which is a US-based nonprofit, and they grant out money to an increasing number of global nonprofits that apply and are accepted into their program. And we're always looking for new ways to onboard new global organizations.
Hey, can I use something for the hackathon? There are something open source right now to use in the hackathon?
Yeah, you've got a couple of options. The first of which is Endowment's developer toolkit. They've got an SDK, an API, a bunch of other tools that Noah can speak to. And then, of course, the Allo contracts are on Gitcoin's GitHub account. You can look at those there. And then Gitcoin also offers Passport, the developer API for Sybil defense. Yeah. Let me know, let us know if you integrate with either of those. Maybe you'll get some of the merch that's supposed to go for people who donate. Other questions?
Cool. Do we want to show that we also have a quest?
Yeah, we can go back and forth. So this is your quest. Previous slide had the QR code for donating to the impact pool.
Yep, and just a further note is we're sort of putting together governance proposals for major DAOs looking to increase their impact. So if you're a representative of a DAO that's looking to have impact, you want to stay aligned with your mission and keep moving and don't want to hold up your governance process trying to figure out which organizations to grant to, we're working on proposals to allocate to the impact pool. Which is really exciting. As we said, we already had a passing with flying colors one in the Gitcoin governance. So we will be doing a lot of these in Q3 and looking for partners.
Cool. All right, y'all. Well, thanks so much for coming. Really appreciate your time. Come find us if you donate or if you just want to chat about it.
Yeah. Great. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I mean, with any of these speakers, if you think of a question later, just, find them out there somewhere and go up to them respectfully, okay? Don't be creepy with anyone. But, I mean, I've just noticed everyone in this space is so open to talking about all of this stuff. Like, I don't really know a lot about Web3 or the crypto world, and no one has made me, feel bad about it. Weird. Yeah, you guys all, perked up when I said that. I was telling the show caller here, I was like, usually I tell pretty dirty jokes. I don't know if that's very appropriate for this this kind of scene, but I don't know. Are you guys into dirty jokes? Yeah? You're a little too excited about it. Where are you from? Colorado. Oh my God, did you come all the way from Colorado just for this event? No. To Germany. I feel like everyone's like, I'm from this faraway place, and then they actually just live in Germany. Who here just lives in Germany? Right? Yeah? A little German gang. No, we shouldn't say that. That's scary. Does anyone here from Barcelona? Oh, you're from Barcelona. Our next speaker. Although it's I don't want to start you early in case people are waiting, right? If people are excited to see, your talk, which just a spoiler is self-organization and Web3 to combat housing challenges. Okay, we're going to have that in 5 minutes with the amazing Clara Gromaches. But first, you want me to tell you some dirty jokes? You want to hear some dirty jokes? Oh God. Okay. Now I'm being shy. Now I'm nervous. Okay, let's get into it. My name is Hannah Becker. I have been told that I am a lot like a dick pic because I like to show up places uninvited, and I'm not very photogenic. Put that camera away. And I'm always a disappointment when you finally meet me in person. So that's me. I feel like we maybe have some offenders, some dick pic offenders here. Yeah, thank you. Do we have people who have received or have sent dick pics? Can you send dick pics on the blockchain? Is that a thing? Yeah, you're like, I've done it like a million times, of course. Well, one of my friends is really into NFTs, and she was showing me there was one project where you could take a selfie of yourself and like it would kind of obscure it so you couldn't see, and then put it on, and she like totally put one of her tits on OpenSea. So if you guys want to try to find my friend's boobs, you can do that. Oh man, what other dirty jokes do I have? That's not even that dirty. I'm really I'm so nervous to go hard in the dirtiness. I can talk about myself though more. You gotta come to one of my comedy shows. But I can talk about myself. I went to women's college. You're from America, you know about women's colleges. Yeah? Because Europeans think that it's like a nun, religious vibes, and it's very much not that, right? It's like super cool feminists, lesbians, it's amazing. I am straight, which is a bummer. It's a big bummer, and I really wanted to meet boys in women's college, which was not super smart. So I joined an a cappella group. Do we have any musicians in? No, you guys are just computer people. Well, I joined an a cappella group because I thought it would get me laid. Which, have you guys heard a cappella? It's not really. What? I might. Well, so this is the thing. I was in an a cappella group, and I thought it was gonna get me some a dick, but unfortunately, I sang the lowest voice part because it was an all women's college, all female a cappella group. So I sang the lowest. We called them the lady bass. The lady bass, and I sang that, and really no one is interested in the girl who's like bum 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 bum. See, no, yeah, right? No one's. Didn't work. It didn't work. Thank you. Yeah, so you're clapping, but no one's hard, right? It's a bummer, yeah. Oh my God. All right, I think I'm gonna bring on our speaker because I've made enough of a fool of myself for you guys, all because of Mr. Colorado over here trying to get me to tell dirty jokes at the ETH conference. So let's get ready for our next speaker, who will do a talk called Self-Organization and Web3 to Combat Housing Challenges. Everyone give a huge round of applause to Barcelona's own Clara Gromaches.
Thank you, that was really nice. Hello everyone. Good afternoon, buona tarda. Cool. So, today I want to bring into the table the current housing challenges that we are facing in cities, but also in rural areas. And it's something that is happening globally. It's not a thing of Barcelona. My name is Clara. I'm an architect. I build self-sustainable housing and also cooperative housing organized as, well, like social cooperative housing. Apart from that, I work on Web3 at DORG, which is a collective of Web3 developers that are building really cool stuff. And my goal is to bring this Web3 technology with my area of expertise. So, we are talking about housing today because it should be understood as a real universal right and as well as a public good, at least a fraction of the total market stock. Because honestly, it's a fundamental human need because it provides shelter, privacy, security, and also it's kind of like unlocks the well-being and also like the quality of life of individuals and also their communities. And housing is also important because it unlocks the rest of the human rights, say access to water, hygiene, educational, professional, and personal development, as well as enhances some of the other human rights, like economic rights, cultural rights, or even like social rights. All right. We know that, but the reality is that we are contemplating how in our cities, in our territories, rents are getting higher and higher. Properties end up in hands of big landlords, if not international funding, and our salaries are stagnant. So I'm going to go through some numbers of Barcelona so you give you like a little bit of context, but I'm sure you can relate to your own home places. So in the last 10 years in Barcelona, we've seen how rents have raised more than 50%, whereas like salaries only 3.4%. That's a shame. Like the median price for a renting apartment equals the minimum salary set by the government, which means that 50% of households are in poverty risk. If we take a look onto the millennial and Gen Z generation, we see that there are adults that cannot rent an apartment on their own because it's like a financial risk or just literally impossible. And then we have like adults living sharing apartments unwillingly. Add to that numbers that there's a gender gap salary of 80% less if you are a woman or part of a minority collective. So run your numbers. We have a situation that increases the vulnerability of homes, puts home stability as well at risk, and then we cannot even talk about buying if renting it's already like an issue. So what we can do? Some people can rely on governments or NGOs, public goods associations, to get access to emergency homes or social housing prices. Like for example, in the Netherlands, the 30% of the total housing stock, it's social pricing. In Spain, guess what are the numbers? It's less than 2%. Which means that if you don't fall into the vulnerable enough category, if you cannot rely on the government, what can you do? So, short answer is self-organization. And I'm going to walk you through on how through self-organization we can move towards a market of speculative housing towards a self-organized, self-owned, and even like ecological, self-sustainable market owned by the community. I'm going to give you examples that are happening here around Barcelona so that you can see real practices and best use cases that are already taking place. So if we want to self-organize, where we can start? In Barcelona, there's a union of tenants, trade union of tenants, that started in 2017 called Sindicat de Llogateres, where they organize themselves to defend the rights of tenants against abusive landlords, which usually are big corporations. So every Friday, they hold assembly on the street where people can go there, expose their problem, and then get the help from the community and on the the roadmap and the exact steps to take action to defend themselves. And this organization currently it's spread all over Spain. Actually, they have just a subsection that it's only dedicated to solve abusive use cases from BlackRock, which is the largest property of homes in Spain. The other thing that we can do is promote bottom-up initiatives that limitate the housing prices. And again, here in Spain, it started because of an initiative of Sindicat de Llogateres that is currently being approved, actually 1 month ago or so, by the Spanish government that freezes and limits the rent prices. And this is not something happening only in Barcelona. We have tenants trade unions all over the world that are fighting for defending rights and are also fighting for regulating the housing market. But let's raise the bar on self-organization. We can even create collective cooperative housing in the form of use of spaces. And that means the ownership is at the cooperative, and then users of the cooperative can use the space by just paying a monthly fee or even a refundable initial payment. And this is the case of the first cooperative housing in Catalonia. It's called Calcasas, and they bought a land plus a rural home where they have the main facilities, the main kitchen, where they have these common dinners and lunches, and then they have the rest of the private spaces separately. What is interesting about this project is the people of the community have to dedicate at least 20 hours per week to the project. But they can do that either by workforce or by working outside and providing the money they earn outside to the community. Another example, and maybe some of you know it, it's Calafu. Vitalik and Amir Tagir, they spent some time there, so maybe that does ring the bell. This is another cooperative where the collective bought an industrial colony, and then they turned it into what they call a post-capitalist eco-industrial colony. Again, it's right of use spaces, the way they organize themselves in terms of ownership and governance. And then in this case, people just have to pay a small amount of money that it's lower than the market price. And the other example that I wanted to tell to you is Mas Las Viñas, which is another cooperative housing, but this time, instead of right of use spaces, users own a part of the cooperative and the property. And then in this case, it is a regenerative agriculture cooperative that it's also a big reference in the permaculture movement here in Catalonia, because it's a school of permaculture as well. So from these private initiatives that people started because they were self-organizing themselves, the administration saw an opportunity to create social housing with the collaboration of civil groups. So I'm going to walk you through some examples as well that are happening here in Barcelona, where the administration leased some plots to the communities, and then communities organize themselves to develop the plot and create a home for themselves. This is the case of La Borda, which is cooperative housing in Sants. The project started when the civil council leased the plot for 90 years in exchange of a small yearly fee. And then members have their own private spaces, and then they share a lot of common or collectivized services, like solar panels, heating systems. There's co-working spaces, and even a common place that it's can be used for whatever they want. You see here downstairs. And also the design enhances social interactions, which this is also a really cool thing to think when you are designing this kind of communities. And this is La Balma. It's follows the same pattern, also legal organization and efficiency in terms of energy, etc., etc. But the cool thing is the city council here, they reserve 2 apartments for including vulnerable immigrants that were arriving to Barcelona. So this is a way to also provide social housing plus inclusive communities inside the social housing. And this example is a cooperative that we are impulsing in a rural area nearby here, and follows the same structure as well. But in this case, the particularity is that the city council wants to save one of these homes for emergency housing, and they want to be an active member of the community. And if we raise the bar on self-organization, we even have foundations of cooperative housing, and that's a cool model, let's say, because it unlocks the properties outside the market and make sure that this model can stay like sustainable and long-term affordability. But this model also comes with some challenges. It's not all super like good news. There are like challenges on ownership and governance because there's limited room for innovation. Then the funding, banks doesn't recognize collective entities, so we have to go through ethical banks, public pools, or subsidizing. And then we have also challenges on, teaching people, like training people on how to self-governance and themselves. There's analog coordination, and the process is long. So friends told me, like, Clara, I'm all in on this project, but my rent expires in 3 months, so what do I do? We need to accelerate and scale this model, and I believe we can do that with the Web3 and some technology. On one hand, we can customize ownership and governance, and for example, like issue, like the same models that I was explaining to you, like own a share of the property or right of use of spaces. For example, like traditional Dream Factory just created a model where they issue token governance power to members who are spending time contributing to their co-living in Portugal. But we can kind of like go further, and we can create models where ownership is not only distributed by wealth, but also by meritocracy. So say that you dedicate an amount of hours or provide some value to the community, and then in exchange you can create and receive some ownership and governance from that. And also, Web3 can help us on, manage treasuries, because currently we are delegating the power of managing a huge amount of money, to be honest, because construction funds and costs are high, to 2-3 people. And instead we can do that. We can delegate that power to software, smart contract that could be, it's harder to get corrupted probably, or hacked. In terms of votations, we have the ability to customize setups. We can use token voting, like for example with Bogdoni. And I mention it because my mom knows how to use it. And for me, that's like a big challenge and a big great news for onboarding new communities that not, tech savvy into the space. And this could help us to get faster and async coordination between the members of those communities. In terms of funding, we can create international and without intermediaries real-world asset tokenization and also transactions, of course. We can create tokens that are a part of the ownership, or they give you the right to use of a space. And if there are NFTs involved, of course we can use royalties so that if price of those NFTs raise, we can use the benefit money to kind of reinvest it into the communities, or even to expand the model and replicate into other new communities. So at scale, we can pool, we can stake, and we can use this money to build and create new homes for people, or even donate it to create more emergency homes or more social housing. So we've seen how, through self-organization practices, we can defend tenant rights from abusive landlords. We can also approve laws that limit rents, and we can move from ownership and rental model towards a model of a stewardship. That model gives us permanent right of use, or even we can meet nomad needs and allocate, temporary right of use of the spaces. And in this case, we have some communities in the Web3 space that are already working on that line, like Oasa, Kavin, Cohere, and even Akia DAO. So this is not so an utopia. This is happening in real time. And if I want you to kind of go home with the takeaway from here, an idea, for me it's the vision. To me, I guess that you just started when I was 4 and start drawing these giants and collective housing, but it has evolved. And imagine if, a part of the total housing stock, instead of being in hands of a speculative international funds, it could be owned and run by community. We could move from a model where community benefits serve for creating new housing. We ensure that it's a long-term model. It's efficient. We can use like regenerative energies, regenerative materials, and we can create communities that can share spaces, amenities, utilities, and even like, social activities or an economy. And not stopping here, because I know that housing is really powerful and it has like a great impact on people's lives. So with housing communities, we could even like have an impact on how we educate our children, how we manage our older years, how we integrate elders in our lives also, and how we consume gods. So by creating intergenerational communities, we can do that. And I've just shown you that it's not utopia, like again, it's something that it's already happening. So thank you for being here, I really appreciate it. And I hope this was interesting for you. Thank you, Ethereum Barcelona, for having me. It was great. If you have like any doubts, feel free to reach me out on Twitter, whatever channels, in person. Feel free to ask me questions about like the talk, about like if you have like a shared vision. A spoiler here, like I'm looking for locations, and or also if you have like questions about the org. So it was nice to have you here as a public. Thank you.
All right, thank you again to Clara for that great talk. And again, yeah, just, find her somewhere in the festival if you want to talk to her. And I'm sure she's happy to answer any of your questions. Again, we're a little ahead of the schedule. So yeah, this is the moment to take out your laptop and catch up on your emails. What are you up to? What are you up to on the computer? Huh? Just checking the agenda. Oh, okay, yeah. If you want to know what's up next here, we're going to have Nicholas Onsinger talking about new cities, network states, and technology, starting in about 5-6 minutes. And I don't know what's going on at the other stage, but there is so much going on here, right? There's like, I don't know if anyone's been to the boxing ring. Has that happened yet? Have there been debates in the boxing ring? Yeah? There were. Well, how was it? What was it like? Huh? Uh-huh. It was cool? Yeah, I bet that's really cool to like see it. Were they like walking around like boxers, or were they sitting on chairs being, I don't know, it's kind of, if you have the ring, right, you might as well play it up and right, get into it. What else have you been up to? What have you been getting into at the conference? You were at the other stage. Nice. Oh, yeah, because I've been hearing about this, the lunar punk, solar punk movements. What do you identify with more? No, you're just interested. You're open. I think that's great. I mean, I think the point of this whole event is to kind of bring everyone together and show that maybe we're all not so different at the end, right? We all want to work towards decentralizing everything and working towards that common good of trying to make the world a better place through all of these innovations, right? Do you work in Web3 and crypto, or yeah? Who do you work for? Tell me. Yeah. It's like, no, I mean you don't have to work for it. You could work for yourself. You could just be your own. I don't. This whole industry is very new, and right, we're making up the rules as we go along a little bit, right? Yeah, that's so good. Okay, still have 5 minutes until our speaker. I don't want to bring you up too soon in case people are, getting ready to. If people are preparing to come see you and they're hoping to see you at 4:35, so I don't want to mess with people. So I'll take a little bit of time to remind you guys to use this QR code. if you want to interact with the speakers, with each other, you can go in there and answer each other's questions, even if the speaker doesn't get to it. It's a different QR code for every talk, so you got to make sure that every time you go into a room, you scan it, you get into it. And there's also other cool products that have been created just for this event. Everything's with QR codes. You guys love your QR codes in the crypto world. There are trading cards that you can collect and you can trade. Have you gotten into the trading cards? Oh, okay, he didn't understand the trading cards. Okay, I can explain the trading cards. So everyone was given a pack of 5 cards, but there are 25 cards in total, 25 different cards. If you collect all 25 of them, you get a mystery prize. Ooh. I want the mystery prize. I have so many cards, I don't know. I should have brought them up here. We could have done some trading. But, You have some? Hey, if anyone wants to trade with this friend up in front, well, you have a bunch of packs. I think tomorrow, I heard tomorrow there's going to be a zone that's just for trading the cards, so everyone can try to get all 25. Some of them are really rare. There's like certain ones that there were only a couple in circulation, so it's a bit of one of the many challenges that you get to overcome during this event. Another cool one is these quests that the ETHBarcelona has set up, and kind of depending on how many quests you complete, you'll get a different level of NFT. So if you complete the most quests, you'll get a more rare, cool NFT. So that's a fun little challenge that you can enjoy during this event. And oh god, two more minutes. What are you guys trading? What cards? Have you checked your cards yet? Okay. Okay, is anyone looking to trade some cards? You guys don't want that mystery prize? You're not interested in the mystery prize? You left your cards at home. Come on, man. That's the whole, you got to bring them here. We need an instruction manual. Yeah, well, I think there was a card. I think there's a card for trading cards that if you scan the QR code on that card, it tells you about the trading cards. So meta, because there's a couple of the cards that have the QR codes that explain the quests, the trading cards, and the chat rooms, and then there was, Yeah. No, I think we should have put a little explanation on it, but I think it's fun. It's basically like Pokemon cards, but nerdier somehow, right? So yeah, bring them tomorrow when you come back. Also, guys, remember when you come to this conference, bring a reusable water bottle, okay, right? We don't want to be wasting plastic, wasting all these cups. Like yesterday, every speaker was like, where's my water? And we were like, you were supposed to bring your own water bottle. So make sure you do that. You help with sustainability. And bring your cards tomorrow, because there's going to be a special area where you can trade them, and maybe you can win that mystery prize. I don't even know what the mystery prize is. Do we know what the mystery prize is? Yeah? Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I see Monovac, he's like, oh, it's going to be a good prize. I don't think that many people are going to be able to do it, so it's going to be a challenge. Some of the cards, there's only a few of them in circulation, so good luck with your trading. Are you making some trades right now? Okay. Well, I got a bunch of cards. If you want to talk to me after, I'm happy to trade. I don't know if I'll be able to win the mystery prize. All right, I think now it is time to bring on our next speaker. Finally, me talking shit up here. So our next speaker is Nicholas Onsinger. He's going to be talking about new cities, network states, and technology. So give a huge round of applause for Nicholas, everybody. Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here. Can everyone hear me? The back? Perfect. Cool. Yeah, so has anyone heard of the network state? Just the word, the phrase? Hands up. It's not that many. Everyone else hasn't heard about it? Right? Balaji Srinivasan? Right? Have you actually read the book or just listened to? Oh, someone's read the book? Oh, wow, cool. So an educated audience here. So yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about network states, new cities, right? So one of my messages will be there's already new city developments that are kind of from this space, and also how this can accelerate a new wave of technological progress. Why do I care about that? I have a VC fund. I started it inspired by my experience being a resident in Prospera. Has anyone heard of Prospera in this room? Yeah, charter city, special economic zone on Roatan, beautiful Caribbean island. That's part of the country of Honduras. I'm a resident there. I lived there 4 to 6 months in a year. And it inspired me to do this VC fund because what I'm going to talk about today is something great that's in the making, that's happening. I'm also a resident of Suzalu. Does anyone know about Suzalu? Vitalik's pop-up city in Montenegro, 2 months long network state-like experiment. Also super cool. And I also organize a couple of events. I'm going to do a refi event on Zanzibar in Tanzania in 2 weeks. So there's direct flights from Paris. If you're going to ECC, you can fly directly over there. I also organized a conference, New Cities and Network States, which was the first of its kind. And I have a really cool podcast called the Stranded Technologies Podcast. So my first message is, so many people who read Balaji's book, they're like, oh, this is kind of confusing and sort of very futuristic and way far into the future. And my first message is, it already exists, right? So, and not that many people know about this. This is already kind of a bigger thing or a bigger trend, right? But there is real city developments, right? So Honduras is a pioneer. There are some places in Africa, especially Nigeria and Zanzibar with 2 developments. So there is a couple of developments happening with real physical space, with real estate development. Also what I call network states here is kind of a community-first approach to start new developments like that. So Afropolitan and Praxis especially have been innovating a lot there. And also in the co-living sites, the previous speaker mentioned Cabin or Cohere. These are also like tokenizing, owning land and real estate together. So to me, they fall in the same space. Cabin calls itself a network city, right? And there's a bunch of infrastructure around and a bunch of organization. So I could give a much longer talk talking about all of those, really fascinating stuff happening. But I'm here mainly to talk about the thing that I love the most, which is technology, right? So why do I care so much about these new developments? Because I think they can accelerate technology, right? So there's this quip by a notorious billionaire who said they promised us flying cars and all we got was 140 characters. So I studied this for a couple of years and I have a background in economics and I couldn't believe it at first, but there's something to that, right? Sort of in a slightly wonky depiction of it is this chart, which talks about total factor productivity. It's basically the rate of productive economic growth, right? So we've been growing a lot until like the 70s and then we were kind of stagnating or flatlining. There's a website called WTF, happened in 1971, which has hundreds of indicators showing that there's a worrisome trend happening, right? And there's innovation in the world of bits, that's great. Like we got software, we got the personal computer, we got Web3 and crypto, but it's not happening in the world of atoms, right? And one example that makes this apparent to me is cities, right? So San Francisco, LA, housing prices in many parts of the world, like what we heard from the speaker before, that's a common trend, and that's not good. Right? Also, airports increasingly. I've been a nomad for 3 years, and I feel like airports are increasingly getting a worse product, more expensive, more taxes, more bureaucracy going through. So there's something happening. And I spend tons of time on my podcasts researching what's going on. I have a background myself as an entrepreneur. I talk to hundreds of entrepreneurs, regulators, policymakers, economists. And I think there's a real problem in the way we do regulation, right? Our regulatory paradigm. In healthcare and biotech, there's something called Eroom's law, which is the reverse of Moore's law, right? So if Moore's law increased our computing power every 2 years, or doubled computing power every 2 years, Moore's law does the opposite for new drug development. Literally the opposite happened in new drug development. Despite Moore's law, despite computational biology, it costs now hundreds of millions and takes 10 to 15 years to bring new drugs to market, right? It's been happening over decades. If you're in crypto, you know about the SEC, you might have heard about Gary Gensler, the Howey test. Why are we talking about like laws from the 1930s that regulate a new technology? Why are we talking about like this orange trade that is supposed to regulate what we want to do in this space? Right? I think we'd be already much, much further, especially when it comes to like tokenization of real world assets, if it wasn't for these bottlenecks, right? Who updates them? So the idea is, like it always is in technology or in much of progress of human history, where are the frontiers? Right, so it used to be the American West, for example, or we're looking for new industries like crypto, technologies that are born free, software, they were unencumbered by anything. So where is that? Where can we go? Right, so the network state is that idea that's out there basically to encapsulate the intent to exit. And exit is not full exit, right? So you can also do a digital exit. You just want a place where you have permissionlessness, right? And we have a place right now, we have a 0 to 1, where that permissionlessness extends into the real world. I'm a very proud resident of that space. And again, it catalyzed my bigger vision that now there's something we can do about all these things, right? So, and many of the other projects, they're also pushing the boundaries in other areas. Prospera is really the most advanced one of its kind. So this is why I'm very bullish on it and spend most of my time there. And Prospera has, I think, the winning idea to solve the regulatory problem. And the idea is called polycentric common law. There's a fantastic podcast episode with Tom W. Bell, who literally developed an open source legal code, right? So he collected the best legal practices from hundreds of years and put them in a file, literally on GitHub, right? So if you have a new network state project, if you want to build kind of a new society, you can use that legal code and fork it and adapt it to your local needs, to your local culture and everything like that, which I think is an absolutely brilliant idea. And the core idea to it is flexibility, right? So you're not forced by your regulator or your government, you have to, you're under jurisdiction, you have this, but instead you have flexibility. That's something I could talk about for hours. But the idea is, and what's great about it, is it's flexible for business. Right? So as a business, you're not under this one FDA. Instead, you can choose what regulations you're under. There's a great company called MiniCircle that is doing clinical trials in Prospera, right? And they're not doing anything much different. They're still doing safety trials. They just can cut tons of bureaucracy by just saying, oh, we don't need all this documentation beforehand. That's redundant, right? Or Aerial Loop, a drone logistics company. Did you know that Zipline, the biggest drone company in the world, I think valued at several billion, they didn't start commercial flights in the United States. They started them in Rwanda, which is kind of crazy, right? Because the aviation regulations in the United States treat drones like airlines, which is insane for a small startup. You just can't do that and fulfill all these requirements. So now with Prospera, Aerial Loop has a base to do what Zipline has done in Rwanda. Similar cases, circular factories, super fast building permits to build like really funky futuristic housing, like this in the background. Or Seshat Bank, right? So the financial system is getting more centralized because of regulation, right? It's not preventing it, it's centralizing it even more, right? So after the financial crisis, the approval for new bank charter decreased by 98%, which means there's fewer big banks, which is part of what Balaji calls the fiat crisis right now. So in Prospera, we have a new bank chartered, just like that. So why do I care about this? So what's the ultimate goal of it? I think with these places, with Prospera, with network states, with new cities, we're experimenting in finding a better economic model, right? So a model that can give us 5% productive economic growth instead of 2%. Right, so 2 is what we got in the best years. Probably not right now, but we got it in the best years. That's what got us to where we are now. If we get back to 2%, we would 7.5x humanity in 100 years, which is great, but I don't think it's enough to solve like extreme poverty and allow us to build like an extraplanetary, a multiplanetary species. If we can get that to 5%, we're going to 130x humanity. That would allow us to solve extreme poverty. That would allow us to solve housing. That would make us a multiplanetary species. That would be a new civilizational superabundance. Right, so just looking at time, because I can get very excited about these things. Oh, I'm actually have a lot of time. So there's a couple of levers where I think that we can test in these new developments in cities to reach this 5%. And they're actually not that funky, right? They're actually very commonsensical. We just need to do what we already know works. So we know in crypto we can build a new financial system, right? I mean, many of us are probably already building these tools, right? The problem really just is that the banks are fighting back, right? And they don't want that, right? Because they think they're threatened. Tokyo has deregulated housing in the early 2000s. It has since not increased in rent and in land prices. It's like one of the only or major city in the world, right? Where everywhere else that increased. Tokyo is just building, right? It's just much easier to build new housing. Education, also a very big topic, right? So I think we're doing a lot wrong when it comes to education in ways that I could talk for hours about. What I mentioned in medical, right? So there's different degrees of freedom, how we could improve, and I'm happy to talk about all of them, but some are very commonsensical. Also, I think nuclear energy would be a clean source of energy or of power that would allow us to, well, improve the climate, right? And to also develop all sorts of other industrial technology that we can need, for example, to desalinate water. So we can have like clean water much more accessible all over the world, right? Also, I think labor mobility is one of the biggest problems in the world, right? So I think it's the biggest injustice in the world that's going on today, or the biggest driver for inequality, is the passport you're born with, right? So it explains by far the most, and it's a major injustice. And my hope is that in this space, we can create a more open world, where it's easier if you're born in a country where there's not much opportunity to go somewhere else where you can upgrade and upskill your life. Where there's also some really cool and funky stuff that I don't know yet if it can work, but my friend in longevity biotech tell me we could live hundreds of years. Awesome, let's try it. Right now in the FDA, we're doing it way too slow. Or nanotechnology, right? So we can have like these miniature nanoscale robots that could engineer the material world. Synthetic biology probably as well. Coupled with AI, we could literally have robots build our housing, right? So energy too cheap to meter and just a much more open world. You know, one of my favorite economists, Brian Kaplan, estimated if we had open borders, we would double world GDP, right? So something specific to this conference that I wanted to mention, because I would otherwise probably ask the question, what opportunities are there for crypto, for Web3? Just to list a couple where these new developments can help us accelerate, right? So one is easy, sound money, right? So, you know, once you have your money in crypto, governments can't abuse it to fight wars, and they can't take it away from you or seize it, you know, unless that's under explicit smart contracts that you agreed with before. Same for wealth protection, right? So, you know, you're gonna have a real social contract, and, you know, you can sue that government or whatever, and, you know, this obeys the rules of the smart social contract, right? Public goods funding, right? So I think a lot of the barriers, for example, for crowdfunding, you know, accredited investor rules in the United States, not sure in Europe you're that familiar with it, but it makes a lot of public goods funding harder, right? It makes it harder for people who are not very wealthy to participate in like communal efforts to do public goods. Also, property rights in 3D are pretty cool, so you can tokenize the air, right, and have a market for like drones, right? So where can they fly, where can they not fly, or for viewpoints, right? So you want to get together as a community and sort of protect this airspace and its views. Same for like nature protection, right? That's the place. This is exactly where we can tokenize sort of access to land. You can have an auditable public treasury. Doesn't yet exist to my knowledge, but it would be great. I made an X when it already exists, right? I can point examples. I didn't make an X when it doesn't exist yet. At Zuzalu, we experimented with zero-knowledge technology for identity verification. Also super cool. What if in the future, you know, your passports could be created through, you know, zero-knowledge technology, which is much more, you know, privacy ensuring. And then, you know, lastly, just hyper-liquidity, hyper-tokenization of everything. Like the bottleneck right now is simply registers, right? Land registries for property, and securities laws around that and what you can trade and what you can't trade. So yeah, this is just a summary of, this is just the beginning or the surface of why I'm really excited about this space. And it's really nascent, right? The first conference in that space, the New Cities and Network States conference, was just like 2 months ago in Zuzalu, right? And it's inspired by this space, right? By, you know, Ethereum is in a way a network state, and Zuzalu is kind of Vitalik's first experiment to Well, let's see what happens if we get together in the real world and do things. So that's super, super encouraging, and I think a real inflection point. So I think for any builder, there is ample opportunity to join and see which projects excite you. You know, they all have different focuses, right? Some are more libertarian, some are more progressive, more funding public goods. So I want this space to have loads of different flavors, and we try out loads of different things and how we can improve governance. Right, so here you can find me or connect with me. Something that I didn't include here, I'm doing a little meetup on Saturday. One of the co-founders of Prospera is actually here. So on Saturday, we can talk more things Prospera, which is really, really exciting. It's something, again, could talk about for hours. So go on that thing and then click on events. And then I think it's the first event on Saturday. Hope to see you there. I think we still have 3 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, my question is that as bureaucratic as regulation may be sometimes and ineffective, it's also there to protect against existential risk, externalities, exploitation. And by privatizing ownership to billionaires of like exponential technologies, do you not see that as like quite dangerous and like potential to actually accelerate risks in the climate crisis and artificial intelligence risk, bio kind of engineering, all this kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Seems quite scary to me.
To me, the exact opposite is scary, right? So when you look at any material existing existential risk, like bioweapons, like nuclear power, like weapons of mass destruction, like gas, everything has one thing in common. They've been used for military purposes by governments, right? So do we want to give governments the power to regulate these technologies instead of, having them open source? Right, where you can actually build checks and balances, right? It's not few centralized actors that have access to dangerous technology or the power. Instead, we can build open source security protocols against these things. I think that would be a much more safer world.
Why would it be open source if it's VC owned? If it's VC and private owned, it's not necessarily open source. You could just be replicating the same extractive models, but worse. That's the risk, right?
Well, I would say open source is good, right? The more
open source is
the
great,
better.
yeah, but there's no guarantee that it's open source, right?
No, I mean, there's not guarantee, but we've seen in software and we've seen in crypto and Web3, the first thing that builders in that space gravitate towards is making lots of things available open source. And it did so without regulations to tell them to do so, right?
But now look what's happened to crypto now.
For what are the reasons?
Yeah, appreciate the talk. Love the network state energy. I'm curious about this lens around GDP growth going to 5%. If this happens in an extractive economy, we lose access to clean air, our topsoil, biodiversity, and clean water at an increased rate, where the science already shows we're going to hit tens of millions of deaths per summer, per year by 2035. So what are we looking at if we keep increasing the rate of extraction in this current economic system if we don't solve the underlying problem of how we treat the planet?
Yeah, again, I think almost the entire opposite is true, right? So it's because of governments that outregulated things like nuclear power, very cheap and clean energy, that we are much less close to combating climate change than we are. I think it's also due to one of the biggest sources of emissions in the world is fossil fuel subsidies by governments. Mainly coming from Egypt, from Indonesia, from China, from India. These are one of the biggest sources, and I think we can do much better, again, if the market is much more liquid, and especially if it's growing. Because we've also seen as populations get more wealthy, we care more about the environment. We have more resources to protect the environment, and we have more people that can labor on protecting the environment. Got time for one more question, or? Yeah, time is up. But do we have time for one more question, or? Oh, I'm confused. Oh, these are all questions. I think we should prioritize people in the room, though, right? Oh, these are people in the room. Okay, cool. Which ones do I do? How do we need 5% growth? This is sustainable. Why don't we just reduce waste? Again, I think these things aren't mutually exclusive. right? I mean, we can have a longer debate about that, but wealthier societies are also more protective of the environment and have cleaner air. Yeah. No, it isn't. Yeah. I mean, we won't solve that entire debate, but I'm happy to stay around much longer to debate that. I like these debates, so I think we should have these debates. How to get to Zuzalu? I don't know about the next Zuzalu, all right, but I think it's going to happen sometime this year or early next year. Why should we give more power to VCs when their entire model is completely authoritarian? Yeah, I mean, as opposed to what, right? I mean, I think when I compare it in Honduras, for example, I'm going to make the first ever VC investment in a startup. The comparison is very predatory financing options. It's people like giving them like very little money for getting very high ownership shares. It's like very big banks trying to grab away ownership from founders, right? And it's very, very predatory. So when you compare it to that, I think VC can do a lot of good in the world, right? Is it the be-all, end-all? No. Happy to take criticism. Can you describe in detail how life is in Zuzalu or Prospera? What kind of population is there? Yeah, that's a great question. So very different. So Prospera is very local driven, right? So 60–70% of people in Prospera are Honduran, right? So about half of those are local islanders. It's an English-speaking island, right? And they're there as service workers, as cooks, as teachers. Some of them are setting up their own schools and doing their own businesses, which is really cool. The other half is educated Hondurans from the mainland, right? So they go to Prospera instead of the United States and search for opportunity because it offers comparable high wages and opportunity. And the other third is people like us in this room, or like me, right? So internationals, Balaji calls them crypto internationalists. I kind of like that word. I like frontier technologies, and I want to see where cool stuff is being built or done. And in Zuzalu is pretty much only the last one, right? So Zuzalu wasn't very local Montenegrin, but has been developing relations with the Montenegrin government. So Zuzalu is very much crypto internationalists like people here in this room. Yeah, sorry, time is over, but I hope to see you on Saturday or after this talk.
Great job. Thank you so much to Nicholas for that. Yeah, just a reminder, you can scan this QR code at the beginning of every talk and use that to send in your questions. It's the best way to engage with the speakers. And you guys can also answer each other's questions if the speaker doesn't get to it. There might have been a few more questions in that chat room that didn't get answered. And if you know the answer, submit it. Let's all help each other out and create a better community, right? That's what we're all here for. So our next talk is called The Web of Trust, Bringing Trust to Our Trustless Networks. The speaker is a Web3 researcher simply named Adrian. So give a round of applause for Adrian. Oh, it's right there. Yeah.
Welcome and hello everyone. My name is Adrian. I'm also known as Cypher. And today I'll be talking about an interesting idea, an old idea actually, called the Web of Trust. And specifically what I'm interested in is, how do we build trust online? The question I want to ask us today is, who do you trust? And I'm looking around and I actually see people that I trust, and I want us to take a moment and put our hands up and find someone next to you and ask the question, would you lend them $5? Like, would you put your hand up if the person next to you borrowed €5? You would. Would you lend them €50? Keep your hands up if you would lend the person next to you €50. What about €500 right now? Would you lend the person? And so it starts to get a little bit dicey, right? So, who do you trust and in what context? And it doesn't necessarily have to be financial. Like, would you trust them to invite them to a party? Would you lend them your car? This is a very, contextualized thing. And so the question I am thinking about is trust, and in what context? And the catalyst for this was a house party that we had. And, we've been doing a few of these parties. And in East Denver, we had a party where, this is shoe house. People took the respect of taking their shoes off, and in a very, warm and trusting house party. But the problem with the house party is a very interesting social experiment in that it is a location with a finite resource. There's only so many people that can have in the party. East Denver has 15,000 people. You can't have all of East Denver in your house. And so what we did is that we created an Excel spreadsheet. We wrote some of our names of all of the friends that we wanted to trust, and we opened it up into our Telegram group, and we said, hey, if you want to invite some friends, let us know, and we'll add it to the Excel spreadsheet. And so we kind of started writing down who was allowed to come to this party, and obviously way more people came than expected. 150 people jammed into this little Airbnb, and it was awesome. And we learned a lot. At the time, we didn't appreciate it, but afterwards, we learned a lot. And so some of the lessons that we learned is that trust can be decentralized. And the story with this is there was a lady who came late at the party, drunk, obviously from some other party, rocked up. And we're like, you're not on the list. Who vouched for you? Blah, 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 Tony. And who the hell is Tony? Something about venture capital this, venture capital that. I'm like, I don't care about any of that stuff. This is my house. People are taking their shoes off, and people are coming. Who are you, and who vouched for you? And emerging from the party, a guy in a biker jacket comes and saves the day and says, she's with me. And so the friend that I was with at the door said, don't worry, let him in. And to be honest, I wasn't happy with the situation. And what I said is, listen, Jesus-looking dude, I'm not happy that she's coming to the party, but she's allowed. And if she causes anything, because she was drunk, if anything happens, I'm kicking her out, and I'm kicking you out too. And so he assured me that, if anything happens, he's going to take in charge. And so the intuition is that trust can be kind of delegated out. This is another lesson. Unfortunately, in the morning, I discovered that someone had graffitied our house. The Airbnb, someone on 4 different panels had scribbled their stupid NFT project, blah, 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 .net, on 4 separate walls. And I was like, who would do this to my house? And we posted on the Telegram chat, and sure enough, someone snitched. It was very interesting why they snitched. And so obviously he earned some trust for snitching, but the context was that we were having another hacker house in Breckenridge, and he was invited, and he didn't want to lose his spot in the house. Had he found out that the person he vouched for committed this crime, he was worried that he was going to lose his spot, and so obviously he snitched. And he did it in a way which was really nice. He said, look, my friend did that, and if there's any problems, I'll pay for the damages. Sorry about that. They were drunk, and so everything was fine. And the curiosity came with, is it important that the events happen continuously? Do you perform in a more trustworthy manner when the game is like a multiplayer game, when you play the game multiple times over time? You're going to the same events, you're seeing the same people. Is it the fact that trust is built iteratively over time? And so normally if you have a burner wallet, it's very hard to trust something that doesn't have a lot of history, but maybe you might trust an Ethereum wallet that's 4 years old, has voted on a few governance things, has done a few things. And so the intuition here is that trust is built over time. And so it leads us to the next question. When we actually vouch for that person, in what context do you vouch them for? Why do you vouch them? I might vouch for someone that you might not vouch. And so we started to continue these experiments. And so At our time at Zuzalu, we played a game called the Bolivar Experiment. And instead of doing a little Excel spreadsheet, what we were doing is that we were giving out Venezuelan bolivars. And here you have Manu playing this shamanistic ritual where like people get to like magically pick their bolivar. It's actually a fun game. They randomly get assigned a Venezuelan note, and the likelihood that they would have a Venezuelan bolivar in Montenegro the day before the party was just so absurd that like it is some soft civil resistance. You can come to the party not because I trust your word, but because you have this physical item. And so people get to register, and they come to the party, and they get to vouch. And so we started doing this game where people would like self-issue their identity. And so like here we have a person who actually missed out on a bolivar, and he exstitutionalized himself and actually came to the party, and he registered a euro. And so because he registered the euro, he can actually be attested to and come to the party. Manu starts playing this game where he does the bidirectional vouching. This is a fun idea. There is a sense of trust when you do a selfie together. Who's been in the privacy game and be like, respectfully asked, can I take a selfie? You know, we live in a very privacy-conscious world, and so the intuition is that there is some sort of trust that goes into making a selfie. And to make this game a little bit more fun and simpler to play, instead of having a Telegram group, we actually made this little app where you register your note, and you can collect all your vouchers, and you can share your QR code, and it's much easier to play the game. And so the game becomes like this trust-building exercise. In the back, what we have are some NFTs, and really a voucher is just an Ethereum signed message. It's nothing more than that. But you get to put whatever you want in the message, and you sign it. And it's up to the person to decide if they want to mint it as an NFT, and it becomes like a public message. It's kind of like your LinkedIn recommendations or something like that. And the idea is that if you start to build up this trust, you get multiple NFTs. And so I could meet someone in this room and go, oh my God, you got some NFTs from one of my best friends. You've got 4 of them. What? Like you actually, he said that about you. And just that contextualized message builds a bridge between us. And so at the time when we were doing it, we didn't appreciate the power of this, but people loved this. And so hundreds of people played this game at Zuzalu, minting all these things. And so what we learned is that the community becomes very interesting with this game. We had a party that was the after party for Grimes. And so Grimes was doing a talk at Zuzalu, and we knew that she was playing at one of the beach clubs, and we organized the after party for it. And we knew that it was going to be very popular because that week was a lot of people, but we said, hey, you can come to the party, but you needed at least 3 vouchers. We didn't just want anyone to just come, people that we didn't know. We said, hey, if you want to come to this party, go make some friends. And wow, that was fun. What it caused was all of this like intermingling, this interweaving of people trying to like get each other's vouchers and say, hey, I want to come to this party. It wasn't about getting on the list. It was actually like saying, did you actually do the work to make some friends? When you come to this party, who wants you here? Oh, 6 people want you here? Come in. Welcome, friend. And so when you kind of distribute I wouldn't say ownership, I wouldn't say responsibility, but when you delegate, when you institutionalize these events, people who are involved have this tendency that they want to contribute. They don't know how, they don't know in what capacity, but the tendency is that people, if they're involved and they've told 3 of their friends to come, they feel emotionally invested in the event, and they want to try and contribute. And I've never been to a house party where in the morning, someone mopped the house. The beers were put in the fridge. Like, It was incredible. And it went so viral that Grimes heard about our after party and exstitutionalized herself, and she's playing in my basement and like on the water, and it was one of the best parties I've ever had. And it wasn't because it was Grimes, because we saw her at the beach club before. It was a very different environment, seeing Grimes at the beach club, knowing that it was a transactional, that she was there because someone paid her. And then she was at our house, and people are losing their minds. Like, what the hell is Grimes doing here? It's because the exstitutionalism that caused it to come, someone talked to someone and was emotionally invested to make the party as good as it be. And so we start to learn about this web of trust and the power that it has. And speaking to a lot of people smarter than me, people who've been playing this game a lot longer, people who are older than me, people who are wiser, have been talking about how this is not a new problem. This is a very old problem. And I was told, and I know some context, but here what we have is some cypherpunks who have self-issued their identity, 0x1, someone's got a barcode. You can see the same story rhyming in this. And so what we've discovered is that in the 90s, people used to play this game called a key signing party because they didn't trust each other. They didn't trust the government, they didn't trust their encryption, they didn't know who the PGP keys were, and so what they did is they came together. This is an event in the early 2000s where they signed each other's PGP fingerprint. And if you can imagine, it is a very similar scenario for us. Who knows who these Ethereum wallets are? Could we play a game? And so what we realized is that these cryptographers actually wrote academic papers. This is from the Web Archives. Something about different protocols. I've looked at about 4 or 5 different protocols. I like this particular protocol. It's the projected version of the Zimmerman key signing protocol. And so we can actually take some lessons from the past. These cryptographers who have solved this game and thought about different ways. And so in this old protocol, you email all the participants, they do their checksum, they send the keys to a key coordinator. It involves the trust of a centralized entity called the key signer and a key signing server. And the question became, could that just be a smart contract? Do we need to trust this key coordinator? And so instead of emailing your fingerprints, we can play a game. We can do a protocol in which we can start to play these webs of trust, but in a more sophisticated and a more technically correct way. And so you can imagine a scenario where in this protocol, everyone has to kind of vouch for each other, and they use 2 forms of digital ID. And so we don't particularly like the whole self-issued identity. We like the idea that you can take a fiat note, a 10 euros out of your wallet, and self-issue your own identity. The fact that it's fiat is beautiful. It comes with all this security, the verification ability, and the fact that we can turn something worthless, like a Venezuelan bolivar, and play this game using smart contracts, zero-knowledge proofs, however you wish to do it. It depends on your lack of trust and your trust assumptions and your want. And so my hyperstition is that someday, soon, in the future, that we can all play a game. Not a game, but like have a system in which people can come together somewhere private, by a fire, and play and do a trust ceremony in which we form webs of trust, not just once, but multiple times over time, and start building what we call a web of trust, something that is interwoven over time and allows us to do things that we couldn't have done before. And my hope is that someday we get to have these webs of trust, because you never know, one day you're going to have to trust someone in this room. Thank you. My name's Adrian, and add me on Twitter, and happy to answer any questions. We got 4 minutes. Thank you. How much do you trust me? I need to borrow a car this weekend. Can you help me out? Are you planning an after party? If yes, can you invite me? no context here. The context is key. When someone asks you a question, I need to know who it's from. One thing that is another interesting point is that your trust isn't always the same. You know, I give the example of I have two friends, right? One I want to give 100 euros. He's my best friend from school. I trust him. Like, that money is as good as gold. He will pay me back in 3 days without me even asking. I have another friend. If I give him 100 euros, that's gone. The likelihood that he pays me back, 50%. Whether it's 1 year or 4 years and how much effort, I'll give it like 10 cents on the dollar. And so the same trust assumptions, but different people have different contexts. So it is very contextualized. My questions are gone, but we can keep playing. Go for it.
Can this be used to politically organize?
Funny question. I tried to be a senator in New South Wales in 2018. I was trying to do a blockchain-based political party. I don't necessarily think it works so well at the Senate level. There's different games that we can play. This is more for lower forms of trust. And you might want to think about games in which you might airdrop a token and that becomes a DAO. And the question you want to know is, if we did a key signing party, we know that there are 133 people in this room. They are us. We can't just Sybil and have a wallet full of bolivars, because the way we play the key signing party, it's one person in the room. And so if I airdropped us all, I know that there's some soft Sybil resistance that we can have a DAO. So we can work towards doing governance, but I don't think it's at the Senate level yet. No. Good question. Thank you. I'm going to yield my time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Adrian. I was going to just remind you guys to use the QR code to ask questions. Makes things a lot more interactive and fun. And again, you guys love your QR codes. How many QR codes do you think you've scanned already in these 2 days? How many do you think you've scanned? 100. Do you think anyone scanned more than 100 QR codes? It's been a lot. Have you been doing the quests? Huh? Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. But I don't know if you know, but there are quests that are happening. Oh my God. Where are the quests? No, if you guys didn't know, there's a really fun game. I mean, as we heard in this last talk, you guys also love games here in the Web3 community. There are QR codes around, and there's some other quests that you can do. There might be one in this room right now. It's purple. Scan it and you'll get more info. Or on your trading cards, there's a quests trading card where you can scan it and it'll give you the whole intro to what kind of quests are available. This might be a good moment to check that out. And the more points you get, there's a range of NFTs that you can get at the end of this conference, and the more points you get, the cooler your NFT is going to be. And who doesn't want a cool NFT, right? You want to get that? You got to start scanning more QR codes, buddy. More QR codes. I think there's also some of, going to the booths and talking to people. So it's not just QR codes, okay? I think there's also a social element to it all. And I mentioned the trading cards. Have you been trading your trading cards? Yeah? Oh, I keep forgetting to bring them on stage with me. If you guys don't know about the trading cards, because I know a lot of people are a bit confused about it, there are 25 cards available. You were only given 5, but you can get more. And if you collect all 25 cards, which is going to be very difficult, some of them only have a few cards in rotation. If you get all 25, there is a really super cool mystery prize that is very, very mysterious, but you're going to want it, okay? You're going to want to win that mystery prize. right? What do you think the mystery prize is? Do you have a guess of what it could be? No. Ticket for next year. That'd be a good mystery prize. That'd be a good mystery prize. Because I really do think not a lot of people are gonna be able to complete it. Have you been trading the cards? No? Did you remember to bring them at least? Oh my goodness. You guys gotta remember to bring your cards because tomorrow there's gonna be a special area where you can trade them and try to win that mystery prize before time runs out. And if there's anything else, okay, yeah, we're gonna get our next speaker to get his computer set up. Yeah, it's like everyone has a different computer, everyone's got a different adapter, everyone's got different everything. So we just want to make sure that we get everyone set up. So we're going to have this talk, and then there's going to be a panel after this. And then we're done for the day. You guys can go play some arcade games, listen to some DJ music. I mean, there's been music all day. So much going on. Did anyone do any of the yoga and like breath work stuff? You did that? What did you do? Yeah? It was good. I think there'll be some tomorrow also, so, you know, resounding yes to all of that. I think with all of this information, it's good to have a moment to relax and to breathe, right? Totally. Are you, no? Okay, still getting stuff set up. All right. Just let me know when you're ready to go. And has anyone been, I really wish that I could go see the boxing ring. That is the coolest thing to me. Did you go see some debates? No? Yeah, I think they've been setting up debates, hopefully not actual boxing matches in the boxing ring, but you know, a lot of opinionated people here. Good to see what comes out of some lively debate. There's also some fish bowls. Did you go to any fish bowls? You've been at what? At the booth. Oh, okay, because you're working here. So this is now you're like, okay, now I'm gonna come see a talk, and I'm just like being like, what cool things have you done? You're like, nothing. I've just been at my booth giving people free stuff. What have you been giving cool free stuff to people? Those shirts. Nice. Those are cool. Do you have to do something to get? If you want to stand up and show everyone. Oh wow. Yeah, show them. Oh, are these your people? Yeah, kind of. What do you have to do to get one of these free shirts? Okay, come tomorrow because there's no more free shirts left. But what do they have to do tomorrow to get a free shirt?
Oh yeah, this guy.
Okay.
Except now.
Great. So you just have to listen to them talk about their project, which I mean that's what we've all been doing here. Oh, and they have to fill out a form. Oh God, a form. No, it's okay. I'm sure it's very privacy. Yeah, and I'm sure it's very private and isn't gonna get everyone's information out there, right? Because that would be very weird at this conference. So amazing. Yeah, those are really cool. And you have red and white shirts. Yeah. Do you get to pick or is it random? You can pick, of course. And stickers. I've seen so many cool stickers. Is anyone else working at a booth and have cool free stuff they wanna advertise while we're waiting? Yeah? Okay, at the Giveth booth.
Yeah, it's a patch that you can put on anything.
Oh, nice, a patch. And what do they have to do to get the patch?
Here, I can talk about it.
You can talk about it? Okay. Oh, because you're from Giveth.
Yeah.
Right.
And we can even put this on the screen.
Oh my goodness. I see. Yeah, come get patches. I don't know if they can put it on this.
Can I get my slides going?
All right, I think it's a good moment to introduce our speaker. He can take it over from here. This is going to be a talk about markets for public goods with Griff Green. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can get these slides up. Because actually, before I start my talk, Ashley over there has some really cool swag, some Give Us swag, some patches. So if you want to just not sit there, but you want to get some upgrade some swag, she's right there. She'll hook you up and give you some patches. And if you really want to earn some swag, like the best swag is the swag that you earned, right? So we have these impact quests. You can go to the Give Us booth, learn what they are. But basically, the concept is let's leave Barcelona better than we found it and win some cool swag. So you could check out the Giveth booth, and you can like, pick up garbage or donate on Giveth to Barcelona projects, and also get like the Green Pill book or even a hardware wallet. Okay, but that's the end of the commercials. Let's talk about the talk. Market for public goods. The markets for public goods. I hope that at the end of this, that you guys share my belief that actually public goods are almost always funded by markets. I know, sounds crazy, right? But let's first start. How many people have seen me talk about this slide before? Good. Then I'm going to skip it. The long story short is that public goods are great. There's a technical definition, non-excludable, non-rivalrous. That's not really what I'm talking about. That's the technical academic definition. And it's kind of, public goods, I like to think of them as like the stuff that you imagine governments and nonprofits are doing, right? The value that they're creating. But it goes even beyond that, because actually corporations are often also providing free of charge to end user value, right? Telegram, Discord, did you pay for that? No, most people didn't pay for that. It was free. I would define that, at least for the value of my talk and the value of building cool shit with crypto, I would call that public goods. The main provider of public goods, however, is governments, because they got some huge revenue. $25 trillion worth of revenue was collected by governments in 2020. And that was a few years ago. There's been a little bit of inflation, so I'm sure the number is a lot higher than that, right? They are the major providers of public goods. And they get most of their funding from taxes. But when you look at these taxes, where does this money really come from? Where does income tax come from, or corporate tax, capital gains? These come from markets, right? Governments are effectively skimming off the top of markets to fund public goods. And there's a reason for it. Market participants are incentivized to externalize costs. This is a market failure, right? So people who are engaging in markets, they want to make profit. So they take all of the free stuff they can to make profit. It's their job. You could say, if you're cynical, that they're exploiting public goods. So governments are effectively siphoning funds off of markets through taxation in the name of public goods so that they can protect public goods, right? And this is a win-win, right? This is the cool thing about markets in general. They're win-wins. The governments and states, they provide like a safe space for markets to operate. They provide public safety, roads, all these things. But this is very surprising when I tell people this idea. We don't think about governments as making money off of markets. We stop from that next layer, right? No, they get money from taxes. It's true, but taxes have always been coming off of markets. And it's this weird, I don't like the dynamic. It feels like it's like, okay, so as someone who has a business, it's kind of, I'm incentivized to exploit and extract as much as I can from all the public goods that are available. And then as a government, I'm incentivized to extract as much as I can from markets, right? It feels adversarial. It's like extraction economics is what I'm making up a term because it's fun, right? It feels like extraction economics. And I think that with crypto, we have the opportunity to build something better, a different system where it's not extract, but actually it's like instead of extracting from markets, because markets are markets. I'm not trying to change the incentives of the market. They want to make a profit, and there's market failures. But could we create abundance economics on the other side? Could we effectively integrate taxes into economic systems that are built around the value creation of public goods? If we create a system where actually you are rewarded when you are coordinating around the production of public goods, and then the corporation, instead of being taxed, they're actually, oh, well, this is a way that we can, put some extra numbers on the spreadsheet. That's not extraction economics. That's them just playing their game. They're like, well, no, I can make more money by not polluting, right? This is the dream. This is the high-level dream of what we can do if we can build something better than governments, if we can build abundance economics. And public markets are what will create abundance economics. And I think it's understated how valuable this system could be, what an opportunity it could be. Many of my talks are titled, "The Biggest Opportunity That No One's Talking About." Because look at this, governments are spending $35 trillion, at least in 2020, and I'm sure they're spending a lot more than that now. They spent $35 trillion in 2020, right? And no, it's not a typo, right? The previous one was, their revenue is 25 trillion. Right? So there's a problem. It's not a typo. They spent 35 trillion, but they only collected 25 trillion in 2020. Where'd the rest come from? Anybody got an idea? Debt. That's right. Money printer go brrr. They actually just print it. Right? And there's complex mechanisms for printing. And they're like, no, they didn't just print it, they borrowed it. Well, they issued bonds. They did all sorts of complex things. But in the end, they printed it, okay? When you issue a bond and you give it to somebody, that paper is just paper. Sure, they gave you real money for it, but the paper you printed, a bond, is not real money. It's a promise. And what I would say is that we're already copying taxation models and government models with crypto. So go out on a limb here with me. Public utilities, like let's say that you want to create a water system for a small town, right? You want a water treatment plant, you want to dig a big well, you want all the infrastructure. You're going to issue bonds, you're going to take out loans, you're going to effectively print money in some complex way to build and maintain that infrastructure. Well, blockchains are doing the same thing, right? Bitcoin is just saying, hey, here's some Bitcoin to the people who are maintaining the infrastructure, or Ethereum did effectively an ICO. They said, hey, investors, give us Bitcoin so that we can like build all this stuff, and we'll give you Ether when we launch. So blockchains issue a currency, just like public utilities issue a currency to bootstrap the network. And then the big difference with public utilities is it's usually centralized. It's generally a top-down approach where there's some local government that's like, we're doing this and we're controlling every aspect of it. So they control the infrastructure. They can either use it themselves to provide income for themselves, like through the usage rights, like collecting a water bill, or they can license that infrastructure to corporations to do all the work. With blockchains, it's more decentralized. So it's like, well, all these people kind of created value in one way or another, so they get the currency, right? And those people need to sell the currency so that they can like capture some profit, pay for themselves, pay for their work. So so it becomes more of a supply and demand game where you have to have a demand source. And in blockchains, usually it's the transaction fees, right? The idea is, hey, it's not the water bill. It's like you got to pay transaction fees in Bitcoin or in Ether, and then that creates demand for the currency that investors can trust. So you can see the parallels, right? But the big difference is that in public utilities, governments regulate the market and collect taxes. If they license the use to a corporation, they can say, don't make the price of water more than $1 a liter. That's just like, you can't charge it more than that. They can regulate the market. Whereas in blockchains, it's more of a decentralized, like the people who are participating kind of self-regulate. So the devs and the speculators are regulating the market and trying to profit in more of a decentralized way. But the outcome is the same. In the end, society gets something, some really valuable public infrastructure. In the case of public utilities, it's something more in meat space, like water infrastructure, an electrical grid. But with blockchains, it's traditionally a financial infrastructure. Financial infrastructure that is anyone can use, anyone can tap into. But there's other models too, right? So there's, maybe I'm going out on a limb here, but if you try to like come with me and be like, think of things like taxes, right? Like, how does government make a profit, and how do organizations that are providing public goods make a profit? The most common model by far is an income tax model. The Girl Scouts, their goal is not to sell cookies, you know? At least that's not their stated objective. It's a side hustle. You know, they're like, hey, who wants our cookies, you know? And I consider this an income tax model because the CEO is making over $200K a year, okay? It's not like this is all like charity and great. You know, people are making money off of the Girl Scouts. They work for the Girl Scouts, they make some money. There's lots of volunteers, of course, but the outcome is a public good. They're empowering young women with new skills to like adventure in the world. So their side hustle is selling cookies, but they use that money, they self-tax to provide a public good. And it's the same with social media and Etherscan and lots of L2s like Mantle, where they have a side hustle, advertising, or in the case of Mantle, they actually have their own exchange, Bybit. And Bybit is self-taxing to fund public goods in the gaming industry, in the blockchain gaming industry, or to support college kids in learning about crypto. So there's also another very popular kind of income tax model is the freemium model. And everyone's heard of the freemium model, right? Twitter and Telegram, Discord, they give you services for free. It's so great, right? This is like spreads the network effects. But if you want to be a power user, you want to get that blue checkbox. Just give Elon $8, you know? And then you get other benefits. And you know, there's like the $8 Twitter, but then there's, you know, projects like the UN, which are providing one hell of a service to society, okay? Giving governments a space where they can converse. Oh my God, okay, this is important because wars are like, they're like a thing. So, but the fees, like China pays $400-something million to be a member of the UN, to have access to influence, right? So the UN is providing a public service, a huge public service, and members are actually paying for it. They found a nice economic system. Public Nouns and the Token Engineering Commons, Public Nouns is providing like general public goods, you know? And anyone who has a noun can propose what public goods to fund. Whereas the TEC is really focused on how do we advance token engineering, right? And they're both membership commons. If you have TEC tokens, you have a public noun, then you have special rights, but in the end, the public good is for all. And I want to dive into the TEC because it's a really complicated and juicy taxation system that I think I would like to see a lot more organizations do something like this, where effectively, if you want to issue TEC tokens, you have to send a stable coin into a bonding curve. I'm not going to explain it. You have to send a stable coin into a smart contract, right? And when you send that stable coin to the smart contract, it creates TEC tokens. It's a magical thing. But part of the collateral, part of the money that you sent in goes into collateralizing the TEC tokens, and the other part goes to funding public goods. In the TEC's case specifically, to advancing token engineering, to funding the tooling that token engineers use, CAD or Python libraries, or the T Academy, which is an incredible educational opportunity for anyone. So you could kind of think of this as like a custom duty. It's like you want to bring your value into this closed economy. Well, you got to pay the taxes, man, right? And then the same as when you want to exit. It's kind of a Tobin tax. So if you want to exit the TC, you want some money back for TC tokens, you can burn the tokens through the smart contract. It will release collateral for you. And a portion of the collateral that's released actually goes to funding public goods and keeping the cycle going. Now, I called those things taxes, but I'm wrong. Those are not taxes. They're called tributes in the system, and I think it's really important that we recognize that this is not a tax. Government taxes are not optional. You have no choice, okay? They will come at you, they will steal your house, they will take whatever you got if you don't play by their rules. You are in their land, right? And governments actually use that money that they collect to create regulatory monopolies around the public goods that they care about. So they'll take that money and they'll decide what they want to do. Do they want to provide defense? Do they want to control the water, the electrical grid, What do they want to control the roads? You know, honestly, some countries don't pave the roads, okay, guys? Like, people pave the roads. So the cool thing with the TEC and other systems like this is that we're creating the similar economic models, but they're not taxes. They fund public goods, but enable competition. If the TEC is doing a bad job at advancing token engineering, but they're collecting a good market, someone else can come along, token economics style, who's like an ally of the TEC. They could be like, dude, TEC, you guys have lost your way. We're creating the same model ourselves. We're advancing token engineering over here. You can't do that with taxes. There's no optionality here. Taxes fund monopolies. This is something better, much better. Okay, so I have a few more systems that I want to go through, but I got to go kind of fast because I'm running out of time. Merit-based funding is super cool, you know, from award ceremonies, social impact bonds that are funded by governments. But the one that, of course, that's the most juicy is RetroPGF. This is the one you guys need to know about, because in September, November, somewhere in there, probably more like November, Optimism is giving away 30 million OP tokens to anyone who provides value to the Optimism network. This is like $40 million. And there's no exact, like, oh, you know, you have to do this or you have to do that. They have some metrics, but you can innovate around what you want to do. So right now, they're bootstrapping this system with issuance of the OP token. And then they distribute the OP tokens to builders. And then the idea is, well, those builders have created value. So they are creating more demand for the OP block space. And then that should generate sequencer revenue. So like how you, kind of like MEV, like how you order the transactions, there's a lot of money that can be made from that. And then that value would get captured and continue this cycle. Now the coolest thing about this system is that it allows for innovation. It allows for builders not to have to coordinate so much with the central planner. Like, if you want a government grant, holy cow, has anyone applied for a government grant? Like, shoot me, okay? It's so much paperwork. They want you to do exactly this, follow these rules, not give money to sanctioned entities and stuff like that, right? So, like, very difficult if you want to actually make global impact. But this is like, yeah, you know, you can just coordinate, you loosely coordinate with Optimism and innovate on a new way that you don't need to get validated. You just need to find investors that will support you in your effort to build towards Optimism. And then those investors and the builders will get rewarded by RetroPGF. So you can see they're creating like a free market for public goods in Optimism. And by the way, 30 million OP, okay, in November. Like, what are you building? Put it on Optimism and then get some of this money. It's an insane amount of money, especially in a bear market. If you want to know more about this, Giveth is running a booth. We're playing that game, okay? We didn't really ask permission from Optimism to put that booth out there. That's a community, that's like a Giveth project. And we're hoping that we get rewarded from Optimism, right? But that booth, that's not funded by Optimism. That's funded by RetroPGF, hopefully. So, okay, there's lots of taxes, you know, but I want to also get people to think, there's one thing that I don't see enough of in crypto, and it's lotteries. You know how much money is made by lotteries? I just feel like this is missing. You know, like the original, like, Bitcoin idea was kind of like a lottery. Like, Satoshi thought it'd be like one computer, one miner, you know, and that like everyone with a computer could kind of enter the Bitcoin lottery and get some Bitcoin, you know? He didn't see mining pools and, you know, like ASICs and stuff. He didn't see that coming. So even the original crypto vision involved, in my opinion, a lottery. But why aren't there more lotteries for funding public goods in the crypto space? Like, it seems like such a degen play. Let's do it, guys. Anyway, I digress. Okay, so donation models are way more simple. And I would say that the donation models are pretty advanced in crypto, way more advanced than the other taxation models, because those taxation models, they're kind of complex, and I don't even know if you guys understand what I'm talking about, because it's pretty abstract. But donation models are way easier. And there is an economic side of donations, at least in the States, and dozens of other countries. It's called tax deductions, right? So you, as a donor, you can get a tax deduction. You can reduce your income tax by whatever you donate, right? Of course, it's a complicated system. Most people don't even get what they get from a tax deduction, but I don't want to explain it. So givebacks is like tax deductions without governments or taxes, right? So we've tokenized tax deductions with Giveth. And anytime you donate to a project on Giveth, a verified project that we make sure is like super legit providing public goods, you get Give tokens, right? So that's super cool. And then there's QF, and QF is by far the most innovative thing that's come out of the crypto donation space. And you don't even need crypto to do it. Givebacks, you kind of need crypto to issue a currency, you know? But quadratic funding, this could be done with PayPal. And in fact, they have Gitcoin has created simplegrants.xyz, and I think it's super cool. They have like really interesting ways around like Stripe censorship and stuff. So anyway, definitely check that out. But with Giveth, we're trying to combine all three of these things: givebacks, quadratic funding, and referrals. So referrals are something we just launched. And I think it's amazing because we've tokenized this like tax deduction model, you can actually, when a donor donates any of these crypto, whether it's on Optimism, Polygon, Celo, or XDAI, or Mainnet, when they donate, we issue them Give tokens, right? Well, now, if you go to your favorite project, you can get a little link that's a referral link, and you can get part of the donor's givebacks. So now when you are like, hey, check out this awesome project, like even if you're a project, right? You can say, hey, check out my awesome project. Well, then someone donates, 100% of the donation goes to the nonprofit, and then the referrer, which if it's the project, they get Give tokens, right? And the donors get Give tokens. So you can see this is a nice viral system. Well, then we can supercharge that system with the quadratic force, right? We can bring in quadratic funding on top of that. So we have donation.eth, which is our matching pool that we're just starting to fund. And the quadratic force is what really amplifies this quadratic power, right? They're the funders of the matching pool. So they're saying, hey, I just want to fund public goods and not think about it, right? Here's some money to the matching pool. Let the people decide, right? And what's really cool is when you have this matching pool up there, it like just gets everyone excited about it because now $1 donation can turn into $100 of funding. And then you kick on referrals and stuff gets wild. And this is what I'm trying to say. When you bring crypto into funding public goods, you can do like public goods Legos. Everything's interoperable. You can build crazy things. I want to see us innovate more. And so thank you so much for coming. Like we have I recently launched, not many people know about this, but I have this consulting firm basically, trying to survive the bear market, guys. It's called General Magic. And we provide services for impact DAOs, like DAOs that are trying to build innovative systems. And we're actually hiring. We're actually hiring in a bear market because we've been very successful. So we're looking for CTOs, we're looking for designers, devs, anybody. Please come apply. Heather is right here. She is like leading the hiring charge and working overtime because we have so many positions to hire from. So if you're a CTO especially, we need your help. Or for instance, I didn't make these slides. General Magic made these slides. They're beautiful, right? Thank you, Rodri. Where is Rodri? There he is. You want Rodri to make your slides? Yeah, let's give Rodri a round of applause. I'm like, can you make givebacks and referrals and all this stuff? He's like, yeah. You want Rodri to make your slides? Call General Magic. It's beautiful, right? So, okay, thank you all for enjoying my time's been up for a while. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Griff. We have arrived at our final panel of the day. Oh my God, day 2 coming to a close. They're all ready to go up. Oh my God, they're getting filmed, so they're being really excited about it. Don't forget, QR if you want to ask some questions during the panel. This is called From Followers to Owners, Web3 and the Future of Fan Engagement in the Creator Economy. It will be moderated by Julia Mumblatt with Charlotte Caleb, Domino, and Andrea Berry. So give them a huge round of applause. Welcome them up for the final panel of the day. Enjoy, enjoy.
1-1. Hey everyone. Thank you for staying since it's the last panel before the fun part begins. We appreciate that. Well, before we start, I really want to say big thank you to the organization of the event. Pretty cool that they gathered all of us for these 3 days in a very professional setup. Thank you. So we are here to discuss a very interesting topic, which is how blockchain change the way the creative economy works. What is new there? What is actually changing the space? How do fans become co-creators? How do artists become more free? And what is blockchain there to give, to us? So I would rather, I'm a very practical person, so I would rather talk about real life experiences. And let's start with a brief introduction from all of you guys. Domino, you are the gentleman on the stage. So
Yeah.
you better start first.
Yeah, my name is Domino. I'm a music artist, multidisciplinary. I focus on creating albums and songs with visual art that goes along with it, from film to dance, poetry, painting, photography, to build worlds. And that's about it.
Cool. I'm Charlotte, and I am an art music industry professional. Kind of started in artist management. I've managed artists from major label acts to independent. My background was law. I've also worked in viral video for a while, and most recently worked at a record label that was acquired by Sony. And now me and one of the artists that I manage, Tala, are co-founders of 11, which is a platform that is incorporating Web3 to get artists paid.
Cool. Thank you.
Sorry. No, that's okay. My name is Andrea Berry. I'm head of business development at Data Labs. We are a layer 1 blockchain company with a proof of stake model. We originally started as a video streaming platform competitive to Twitch, and we realized the pains of video in this space and that decentralization was a good solution. So this was about a few years ago, I would say probably around 2018, we decided to build our own layer 1, and we focus on media and entertainment use cases. And I would say, while we work with native Web3 companies, our focus really is to help Web2 and traditional companies lean into Web3.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. I will share a few words about my background. I spent 6 years in VC, investing in Web2. Then we moved to blockchain 2015, investing in Bitfury, which is the company that pioneered Bitcoin mining. And then joined another VC fund. And apart from investing in blockchain, we also have a side gig, which is called Liquid Access. We build blockchain-based solutions for brands and their loyalty programs. So kind of we invest and build, especially now I think it's a cool thing to understand from the perspective from both sides. So I would rather, Andrea, you shared a few thoughts about, shared a few insights about your experience, but what about you, Domina? What about, where are you at the Web3 area? What's your journey, what's your story?
Yeah, I started minting in early 2021. I was mainly doing visual art because at that time, music wasn't at the forefront at all. There was just a few artists, there was no platforms. So I was kind of leading people to the music through my visual art. And in October of 2021, I dropped my album, Presessence Volume 1. As NFTs with a custom contract, we were able to ship all 7 songs in one transaction, which was beautiful. It led to a collaboration with Rolling Stone and a bunch of other incredible, amazing things. And now I'm working on Volume 2, the follow-up of that album, which is coming with everything I possibly can make, just to, like I said earlier, bring people into a world and explore kind of human emotion in this digital realm. So I'm feeling excited. Obviously, there's a bear market, as we say, and the sentiment has changed quite a bit. But I'm still seeing artists empowered every single day, and that's what's like really, really exciting to me.
Yeah, thank you. Charlotte, what's happening in the music industry? What's the latest Web3 developments there? Share the overview with us.
I think that there are a bunch of different verticals that you can look at. There's like ticketing and addressing like issues with bots, which I think it's difficult because companies like Ticketmaster have such a big stranglehold. So how that will evolve, we'll see. You'll see like the top end of the spectrum, which is like we've just seen Snoop Dogg's just issued a passport with his world tour, which I think going from like the overhyped kind of like stuff from last couple of years, that actually is really interesting, and I find that really interesting of getting like behind the scenes access of artists that maybe haven't been so forthcoming with that stuff before. And then you're seeing like right at the bottom of the end of the spectrum is just like artists just like at the very beginning of their journey, just experimenting and playing around with it. And I think that what we're seeing now really is people testing and seeing what their fans actually want and really taking the time to really understand the fans' perspective and what they need and want from artists. And I think that was maybe missing a year ago. So I think it's like much more thoughtful. I would like to see like more artists just feeling confident to start using the technology, and I think that's like where we're going to go next.
Well, actually, I have a question. So we talk about co-creation and giving more tools to fans to kind of cooperate with an artist. But what does it mean, and how does it actually work? I mean, can you actually give your artistic vision to your fans? I mean, it's a bit scary, right?
I think that like you're seeing with like the Cooper Records and the Daniel Allen thing, where they've raised funds in an artist as like the artist as a business, and there are lots of different like complicated mechanics behind that, because obviously he's a person, not a company, and like separating a person, the artist and the integrity of the artist from like being investable are quite complicated things, because what an artist is today, like they most certainly will not be in 10 years time. They're just different, they just evolve so much. I think like what we're seeing in the space is there's really great opportunity for people to invest in catalog, and we've seen a lot of big funds investing in catalog, and it's become much more accessible and easier to invest in artist catalog. But there's also been quite a lot of like scammy kind of approaches to that, where someone's got like a credit on a Rihanna song and they say you can get shares in a Rihanna song, when it's like you've got like 1% share in a Rihanna song. So I think like that is going to evolve. But what I do see being really cool in terms of the co-ownership is like for music artists traditionally, one of the biggest things that you outlay on is like the visual to go along with the music. And so like creating you would make a song, and then you end up spending like actually way more budget on making a credible music video than you did actually on making the song, and it would be really, really costly and labor intensive. But actually like we can now maybe do something where it's a bit more collaborative, where music artists are working with visual artists and they co-own the product, the end product, and then it's much more of a shared ownership piece rather than the artist just paying out all the time for all these different collaborators. So that's kind of interesting for me.
Yeah, Domino, what do you have your opinion about that as an artist? How do you feel about ownership of your piece, of an artistic piece?
Yeah. I've been an independent artist for the last decade and remain that, and that's a really big focus of mine. So ownership is everything to me. And like you were saying, like the collaboration aspect unlocks so much, because as you're building a collector base, it shows a kind of proof of just proof that you can move in this space in a way that will provide funding and income. And I think that allows us to reach out to people in new collaborative ways, whereas before I would have to come with a huge fund already. I can approach artists, I can approach music video directors and videographers and dancers and things, and be like, look, this is what we've done, this is my track record, this is what I think this will do, here's an agreed percentage split, and then we get to create freely and openly, which is amazing, and then move that work with whatever it is, and have those splits be open and seen transparently on the blockchain, and creates this amazing collaborative art renaissance, and that's what I'm really, really excited about.
Yeah, but it's mostly about partnerships, though. But what about your fans? Do you have any tools that you offer them so that they can actually influence your work or become a part of the work? Any examples?
Yeah. I think that with fan and artist interaction, there's always been something of a wall. There's always this like untouchable celebrity, especially with artistry and music artists. So I think that this allows the ability to not only be a fan or a super fan, but a collector. And if, like myself, I give opportunities for artists or for fans to engage with me in a way that is more personal, with token-gated chats, token-gated shows and streams. And in those chats, I'm allowing them the ability to vote on what might come out or how it might come out, or give them roles in the rollout that before that was never a conversation, which was nerve-wracking at first.
Yeah, but then it's really interesting because all this technology, it's like actually we're not doing anything new. Like that used to be street teams. Like in the 90s, it would be people that you'd get your mates and you'd send them out flyering or like stickering or spray painting and doing all of that kind of stuff. But it's just like so much now is in the digital space. And so it's like these are just like your street teams. So it's not like when it's nothing we're doing is like, oh my God, like this has never been done before. And that's like reassuring because it's like human behavior is human behavior. We do the same things over and over again. It's just new technology supporting it. And so like you've got your street team now, but they're just like maybe people that you might never meet or whatever, or you know, all of that kind of stuff. But they're just as valid just because they're digital. And that's kind of cool.
100%. And as someone who is constantly trying to grow and build my team, to have the fans be a part of that team is unexplainable.
Andrea, I didn't forget about you.
Okay.
It's just both of them are in the music
So
industry, and we
interesting.
wanted to tap into that first. Tell us about your industry, your space, entertainment, media, video.
Yeah,
Into
a lot
so many
happening.
things.
And as
Tell us.
a layer one, there's all these different types of projects happening, but I'll share a couple examples to come to mind that are on opposite ends of the spectrum. So, you know, I mentioned that we're helping companies lean into Web3, but we also work with native ones. And I've surprisingly found, I've been in this space officially for a year and a few months. I thought it would be much more technical to start with, and I found we have a NFT marketplace called ETHBarcelona.com, and it's actually through NFTs that we can help these companies adopt. So one example is our customer is Fremantle. They are owned by Bertelsmann and their a production company. They have shows that I'm sure you would recognize, like American Idol and The Price is Right. And so American Idol, we were able to do a NFT campaign or project where the fans and the audience at home could buy the NFT and like baseball cards, sell, trade, and buy them week by week, and you would win prizes. And then at the end, I think it was like a trip to the final taping if you won. And so it was very interesting and exciting for Fremantle, a traditional production company, because for the first time, they were able to have a direct relationship with the audience at home. You know, not all these layers of CBS or Fox and who they're the ones running social, but even if they ran social, are you really having a direct relationship with your audience? You're completely dependent on those algorithms and the molds that those systems have. So that was really interesting, and that's a great example of like a traditional company kind of putting their toe in the water and benefiting from it beyond revenue. It's like that abstract revenue of engagement. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we have a Web3 native company, Toonstar. They're a Web3 animation studio. It's interesting, they're ex-Warner Brother executives, so they understand the studio system and all of the pains of it. And they recently launched a show, kind of like South Park-esque, with Hollywood stars, that is about space junk. And it's called Space Junk. It's about the junk that's really in space, and it's about the trash collectors in space fixing this problem. So that, they release episodes every few weeks. You can watch them at home for free. But to access the community and the fan club, you have to buy into the NFTs. And they're a very low price point. If I'm not mistaken, it was $20. And you got essentially a character. They use AI to help you develop the backstory of the character. It's like fan fiction that they're allowing in the community. And then there's all of these interactions that are happening on chain of engagement and voting. And basically, to overgeneralize it a little bit, you develop these characters that then have a chance to be in the main show. And they incorporate the fan fiction in real time. So participatory storytelling in a very interesting way that a lot of studios get freaked out about, but Toonstar is in complete control over what's included and not, and AI helps the characters match the format and aesthetic of the main storyline, which is really interesting. And they'll take it to, once the show wraps, they will go and pitch it to all the streaming services, but the leverage and the tables have turned because they're no longer pitching this idea and trying to get a small room of people to believe in it. They have an audience, they have an ROI that's already been proven, an engaged community that now they have more power to change that dynamics that's so desperately needed on the streaming space. So I'll pause there. But those are like two examples that I really want to advocate in this space of people doing something very tangible, real, and to the general public. It's not just for the Web3 and NFT fanatics.
Okay, yeah, sounds interesting. I was always, curious about, you probably know more than I do about Netflix. When you watch the series and they do not film it before, they see the reaction. That's how they decide what's going to happen with the story. So what's going to happen next with that kind of an attitude, right? So now it's...
Yeah, there's so much. There's this concept that we have the patent for NFT DRM, which is digital rights management. And DRM is nothing new. It's protecting your IP, software, music, image, anything. But now when you add an NFT security layer, there's no password sharing. That's possible. But you're allowing someone like Netflix to have that direct relationship with the fan, and they're not strict by or withheld to fit a format of revenue of just subscription and just pricing tiers that are really boring. Now they have to go back to ads now, which is crazy to me. This innovative company is copying what everyone else is doing instead of using maybe NFTs to create memberships over subscriptions. So participatory storytelling, real-time interaction, but if they can do that through the means of a membership via an NFT.
Cool. Well, speaking about monetization, let's speak about money. What blockchain brings to the table now for artists? What are the new tools that you might use to monetize your fan base?
Yeah, I'm really big on not necessarily monetizing my fan base, but monetizing every part of the
Sorry,
work.
Sorry, from a VC. You see, my VC past is talking.
No.
My apologies.
No, it's, I think verbiage is more important than ever. And I focus very much so on monetizing every part of the process. So what used to be just an Instagram promo or a trailer or a poster or a movie poster or an album cover is now, instead of content, is an art piece. And I think that that's very, very important so that the promo material can fund the bigger picture and the main thing being promoted. That way it takes pressure away from that main drop, and it builds every single time and allows people to collect every aspect. And I think that's really important, to give people different tiers of options, from one-on-ones that might be higher priced of the actual art to open editions to a number of editions or burn mechanisms, etc., to get people more involved. And I think through that process, the fan base gets get in on it at a new level, at a super fan level, as well as have the ability to sell those pieces if they want to, for them to make a percentage, and we retain our royalties, which is incredibly important. And yeah, I think that process is where the monetizing comes in.
Charlotte, what's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I
What
agree.
do you
In
recommend?
terms of like I was saying before, like we would spend like 10 grand on a music video and then we go and stick it up on YouTube for free and like get like £4 for it. Like, why? and like if you're an artist that has a fan base in, I mean that's us as, you know, a British artist with a British audience, largely an American. If you're an artist in India with a largely Indian audience, your like ad rates are like non-existent. So basically it's just totally like stacked against you. It makes no sense. So for me it's like, okay, how do we break this music video down into like the piece of art that it is? Like it's really beautiful and we spent like a shit ton of money and a load of like arguably more time on the video than we did on the bloody song in the first place. So why are we giving it away for free? So it's doing that kind of stuff. And then it's also, for me it's like, and in terms of what we're building with 11 is like we're trying to encourage artists to like really focus in on like these micro communities, these super fan communities that are really deeply involved and invested, and then really you as an artist really understanding your fan base and understanding what they want and being able to supply that. So for me, like Tala, she's a producer, she's very technical, and so for her, like her fan base tend to be like more technical people, so her teaching production or giving like, you know, away some of her like special sauce on the production, like that's really valuable to people, whereas you know different artists will have different fan bases that want different things, and so like that to me is like they're two kind of sides of the you know same coin. It's like premium experiences and like being more thoughtful about what we're giving artists. I think that like over the last like 10 years, we got really into the habit of like, oh, you drop a single, then you drop another single, then you drop the album, and then you drop another single. And you're like, oh my God, so boring. And when you're applying for like funding now, I was having a conversation earlier today, and it's like whenever, even like when you're applying for like government funding, they still encourage you to like hit like certain like social media metrics, and all these metrics are so like outdated because they're meaningless. Like that you're applying for funding for like 10 grand and they want to see you like increase your followers by like 7 million. And you're like, well, it's just not realistic. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just not where audiences are. So it's just trying to meet audiences where they are. And to the point when we were just talking earlier is like, if you've got that super fan community, they're going to spend more money and they're not going to leave because they're so invested. Like these super niche communities are so heavily glued to you and so invested in your process that as long as you don't take the piss, you can like keep monetizing and keep, because it's a mutually beneficial relationship, and that's what it's about. Everyone's winning. Sorry, ran over.
No. I was just actually had the same question about your platform. How does it work? So you kind of you created something new. It works like an accelerator for artists. What do you offer for these new people that try to kind of conquer this stage? And what is their reaction to Web3? Are they tech savvy at all?
No. So what we found was we, as like me and Tala, we have always kind of been like dabbling in like little bits of tech. Like when we first got signed to Colombia, we wanted to issue like a Tala coin. This was like back in 2015 or 2014, and Colombia were like, no, absolutely not. And then you know we've dabbled over the years, and then we just got more and more. Like the established music industry is what it is, and it works for some people. And like, I'm not here to like overthrow Sony or Universal, like, or Tencent or whatever. But like, I just think there's this middle class of artists that could be benefiting from this tech. And so, when we started digging into it, we realized that like, whoa, this is a full-time job just figuring all this shit out, and like who has time for that? And secondly, like, it was just really scary for artists and their teams. And like, as we've been going to conferences and stuff, like record labels are like, you know, even independent record labels are like, we love all this tech and we can see the opportunity. We see what like Steve Aoki's doing, sounds fucking amazing, but like, how do we get started? And so that was for us, like 11, it was like trying to like all of these platforms, like you were having to like set up a Discord, and then you go over here to like mint your NFT, and then you were going over here to all these different things. So we were like, okay, how can we just take the simplest form of all of these things that we think are really useful and put them all in one place that's really accessible, the UI UX is really, really user friendly because artists, we have to understand it. We don't have a tech background, and that was that's what 11 is. It's us like one by one onboarding this middle class of artists to start utilizing and playing with the tech and finding it fun instead of scary. So that's 11.
Can you specify a few names of artists that you work with now?
Okay, so Tala is the artist who's also my co-founder. We are working with, we're talking to Girly, who's like a pop punk artist. We are talking to an artist kind of like yourself, actually, a guy called Lunakai, who's like, he's a photographer, he's a videographer, he's a producer, like it's the whole shebang, and like Instagram just doesn't cut it when you're trying to like communicate like the plethora of like everything that you are. And so yeah, artists like that. Oh my god, I'm trying to think of everyone that we're working with. A girl called Mookie. Yeah, just like kind of like electronic-y kind of people.
Got it. I wanted to ask you if you have any questions. You can use this app that guys are using here, because I have a few more questions left, and we'll be happy to answer the questions you have, guys. So, Andrea, one of the questions is to you regarding the gamifications, virtual experiences. What does it add on to the fan experience there?
Yeah, those are like two mediums, right? And we're talking about a lot of different mediums. I think kind of broaden the question a little bit to say that, I think a problem of the world that we all live in now, 'cause sadly we are not in a blockchain-full world, is that artists and fans are confined to these very strict formats, molds, and systems, algorithms that don't make sense. And in the media space, and as a media business, no two media companies are the same. They might be similar, but they're not the same. And definitely for creators, no creator is the same. And so what's very exciting in Web3 and what we're seeing transform, and I think we're all talking about, is Web3 is allowing for this blank canvas for the artists to decide, okay, I want to do video first, music here, this is how I want to charge, reward, incentivize, like all of these insane things that we all know too, we're just scratching the surface of. It's really exciting. So I think, Charlotte mentioned it's mutually beneficial. Domino mentioned like he gets to decide what behavior he wants to reward or incentivize. Like that's the way the world should work. It's just exciting that Web3 is that blank canvas, and I think that's where Theta's focus is to allow for companies or creators to come in and build on our system, use tools that we'll develop. And I'll say one more thing too to squeeze in is like you kind of mentioned the creator versus the business, and it's interesting because it's like hard to figure out the path there in today's world. But I think, like, I'm sure you see yourself as a business where traditionally individual creator is an individual creator, and it's hard to find your home and a place and where your fans and where you can monetize and make a livelihood. Now you're a business in Web3, and you're a media entity, and you get to operate at the level that these larger media companies are, but mostly what's exciting is they're trying to figure it out. You've already figured it out and are driving the path.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think we've heard a lot of good stuff. What are the risks? What are the issues, the scary parts? There should be, right?
For me, now, after 2.5 years of minting in Web3, I think it's not getting boxed in, not being only this Web3 artist.
Yeah, I think that like I'm part of if anyone is interested in music and Web3, there's a community called Water and Music. You should definitely join it. And there's an artist on there called Black Dave, and like he's very, very like prolific in the Web3 music space. But he's like, I just want to sell out Madison Square Garden, and it's like, but he's got like collectors, and does really well, and he's got this really amazing group of collectors. But then transferring that into like an audience to go and play, like, if you're not every artist wants to play Madison Square Garden, but if you do, it's like quite difficult to like not get boxed in by like being a Web3 artist and doing that.
Yeah. Shout out Black Dave. He's incredible. Yeah, I love he has a video series that's really amazing where he's just talking a lot of these kind of points. And that's what's exciting to me with that issue, is that the artists are thinking about it. They're aware of this, whereas in the traditional music scene, a lot of these solutions aren't being thought about. They're just sprinting and sprinting and sprinting, trying to survive in them. And I think that our verbiage is changing. I'm seeing like on-chain music being a thing, which is interesting, instead of like my NFT song. And I think that's vital. I'm unsure if on-chain is the right word, but just the push to change and adapt that verbiage, I think, will help a lot to get people on a more mass level to see it as a positive and not a scary thing that's really overwhelming. And that's exciting, yeah.
I think with music, there are always IP issues with people like minting stuff that they don't necessarily own, and like the checks that they're involved in that. That's like always a difficult thing, and like monitoring that. I think that the monolithic companies in the music industries, getting them to adapt and adjust. I think that we have a lot of like Web3 streaming platforms happening, and the collecting societies are sitting back and waiting because they basically ultimately don't necessarily think that anything's going to happen, so they're not really taking much action. But I imagine at some point there's going to be a tipping point where they suddenly start getting quite heavy-handed, and so waiting for that. And then there's also, like, with the rise of AI with music, is like, Universal getting very heavy-handed about that as well. I think like the music industry has a really bad track record when technology shifts of just like hunkering down and like creating really, really expensive lawsuits, instead of being like, this is the technology, this is happening, the genie is out of the bottle, how do we work with it? And I think that that's like always a big danger, that like music industry just gets really left behind on everything, because there are a lot of people that earn a lot of money from how things currently are. So that's one of the big dangers. And then onboarding, like onboarding. Discuss. Here's another one.
Yeah, it's interesting, like when we think of the things that are scary, and we being the general public, not just everybody at the conference and Web3 friendly people, it's like the scary things that are happening in the space, or AI and what will happen to the executives that I meet with at a studio or a music label. The irony is what's scaring them with this technology is, the irony is the technology is actually the solution to what they're afraid of. And that like is a very hard message to convey. And I believe that for a lot of things in this space, is that the scary things, even the scam things that are happening, which are terrible, the solution for authenticity, validation, next year in the States, there's an election cycle. This is gonna be a huge problem, but a huge opportunity to solve in this space. So I'm very interested and already exhausted thinking about it, but it's like I think that conversation should be more open rather than trying to convert people to the other side. I've found that a lot of times when the wall is up, I kind of get on their side of the fence and will agree with them on some of the things that I do think are ridiculous or scammy or skeptical, and then that will allow them to, find common ground and have a civilized conversation to hopefully just like make it palatable for them to then meet you next and then be like, you know what, that makes sense, and have a positive transition of opinion.
I think also there's just like a real danger of like what I've seen is like everything being very tech-led instead of being solutions-led, and I think that like that is what really puts people off, is like you've got to come with you've got to understand the pain points and really, really, really respect the pain points and come with a solution, and like the tech just supports that and like helps solve the problem instead of being really married to the tech and then just figuring out where it like sits in. I think in the music industry, like in particular, I've seen like people smell a rat like so fast, like they know if you're an outsider, you're not speaking the lingo, you're not in with them, and so it's like I think that's like a real big. It's just like something that I'm like, oh God, it just exhausts me. Like, please don't flood the market with like products that and projects that you like haven't done your research on. Like, please just leave room for people that really get it and understand it and work with those people instead of trying to just build something for, I don't know, ego or whatever.
Yeah, I totally agree. You need to ride the wave, you know, embrace it. Well, I don't know if anyone have a question, guys, here. Probably not. So I have the last question, to be honest. And oh, you do have a question. Cool.
Thank you. Is it working? Okay. I'm an artist as well, and music producer, and Web3 enthusiastic in Web3 for a couple of, I don't know, 2 years. But like my main question about music and blockchain is about the thing that most of the people don't know unless they are music producers or musicians, which is like the ISRC codes that we generate from the distributors, and also the authorship and ownership of your song or your mix. Like, how can we keep track of this? For example, in real life example, someone just copy your song and monetize that without any governmental institution that issues this copyright.
I think there are a lot of people that are trying to solve that problem, and it's a problem that like pre-Web3, it's really, really janky. We have like all the collecting society. You have like the master side, which is like the record labels, and everyone or an artist will own their own masters, and then you have the publishing side, which maybe a publisher owns the rights, or you have a collecting society collecting on your behalf, and so there are a bunch of different. It's really, really difficult, and everyone's scratching their head. There are people that are working full time on this, of like figuring out like. Arguably, it should be easier if everything's on chain and everything gets registered on chain, then arguably like that should simplify things. But I think that there are just so many players that have to get on board with that and be like willing to adopt the technology for that to happen. So I think we're still a ways away from that personally. When you're talking about like tokenized streaming platforms and stuff, like most platforms are saying they need you to own like the master and the publishing rights yourself because they just don't want to deal with other rights holders because it's just too complicated at the moment. So it's not my area of expertise, and people are really struggling with it, I know, because I speak to them. So TBC?
I agree. It's something I worry about for sure. I think the plus side is that the blockchain is transparent. You can see when that happened. So there is some proof to go back to and be like, look, government entity, I did this, you know. But at the end of the day, there's still the need to cover your tracks and make sure those ownership properties are established as an artist. Yeah.
Sorry, I promise I'll be short. So we still need the government, right? So that's the main tricky part. Like, we need some governmental issued document that proves that the authorship is ours. Even though, we find many solutions for streaming, for example, right? Like, if you stream, the moment that it's on the internet, okay, we can track that. But the biggest problem I see in music industry is the use in real life, you know? So that's crazy. But anyways, thank you. Thank you for responding.
Good question. I love it. I mean, from a video perspective, it's very different from music, but from a technical perspective, there's so much overlap with music streaming, music period, and video and streaming, and similar issues about rights and sharing. And used to work for a company who mastered in that, who's a partner of ours, coincidentally. And it's interesting, we should talk about it more because there are groups and nonprofit groups in traditional settings in Hollywood that have identified these tagging systems that all the studios have now, that chief information officers have all adopted and agreed to start using to tag and track video distribution. And a lot of it has to do with accessibility, but there's something there. And a lot of my job is spending time with these groups and helping them implement Web3. So it's like a win for all. And I can ride the wave that they're already establishing. And like you said, if it's a solution that solves a problem, and the tech works, nobody cares how the tech works. So that's where we need to get. So I love that question because that just made that correlation for me. I appreciate it.
Guys, do you have any other question?
No, it's not. It's blank.
No,
The
it's
screen
blank.
is blank.
No, it's not blank. It's black.
No,
Don't
this
see
screen's
any.
blank. We just have the clock.
If there is a question, yeah, let us know.
Don't be shy.
Okay. What about ownership? Oh, that's your question. Okay, thank you for that.
Well, now it's on record, so we have it.
So, yeah,
Perfect. There you go.
That's proof of concept. Okay, so well, I have maybe a pretty silly question, but allow me to ask one. Let us think about what's going to happen in 5 years. Let's go wild. Like what's happening in 5 years, especially in terms of AI. But a positive.
Oh, with AI, oh no. I don't think AI in music is as big a problem as people are thinking. I think that, sorry, just to divert, I think like everyone freaked out with like Drake, AI Drake, and and it's like, oh, what if AI replaces a Drake? But it's like, no one would care about AI Drake if Drake didn't exist himself first. Like, it would just be some nerd that uploaded a thing up on, it would have no context. So it would just no one would have ever seen it. It only made the news because it was Drake, AI Drake, and Drake had to have a 15-year or how long Drake's been around career before that to be able to, it feels like forever, for that to have value. And so I think that like how I see AI is that like artists will just be able to like utilize it to like make their jobs easier. I think it's same with me building a startup. It's like I'm just using AI to just fill staff positions that I can't afford to fill yet because we're doing everything super lean. And so it's like I think for artists it's always like everything's always bootstrapped. Everything's always like on a budget, especially when you're first starting out. Even when you're not first starting out, like, there's just not a whole bunch of money in the middle class area. So I think it's just going to help artists do things in a much more efficient way. In terms of just overall the Web3 landscape, what I really hope for is that artists will be able to, I really want to see like more niche genres, niche scenes having their moment, instead of artists in terms of pleasing the algorithm, having to create loads of like vanilla content, where it's seeing artists being able to be really expressive, to cater to a really niche audience and be much more creative and finding, I want them to be comfortable. Like I see artists being much more comfortable and making money from their art instead of giving it away for free.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree for sure. I think that
Such a conformist, you are, huh?
I don't know if wallet will be the term anymore. I don't know if any of these things will.
I hope not.
I hope not either. I think that the systems of receiving these digital collectibles and things will be seamless and not so complicated, and you probably won't even know that it's happening. Similarly to the internet, we're not asking how it works, we're just using it. So I'm excited for that, for sure. We see that already now. I can't even think of any specifics, but I've had certain experiences where I've given an email and then I created a wallet and received something.
Data drop.
Beautiful.
You might have watched Metacan. We had the pop-up. I know you're involved with the Film 3 movement and crew, and we did like a pop-up film festival. And so like a pop-up Netflix is really what it was. It was curated library. It had award-winning films. It was amazing. And you could buy the streaming pass, and you bought it for $30. It unlocked it for 14 days, and there's all these panels that will live on forever. But yeah, you logged in, you bought it, and then you logged in with your custodial wallet, and you had access to the Netflix, and it was that easy. So like people like my parents were able to buy a pass, which
beautiful.
I know, right? And somebody's father who was in his 70s bought one completely on his own and emailed me and was like, am I doing it wrong? Because it was so easy. And I was like, yes. Yeah, it's really cool. So more of that, I think tapping with your phone, it's organic for everyone to do that now. And at least in the States, like when you look at your Apple Wallet, each of those is an NFT use case, and NFTs would make it more secure. So I hope that in less than 5 years, we're talking about everything in our wallet. Like, what do we say is in our Apple Wallet? We call it what it is, a hotel room key, my membership pass, my Starbucks card. Like, just call it what it is. I hope that's the world that we're gonna be living in.
Yeah, cool. Well, lovely. Thank you so much. I appreciated the conversation. If you don't have any questions, then I think this is it. Have fun. Don't forget there's a day 2.
Day 3.
Okay, bye, guys.
Well, there's
Thank you
one
so
more.
much.
Thanks, y'all.
Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you so much. You can just bring that over there and they'll take it away. Do you have, oh, they want to take a picture. Yeah, they want to do a picture. Do you want me to take a picture of you guys? Sure. All right. Well, as I'm doing this picture, I just want to say this is the end of the day here. Thank you. Yeah, this is the end. Huh? Any more cards? Maybe I might be out in the Lunar Park where you guys should all head right now to hang out. I might be over there with my cards if you want to do some more trading. And remember to come back tomorrow. Bring your reusable water bottle, okay? Be sustainable. And doors open at 9 or 9:30, I think, and things start here at 10:30 over at the Moon Stage. Have a good night, guys. Have fun over at the Lunar Park. Thank you guys so much. My name is Hannah Becker. Goodbye. Let me get a picture.